Everyone, please welcome to the stage CEO of B&H, Menashe Horowitz.
Good morning, good morning. Hey, you can do better for me. Come on, I want to hear it again. Ah, I like that now. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'm honored to be here to kick off day 2 of Build 2025. So is everybody excited for a fun-packed day 2? Hope everybody is excited, engaged for a day over here of learning, being inspired, and connecting. And really sharing and having fun with what I think is the best creative community out there that we are here together and we all serve here at B&H. Just a little bit about myself. So my name is Menashe Horowitz. I'm the CEO here at B&H Photo. I've been in my role for 10 years. I have the most amazing job. I get to take credit for everything that thousands of employees at B&H, great super employees. And that's an easy job. But a little more serious, yeah, we truly have the best people here at B&H that wake up every single morning excited to serve amazing customers, partners, and we have the most lovely customers and fans I think that any brand can ask for and wish for ever. Personally, for myself, just so you know, I love engaging with customers every day. You see me out on the floor today, you see me on the hallway, you ever see me at B&H or at 9th Avenue, stop me. And what I love the most, tell me what we can do better. I'm not interested in what we do great. I love to hear what we can do better, and that's what our brand is for, and that's what I live for, and please share it with me as much as you can. Our brand, B&H, I find that we're blessed with sharing and taking a part in amazing stories every single day. Millions of stories over the 53 years we've been in business. Everybody you see out here, at Build, at our store, online, shopping with us, the thousands and hundreds of thousands of phone calls, emails, chats, is all people that are helping share light, bring light into this world, sharing and spreading amazing stories. And for that, we all at B&H feel blessed for all of you bringing us in to your amazing talent and your amazing story, and thank you for that. So why Build? What's Build? So we did Build initially. First of all, by raise of hand, who was here at Build 2023, 2 years ago? Nice. So why Build? We did Build the first time 2 years ago. It was really, thought of as a one-shot thing. We were doing our 50th anniversary, and we came up with this, give back type of environment. Let's bring the community together. Let's bring our brands together. Let's share, let's inspire, and let's have this amazing event. That event was beyond any of our expectations over here at B&H, beyond my expectations. And the feedback was amazing. And I joked at Build 2023, and I said, the next Build will be for the B&H 100th anniversary, and I plan not to worry about that one. And here I am again, and here we are again. And so why again? I mean, the feedback we had from Build, 2 years ago was amazing. Was, literally from the day after Build to weeks and to months. And the most common question was, when is the next Build going to take place? And so we said, okay, we're going to do it again. And here we are doing it again. Good. So again, as I said, our goal with Build is to bring together the community, to expand the community. We're excited, the diversity in our audiences, the ages, the people we're welcoming in over here. And for me, it's all about, the customer and helping. And so, just think of the stories, for myself, leaving Build, literally standing and greeting everybody, leaving Build at the last day. We were trying to literally get people off the show floor as they were coming in with forklifts, packing up Build, and meeting a customer that made the trek down, an attendee from Kentucky. He might be in the audience somewhere. If you're in here, get up. I mean, and I met that same, customer yesterday checking in at Build. And he said, hey, I met you that day, they were when we were leaving Build last time, and he said, I came, it was my first conference. I came here, I was inspired, learned a ton of stuff. And he shared with me yesterday and said, I bought a ton of stuff at B&H, but I made way more money off the stuff I bought by you and help you. And now I brought my friend all the way from Kentucky, and he's going to be inspired. That's why we do Build. That's what I love about Build, and that's the purpose of Build. And so I really hope you all, enjoy it, have fun over here while we're at Build. I want to take a moment to thank our brands. Our brands that are here participating, sponsoring. Canon will be sponsoring this session. Any Canon fans out here? Okay. Canon will be sponsoring the next session over here, and we can't do it ourselves over here at B&H. We work in partnership with all our amazing brands, all our employees, all our partners, all our speakers, all our presenters to make Build and all these other events we do, wonderful events. I'm curious, and I want honest answers, okay? Honest answers only. Who over here considers themselves a true B&H customer when you come to buy gear? By raise of hand. Nice. I want it the other way now. Who's not a B&H customer? Raise your hand. I want to see that. Now, come on, don't be shy. Come on, there got to be more hands out here. All right, I got a challenge for all of you not B&H customers. I'll be at that door at the end of the next session. Come say hello to me. I have a couple of questions for you. We got a deal? Raise of hands now. Who's going to meet me? Okay. I want to see all of you at that door after this session. I got to have a chat with all of you. Anyways, I'll conclude. The goal is to have fun today, be inspired. There's a ton of stuff here to do. Obviously, all the amazing speakers, presenters, learn a thing or two, portfolio reviews, photo walks. I was amazed. I mean, last year in 90-something, 2 years ago, in 90-something degree weather, the packed photo walks. I was saying to myself, me, really? I might want to take off my jacket, maybe. But, the amazing photo walks. And I saw yesterday a huge crowd for that. While you're out here, right out here somewhere on the 4th floor, we have a Share Your B&H Story. Stop. We love to hear from you. Share your story. Share your history. What do you like of our brand? What do you hate about our brand? What can we do better? We would love to hear from you. Visit all the amazing brands, on the show floor, on the 3rd floor, and really connect with the brands. Give them an idea. Tell them what you want to see more. Tell them what you don't like. That's what we're here for. No, don't sing us praises, but challenge our industry. Challenge us to be better. That's the only way we improve. And the B&H Village, make sure to visit us. We're on the right corner of the show floor. A tremendous and a ton of amount of experiences over there. We have our staff there, our unbelievable talented product specialists to answer questions. Yes, we have amazing specials from all the brands. If you're in the shopping mode, take advantage of these amazing specials, and really engage with the people around you. As I said, this is the most amazing group of people that are here, like I said, that any brand can wish for, and inspire, share ideas, tips, and just, learn from each other. And I think that's what this is, all for. And then last but not least, there's a party tonight. Everybody's always interested in a party, so there's a rooftop party to close out Build over here, and I hope you all can make it to that party. Finally, I want to share that the next speaker up was supposed to be this morning after me. I know I'm the most exciting speaker today, but the next speaker, one after me, was scheduled to be Peter McKinnon. Peter, as we announced in emails starting yesterday, had a family emergency, unfortunately, and needed to, cancel at the last minute. Our prayers at B&H, and I'm sure everybody here and all his fans are with him and with his family. And I'm super excited that, coming up, we have a session over here on called Finding the Story with Keith Ladzinski. And I'm looking forward to joining. Hope you all are. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of those passionate B&H customers. And thank you to all those few who are not B&H customers, who will become B&H customers after my conversation today, guaranteed. Thank you and have a wonderful time.
Give me 1 minute. stay right here. I'm gonna grab you. How's everyone doing? Everyone doing all right? Day 2? Woo! All right. So yesterday, I don't know who was here yesterday for the opening remarks, right? We did a really cool 360. We're gonna do it again. All right? We're gonna do one more. So what I want you, I'm gonna jump off this, well, I'm gonna walk off the stage. I'm gonna grab Menashe and a few other people. We're gonna meet you in the middle, but what I need you to do is I need you to stand up and come in close. We wanna make this shot really, really even more epic than yesterday. Those coming in, come in quick. You're gonna be in the largest group shot here at Build. All right, Keith, come with me. You guys, come on. Jeff, come on. Come on, let's go. All right, here we go. We're coming down the main aisle. If you're coming down the main, Leonard, you better be in this shot. I want you up and close, all right? This guy traveled all the way from Jamaica. Oh, I think so. He's the farthest person here. All right, now we're gonna face back. We got the light here, okay? So remember the whole, if you can't see the camera, right? So everyone be looking at the camera. And here we go. We got to do a little self-timer. I think the lighting's looking great. Here we look at this, guys. We got a little preview. All right, pretty good. Yeah, exactly. Look at it. All right, there we go. All right, here we go. 5 seconds. Ready? 5. Everyone look at the camera. 5, 4, 3. Big smiles. Yeah. All right. Thank you. All right, get settled in. We're going to start right at 10 o'clock, so stay tuned for more. That photo posted up, yesterday's photo posted up on our social, and I'm sure this one will too. All righty? Thank you.
tricky one to blend everything together, this.
Can she come up with something spectacular?
Georgia was really struggling.
Only time will tell if it's good enough.
Expectation levels were low.
The only woman on Earth right now. Will she be able to keep focused?
Breathe. And that's a beauty.
That is magnificent.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage your host for the day, Gabe Biederman.
All right, day two. I can't believe it. I can't believe it's also day two, the last day. What an amazing last 26 hours it's been. And so thrilled to see yet another packed house of people here. So a little couple of housekeeping notes. For those, we do have a American Sign Language area over here in the stage left, I believe this is called. I always remember, is it facing or looking at? But we have it over here. Anyone need ASL? We have that here for you. And also, I want to just hit upon, I talked about it yesterday in my opening remarks. Menashe also talked about it in his. The theme, the overall theme at Build is storytelling. We assembled and brought together some amazing storytellers, but each and every one of you has a unique story to tell, and we want to hear it. Remember, we have the My B&H Story booth right outside this room. Come and share your first experience, your last experience, your favorite experience that you've had with B&H. And also remember, when I said, anyone here new to B&H? No? A little whoop whoop? All right. But again, Menashe will be outside as well. If you see him, tell him, share his story, how we can improve, how we can be better. That is so essential to any business, to need to improve and to just strive to do better. So we're really honored to introduce the next guest. Keith Ladzinski is a National Geographic photographer, an Emmy-nominated director, and a Canon explorer of light. His work is so varied. You know, he focuses on the natural history, fine art, and advertising campaigns that send him all over the world, including here to New York City and B&H Bild Expo. We are really thrilled to have him here, so let's give a huge thanks to Canon and a huge thanks, a very warm Build main stage welcome to Keith Ladzinski and his presentation, Finding the Story.
Good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. My heart goes out to Peter and his family. That's really tragic, and I am your ringer today, so thanks all for showing up today. Today, 2025 is a very special year for me. It marks 30 years since the moment I bought my first camera, and 20 of which I've been shooting professionally. And it's a job that has completely changed my life, right? Picking up a camera, like all of you know in this room, this is like such friendly fire. This is awesome to be here, talking to all of you camera people. It's changed my life. It's enriched my life. It's taken me around the world. It's given me experiences I never would have had otherwise. But it's also the kind of job that will take its toll on you, right? If you do the type of work that I do. I foolishly like to put myself in the line of fire from time to time. You know, Kodak courage, and you know, this sort of panel here says it all, from storm chasing to, you know, being invited in to photograph a lion inside of a cage, foolishly being like, absolutely, I want to go in there, to, you know, taking rock fall to the face on big wall expeditions, and just a myriad of sort of things that have happened to me over the course of my career. And the crocodile picture in the bottom is really sort of a nice tee up to the first thing I want to talk about. So in 2015 and 2016, I worked on a story for National Geographic about America's national parks. And it was a climate change story where they wanted me to go, not necessarily photograph things that looked sad, but more time capsule photography, things that commemorated the beauty of the parks. And I remember getting awarded this assignment, and I was so excited, for like 2 minutes. I was like, oh, this is going to be amazing. I'm going to go to these beautiful parks, take these great pictures for the magazine. And then it kind of dawned on me, I'm like, these are some of the most photographed things in the country. They've been photographed beautifully for decades, and now I have to go for National Geographic and do something different, right? A place where if you do bring in a picture you're really proud of, like if you get like a golf clap, that's like high praise, right? They've seen everything. So I wanted to take a different approach with how I was going to take these pictures. And so when it came to photographing the Everglades, there's a few things more iconic than the alligator in Everglades National Park. There was a story behind the animal. Ocean sea rise is kind of pushing these things slowly further inland. And so I wanted to take a picture that was like really up close and personal. So I got connected with a biologist that specializes in crocodiles, and we actually went free diving with these animals. I'll show you a video here in just a moment. Well, there was such a profound experience in my life that in 2022, when Canon came out with the R5C, I knew I was like, I want to do that again. I want to go back, and the reason I wanted to go back and do that again is because technology had changed so much. And when you're shooting in the murky water of the Everglades, color grading your video is pretty tricky, especially when you're working with like an H.264 file, something like that. But with this new slick little sort of compact cinema hybrid camera, all of a sudden I could shoot raw video. The Nauticam housing was perfect. It came with an extra space. You could put a giant battery in there, so you could really just go in and just all-day shoot. And so what we did, what the video you're about to see is an amalgam from a little bit of footage from 2016 and mostly footage from 2022. So I can kind of take you on the ride of what the experience was like in the swamp.
The sound of the Everglades in the morning is a buzzing cacophony. This place is alive, both above and below. I'm here to document this incredible ecosystem. This large wetland is actually a slow-moving river. It's about 100 miles long and 60 miles wide. One of my primary motivations on any assignment is to capture a unique photograph that tells the story. And my favorite part of the job is that you gotta go where the photos are. My vision here is to photograph an alligator underwater, something in its natural habitat where it spends so much of its time, which means freediving into the swamp. Something that captures the essence of what life is like in this place. I won't lie, it's a little eerie. These are tough working conditions. It's not exactly inviting. There's so much tannin in the water here that if you brush up against anything, you lose visibility pretty quick. It's an easy place to get disorientated. You gotta stay close to the pack. This place is teeming with alligators. I'm quickly finding that there's life both big and small all around you. One of my favorite feelings is when I know that I'm getting close to that photo I have in my head. There's nothing more special than when the moment comes together. And you bring home a photo that can be shared with the world of an environment that few will ever get to see. That's one of the biggest rewards.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thanks so much. I remember showing that sort of tray of images from the dives to my editor back in 2016, and her reaction. By no means did National Geographic sort of ask me to do that, right? It was foolishly done on my own accord. But I just remember her reaction was like, huh, okay. I will say that working for National Geographic has been a dream come true. It was sort of my hope and dream from the moment I picked up a camera and was subscribing to the magazine and being so inspired by the photos. And having been able to contribute to the magazine since 2012 has been just one of the most enriching parts of anything I've ever been able to sort of contribute to. And part of my job is really working with subcultures, right? People that are specialized in their field. Everything from athletes to paleontologists to scientists, people that focus on the most minute things, like pedantically fall in love with like entomology or dinosaur bones. And these people are the ones that I sort of rely on to do the work that I do, to tell the stories that I do. I'm kind of piggybacking off of their knowledge. And the first subculture that I ever fell in love with was back when I was 12 years old and picked up a skateboard. And skateboarding gave me so much more than I ever thought it would. You know, it was obviously fun, but it taught me about risk-taking. It taught me about basically like hitting the ground and getting back up. It gave me a sense of community. Subcultures have their own language. They have their own energy. The whole thing, it's just like, it's nice to be a part of a cool club. And I think photography is very much that way as well. But what skateboarding taught me when I got a camera, you know, it was the first thing I sort of pointed it at, right? It's this thing I knew. And it taught me how to work quick, because generally speaking, you're setting up all of your equipment and you're getting thrown out by a security guard at some undetermined amount of time, so you have to be fast, right? You're probably trespassing. It taught me how to use off-camera lighting so you could, you know, freeze the action because you're usually working in low light, especially back in the film days. And of course, it taught me about action sports in general. Well, the second subculture I fell in love with happened around 1999. Like any budding photographer, I subscribed to National Geographic magazine, and I remember getting this issue in the mail. It was Storming the Tower, and it was about 4 friends from Cody, Wyoming, that had gotten a National Geographic grant from the society, and they went to the Karakoram Valley, and they did the first ascent of this beautiful rock formation called the Trango Tower. Oh, it's right here. It's kind of tucked off to the side. Neither one of these is obviously my photographs. And so they went and they battled for like 50 days, and it was during a time when India and Pakistan were having a lot of conflict. It's right on the border. They had weather issues, all of these things, but lo and behold, like they just threw their attention and mind to this thing, and they successfully climbed it. And the story and the photographs were so inspiring that I reached out to a friend of mine that rock climbs, and I told him about the story I'd read, and I asked him if he'd take me out climbing. And I quickly fell in love. I started going every chance I possibly could. And growing up in Colorado, you know, there's a lot, there's rocks everywhere and there's climbers everywhere. And so of course I'd be bringing my camera with me. And I started kind of getting a little more immersed into that community and finding people to take photos of. You know, I'd do a pitch, and then I'd take my camera, photograph people that I was meeting. And slowly I started getting invitations to take these like little tiny climbing trips to neighboring states. Like, you know, this is in Utah in the Zion Narrows, which is, you know, this very cool and famous kind of canyon in the park. And all of a sudden, I'm getting to see these places from a new angle, and also getting sort of more ingratiated and getting invitations and sending my pictures out to the trade magazines, etc. And I really quickly realized that climbing is a lot like skateboarding. It's like, do sport, have fun, right? That was sort of like the essence of what rock climbing is. And so I ended up, you know, leaving my job and just throwing all my attention and doing this full time. And it wasn't long before I started like kind of playing around with the different genres of climbing, you know, alpine climbing, ice climbing, you know, and these things started leading into larger expeditions and taking me kind of more further around the world. And over time, I was really fortunate. I would go to all 7 continents and start really like getting invited into bigger and cooler places, learning about places I never knew about, and again, getting cultural vignettes along the way. Even getting to go to Mount Everest and experience what it's like to be in the big Himalaya mountains. And you know, most of us in our lives, we have people and characters that are kind of like pivot points to us. And one of those people in my life was this guy here. This is Mike Lebecki. And Mike is this guy that's like very much like a citizen of the earth, so to speak. He's done expeditions. I think he's done over 100 expeditions, many of them solo. He somehow has figured out a way to raise the money, find these really obscure places, most of which most of us have never heard about. And I got piggybacked onto a climbing trip with him where we went to Greenland, and he and I bonded pretty quickly. And after that moment, you know, we had this really incredible trip. He started inviting me as kind of to be the resident cameraman on a lot of these expeditions. So I started following him all over the world, into Kyrgyzstan and remote islands in the South Pacific, and you know, just these places I had never even heard of in my life. And one of the things I loved about going with Mike was that the trips were fun. It was, yes, climbing, but there was always some kind of shenanigans, right? It was just these loose sort of fun endeavors. And Mike would always bring some just wild card item on every trip. And in this trip here, this was another trip to Greenland. He brought an inflatable slice of pizza. And this guy here, Ethan Pringle, saw this and he said, I'm going to slide down a glacier on that thing. Which is unbelievably reckless because glaciers aren't like soft and pillowy, they're ice. You couldn't hear it, but he's like, come and get me! Like, because that water is as warm as it looks, right? Just a big ice cube. So anyway, in 2012, I got a call from Mike out of the blue. And he said, hey man, I got awarded a grant from National Geographic for $250,000. I pitched this trip to go to interior Antarctica to climb a first ascent down there. Like, there's gonna be 4 of us total. Do you wanna be one of the cameramen? And like, sight unseen, knowing nothing about Antarctica, I was just like, yeah, absolutely, I'm in, right? Not even remotely knowing what I was getting into. Because I had done a fair amount of big wall sort of expeditions at this point, but nothing like what I was about to get into here. But up to this point, my contributions to National Geographic were pretty minimal. I was, contributing to their sister publications like Adventure and Travel, and really just wanting to get in, into the door over there. And so being a part of this expedition was kind of that olive branch. So no matter what, it was going to be a trip of a lifetime, I knew. The trip was, or the crew was here. It was the 4 of us. So you had Michael Becky, who was leading the expedition. He had been to this place before. You had Corey Richards. Corey and I would be basically handling the photography and the filming, the cinematography. And then Freddie Wilkinson, who would be Mike's climbing partner. And thankfully, we all knew one another. So we were going in as friends. There wasn't going to be any weird, like, what's that personality like situation, which is what you don't want if you know you're going to be, like, sharing tents for 2 months, right? That's just, like, not the thing you want. It's the thing you want to avoid. And part of any big expedition is you're typically putting on, like, getting as many sponsors involved as you can, because these things are very expensive. You're trying to get as many bites off the apple, so to speak, as you can. And one of those sponsors happened to be Canon. And they wanted to do a commercial on Corey. And this was all sort of negotiated through National Geographic. So among the many things I had to cover was this objective for Canon. Well, part of that was, 2 cameras had just come out. The 5D Mark III and the 1DX. And so we had our little quiver. This was going to be the camera gear we were going to take down there. They were like definitely leading for DSLR video. So this was a great little system to go down there with and capture all the content that we needed. Now, getting to this place here, this is the Walthat Mountains, is ridiculously complicated. There's no commercial flight that'll sort of take you there, as you could imagine. And these clouds right here that you're seeing, these are lenticular clouds, which I'll actually be talking about more soon. But these clouds here, it takes something like a 240-mile-an-hour wind to basically create this smeared-looking cloud. So when you do see them, that's like a terrible sign, especially if you're like living in a tent. And we saw a lot of them down there. There's a very windy place, which I'll show you shortly. But to get to this part of Antarctica, you actually come in through South Africa. If you want to see the peninsula, you come in from South America, or you come in from sometimes Australia if you want to take a longer boat ride. But for our expedition, we started off here in pleasant South Africa. And I'm not sure if anyone's ever been there, but it's one of the 5 Mediterranean climates on planet Earth. It's lovely, it's pleasant. You're there in October, the weather's great. We're wearing shorts. We have a 5-day window before we're about to take our flight to get down to the Antarctica. And to do that, you work with these groups. There's a Russian military base down there. And so you're taking these big Russian aircrafts to get down there. This is called an Aleutian. And so it's this kind of trippy looking aircraft, right? It looks like the Millennium Falcon in the front. It's from like the 1940s. The jets, the engines are really high up on the wings because it has to land on an ice tarmac. So you board the flight. We had like 1,800 pounds of equipment. We load it all up in cargo. And when you get on, it's very much like a plane you've never been on. The ceilings are super high. There's porta potties for bathrooms in the back, like no plumbing. And the seats are just kind of bolted down. And we're sitting down and like everyone's looking at us like, who are these guys? These are people that are like going to work on a military base, or they're research people. Everyone looks very hardened, right? And so here we are, just like these 4 like climber guys getting ready to sort of piggybacking onto their flight. And the second you arrive down there, your whole world changes, right? You just went from 80-degree climate down to like -20 immediately. They tell you about an hour before, like, to get into your snowsuit, more or less. And as soon as they land, it's just like, get your stuff off immediately, because we have to fuel this plane up and get it back to South Africa, because weather just blows in quite quickly, which it did. Within about 24 hours, of getting all of our equipment sort of like pushed into this little Conex container we'd be sort of base camping in, this little thing here. The storm blew in and we were kind of like more or less hunkered down for the next 5 days. And there's nothing really to do except get your gear organized. And one of the things that they told us to do was like load up everything you do not need onto your next flight, because you need to be ready to go. If we get a weather window, if we get a 10-hour weather window, taking you guys in, we're coming back to the base. So we loaded up everything except for the essentials, right? Your toothbrush and maybe a change of clothes or whatever. And so 5 days later, you know, they've got really sophisticated weather tracking down there. Even this is all back in 2012. And so they said, okay, we've got a window. You've got like probably 24 hours of pretty good, clean weather here. So tomorrow's the day. So we, you know, next day we wake up, we jump on the plane. Now we're flying in. And I had so much anxiety in me, right? We're like seeing the mountain range for the first time. I'm now kind of getting a feel of like how cold it is down there. And I'm thinking like, man, we're gonna be like living in tents in this for like short of 2 months, you know? And watching that airplane fly away is the most like gutting feeling, right? There's like no Ubering out of the situation. And as soon as you land, the first thing we did was we built this giant sort of like igloo without a roof, right? A big wind perimeter, more or less. And so this was going to be Camp 1, a place where we could stage. And within 24 hours, sure enough, a horrific storm kind of blows in. And for like 3 days, we're just like sitting there in the tent. There's nothing to do, right? You just eat. You can eat as anything you want down there. You're just burning calories like nonstop. The walls are falling apart. So basically, you're just sitting inside, like trying to just weather the storm, more or less. And after 3 days, finally, the storm blew through. And our little wall system had been hammered during that time, right? But we knew, like, the idea was to not be on the ice cap. We needed to get into the mountain range. But we didn't really know what we were there to climb. And so the idea was we were going to do a circumnavigation around this chunk of the mountain range, the part we had flown around. We'd seen things from the sky. But now it was time to actually get down on the ground, load up some sleds, and actually do a big ski tour around this thing and find what we were there to climb. Because we were literally going that ground up. We didn't even know what we were going to climb. We just knew there was something. And so we loaded up our sleds the next day. And Mike had brought kites, right? So we could like kite skis. Like, we'll smash this ski tour out really quick. We'll just go like wind driven, right? So we all watch Mike go first. The winds down there are horrendous. And like a slingshot, man, he gets fired into this thing. He gets, I don't even know how far he got until he wrecked, and we're all just like, dude, we're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Let's just put the skins on. This is insane. You can't get hurt down here. There's like, no one's coming to get you, so we just couldn't take any chances. And so we started skiing, and it was like 14 hours of just wind and cold, and finally after that, you know, we were like, okay, we have to set up camp. And we're sitting there, and you know, we had this setting up tents in like 60 miles an hour winds is as fun as it sounds, right? And the only thing we saw, we had to kind of break up the wind. There was this little tiny boulder like sticking out of the ice camp, or the ice cap. And so we set up our tents, and I remember like later that night just laying in bed being like, dude, I am so in over my head right now. There's nothing I can do about it. Like, I have to just basically weather this. If you remember earlier, I said like part of my objective was I had to not only shoot this thing for television, we had this magazine assignment on our hands, but I also had to shoot a commercial of Corey using his Canon camera. And situations like this is where all the storytelling takes place, right? When the weather is the worst, the photos are the best, the video's the best. And I remember we were all just so haggard and so frustrated from the situation we'd just been put through. This is really like night number 1 of what's going to be a very long ski tour. And I remember sitting there and like, as we're all setting everything up, Corey's just like, we're all kind of complaining, right? That's how you get through these things to some degree. And this great rant, Corey.
Camper works. You can huck it in the snow. It's got a lens buried outside the tent right now. That'll work. I'm looking forward to seeing it. That will work. All works. It's just really, 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 really uncomfortable. We're in a tent somewhere in the Waldot range, and we've had a rough night. Got here in this, and it stayed like this all night. We've got about 3-foot drift in our vestibule, the front door of our tent that I had to dig out. And the wind's super high, and we're just trying to get going for the day. Most likely today we're on blue ice, so we can't skin, we can't ski. We have to put crampons on and walk, which is going to be unpleasant. But, you know, this is what it is, and it makes shooting hard, and it makes living really hard. For some reason, I keep coming back to do it.
That is really what you feel like down there. Hey, thanks. Thank you. I can't tell you how many times I've been like, what am I doing? Like, this is an insane way to make a living, but it's so fun somehow. It's type 2 fun. It's great. It's great when you think about it later. And to make matters worse, that night, Corey was like biting into like a Cliff Bar and just snapped one of his teeth. This poor guy for the next like 47 days had to sort of like, you know, go around like that. But the next 5 days was basically like, you know, move camp, load everything up, hard ski tours, very three-dimensional landscape. You're either skinning on skis or you're putting crampons on and you're just kind of crunching up, you know, across this frozen landscape. Because the idea is we still needed to find our climbing objective, right? So you'd set up camp, and then you would just do these big, arduous hikes into the, you know, to the lower parts of the mountains and use your lenses, use binoculars, trying to find like, okay, what are we going to actually climb here? And on the final day, you know, it was 5.5 days in, the winds were finally calm enough to get the kites up, and we started, you know, I think we were like 15 miles from like base camp. And getting back to like normal base camp was highly motivating. It's where all the good food was. There's a little bit of booze, right? Which we were all like, I could use a drink. And so the motivation was high to get back to camp. Well, as we got closer, camp started looking like different than when we had left it.
After that recon to look for routes, getting back to our camp, it was ravaged. The katabatic winds had come in and just had its way with our camp and destroyed it. A couple of the tents that we'd left set up were completely covered by spindrift snow. Poles broken, tents collapsed. Without us there to maintain it, it was destroyed.
The crazy thing is it hasn't snowed an inch since we've been here. That's all wind-driven snow. So, pretty savage.
And so that was a fun 18 hours after you are just exhausted from what you just been through to basically unbury everything. But the ski tour was successful. We sort of had found the objective, which you can see in Mike's reflected glasses right here of those 2 towers. We had chosen to do the biggest one there, which I'll show you here shortly. The next thing to do now that we've established where we wanted to go is to take all of that stuff and now move it closer to, you know, the objective itself. So for 4 days, we moved all of our equipment closer and closer. We moved it into the talus field, which is actually a much more pleasant situation because it was still windy, but you weren't dealing with spindrift, and you could actually find a little bit of shelter amongst the boulders. And so we found a nice spot it was about an 1.5-hour hike to the actual tower, which is the one on the right here. But we'd have to do that commute every day when the weather was permitting, but we were a lot more snug and happy down here. If you look down here, you can see Corey just sort of walking, just to give you a small sense of scale, but this is about 2,200 feet, you know, from here all the way up to the summit, and we took this line here right up the arete. And from there, it was just a rinse and repeat process. It was just like when the weather was good, we'd throw ourselves to the wall, you'd go as high as you can, you'd fix ropes, you'd rappel down, you'd go back to base camp, you know, if the weather was bad, you'd deal with it. If it wasn't, you'd just fuel up and you'd go back the next day. What you're looking at right here, this laser does kind of work. You see these little like bits right there, that's bird poop, right? The only thing down there is 3 different species of birds. The ice cap's way out here to get water, which was for everything, right? Not only to stay hydrated, but all your meals are dehydrated. You'd have to kind of walk around the talus field and like find whatever snow you could. And there was plenty of it, but you know, you're just kind of scooping it in. And then I remember after like the first, second day, you're like looking at your water and there's like some funky film on there and you're like, ugh. And then you realize like, it's bird poop. And it was either this morning's poop or from like the Jurassic period poop, because everything is just like in a tomb down there, right? It's all embalmed. And you stop caring real quick because poopy water is not the biggest concern when you're dealing with other things like katabatic winds and rockfall and things along those lines. And so we would just get back on the wall and like repeat this process, and every now and then a storm would blow in and you just deal with that for like 3 and 4 days. But the visuals and the capture were so great, right? This was really, really gritty stuff. And as a photographer, that's what you're hoping for. As a filmmaker, that's the stuff you're looking for. And this thing, we threw everything we had at this particular climb. And over the course of our trip there, we were successful and actually were able to climb it. So I'll show you a quick little vignette of what this looked like.
This is one of the most challenging environments for a climber you can visit anywhere on planet Earth.
When I come out here on an expedition to climb a first descent, I know there's going to be fear. It's going to be scary. Without fear, I think it wouldn't be safe.
The consequences of falling just about on every section of this climb were definitely severe.
That was a huge rock fall.
A big part of the game is approaching these unclimbed, unexplored mountains and looking for the most creative, the coolest way to get to the top. This expedition is about going to one of the last mountain frontiers on terrestrial Earth. It'll be spicy for sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. You know, it was something that didn't hit me at the time. It actually took years later when I was kind of reflecting back on that trip that the very story that inspired me to get into rock climbing was about 4 friends that had gotten a National Geographic Society grant and went and thrown themselves at a tower, this objective. And for me, I had this sort of full circle moment, and it was such an honor to get my first assignment for the magazine to sort of be done under those terms, which was pretty surreal. Now, speaking of bad weather, the last thing I want to talk about, sorry, I keep looking at the clock to make sure I have enough time, is storm chasing. So I grew up in Colorado Springs. It's kind of the last stop in Tornado Alley. It's right where the Great Plains turn into the mountains, and it's where the storms kind of either come down from or they kind of like end and stop because of the mountains. And so early on in my, back in my film days, I was always attracted to photographing these lightning storms and these things that would just sort of show up, but I'd never really storm chased officially. And so in 2018, I had an opportunity to go out with a group of people and actually officially storm chase. And in 2022, I've been going every year since, but in 2022, when the R5C came back, I went back and did a campaign for Canon around it. Again, this being like the almighty sort of compact cinema photo camera, right, to accomplish that. And in 2018, the group I went with was these 5 people here. It was Nick Moyer on your left, Toby Pike, myself, Crystal Wright, and Skip Armstrong. And we were all sort of under the watchful eye of Nick Moyer, who you can tell is a really rational guy, right? And actually, Nick is a very safe storm chaser, but he's a lot of fun. He's from Australia. He's the chief photographer at the Sydney Morning Herald, and really, really does know his stuff. But we all sort of rendezvoused in Dallas, Texas, and I knew everybody else there except for Nick. And getting off the plane, like it's this guy that just has endless energy. Like he just gotten off of a 24-hour travel sequence, and he's like, "All right, there's a storm 3 hours," and he's like rallying us all. And we're like, "Okay, let's whatever you say, man." We get in the car, and he takes us to this giant dust storm. He's like, "There's a dust storm up there. Should we make for some really beautiful photos?" We're like, "All right, dude, you're the boss, man. You're in charge." So remember, we drive like 3 hours up, into this spot, and we just pull over on the side of the road, and he's like, "All right, let's go." So we jump out of the car. There's like zero visibility, right? And there's this debris flying through the air. And we're all just shooting photos like, this is madness, man. I remember at one point, like on the ground, it's like as bad as Antarctica winds, and I just feel Nick on my shoulder, and he's like screaming something that I can't hear. And we're sitting there sort of, just trying to document this thing, but making no sense of what's going on here. We're like, this is storm chasing, I guess? But the visuals were incredible. It was this like apocalyptic kind of like Blade Runner scene, right? And so I'm there for photos, right? So I'm like, this is actually pretty cool. But after we got out back in the car, we're like, dude, like eyeglasses, like safety, what should we just, there should be more to this than just jumping out of the car. But it was really just Nick's excitement. Now, we didn't know what to do and what to make of anything, and we would just like follow Nick's lead. He'd be like, okay, take this highway. We'd be in the car for 8 hours at a time. Next thing you know, you're pulling over. You'd get out. You're looking at all the clouds around. It's really beautiful and visual, but you're expecting like, we'd never done this for like, is a tornado gonna just fall out of the sky right here? I have no idea. All of a sudden, Nick would be like, run! And you see no tornado. You're like, why are we running? Well, in this case here, it would be like hail, like things that he knew was probably going to come. And so anyway, the whole first 3-4 days were really chaotic. But Nick clearly knew what he was doing. He was easily navigating us into beautiful lightning storms, wild clouds, tornadoes, and he was actually safe too. He was one of these guys that didn't want to get underneath the tornado. You know, Nick has kids, I have kids. It's, you know, there's certain risks I just can't take anymore, and so chasing with Nick was really, really fun. I've continued to do that ever since. And as the years have rolled by, you know, I've really fallen more in love with, you know, it's great to see tornadoes, it's great to see lightning, all that stuff is really cool, but you get this sort of vignette of the American West, of the Great Plains, places we sort of disrespectfully call the flyover states, right? It's like the heartland of America, and you get to see it under really, really interesting, you know, terms, like old forgotten towns that had a bustling economy at some time. You know, Midland, Texas, places where there's oil refineries, and it's just so apocalyptic under these skies. And you're just constantly seeing lightning, like everywhere you go. First year we went, we drove over 8,000 miles on that one trip. And every year, you know, it's a multi-thousand-mile road trip because you are quite literally looking for the correct storms that have shape and structure to them. And what I love about it is the people you meet along the way. These people that live in these areas, they all have a story. I started, you know, over the years bringing prints. I'll just take prints of some of my old, you know, from storm chasing in the past and giving them people, getting interviews with them, and sort of collecting these images. You meet storm chasers along the way. Again, it is a subculture, and I love subcultures, and this is very much one of them. Now, the way it all works is, you know, here in the out in the Great Plains, we get 87% of the world's tornadoes. And it all has to do with sort of what you're seeing here, right? Down in the southeast, you've got more moist air. You've got desert dry air coming up from the southwest. You've got cold dry air coming in off from Canada or off the Rocky Mountains. And then you've got a lot of, it's like very wet out in here where we grow most of our food. With a cocktail of all of those elements and heat, you know, when you go in the springtime when it's really warm out, it creates convection. And so this is a giant supercell storm. This is actually photographed off of my deck at home. You see these things out east all the time, this time of year. And these are all the products of convection, and what that is when hot air hits the ground, it just starts sucking moisture up, right? So you get warm air that's rising, and as it gets higher and higher, it collides with cold air, pushes cold air down. So you get this engine, right, this up and down. And when it starts going really high and you get into the jet stream, or when the jet stream's kind of lower, you get these harsh horizontal winds. And what it does is it takes that up and down engine, starts rotating it onto its side. And so we're looking for storms that are rotating, right? Tornadic mesocyclone type storms. And from a distance, you see these incredible cumulus clouds. The backdrops are outrageous. These poor animals have to just withstand this all year or all throughout the season. But as you drive into these weather systems, you quite literally start to feel like you're underwater, under like a crashing wave, which in a way you are. You can see all that pressure kind of pushing down. This time lapse will tell a better story. And you can see it looks like a wave, right? Just kind of pushing over the top of you. Here, I got to speed things up a little bit here. But what we're trying to find are structures like this, right? You can see the shape and the spin of what's going on here. And oftentimes the quickest way to get in front of a storm, because you know it's moving. These things are moving at 40 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour. They're just moving at a specific rate. And what you sometimes have to do to outpace it is to do what's called a core punch. So you might just drive straight through the center of this thing, and it's so loud and wet and hailish that you can barely hear yourself talk. You're screaming in the car to communicate. But as soon as you get out of that really wet spot and you're trying to get onto the dry line of things, you start to see the structure. And as you get even further out, you're seeing even more and more structure. And you're starting to see, like, oh, wow, this is a beautiful mesocyclone storm. And when you get to the appropriate distance on the dry side of things, this is what you see. You see these, like, this is obviously a time lapse, so you see these rotating monsters, really. And from a deep, deep distance, I mean, these things are just these giant storms. And if I punch in here to the next one, that little speck up there, that's like a commercial airline. It's like a 747 or something. These are giant, giant storms. And of course, we're always hoping to see tornadoes, right? It's like being on safari and hoping to see a leopard. And the way tornadoes happen, you know, you've got this spinning system. You can see here, this is an inflow band right here. It's like a vacuum, like sucking in moisture. When that pressure gets pushed down far enough and they make contact, you get a tornado, right? That's when things get connected to the ground and this thing just starts whipping up. You get lightning. There's some of the most spectacular things to see. Sometimes you get double tornadoes if you're lucky. There's this bird right here. This is a northern harrier. It was actually hunting. Because all the mice and everything is like running for its life from the tornado. And this bird was smart enough to be like, oh, this is a great opportunity. But the visuals they're outrageous, you know, which is why you go. It's why I do most of the things I do to tell these stories, but also to just, I'm addicted to looking for beautiful, wild things on planet Earth. And of course, they're wildly destructive. And sometimes photographing the destruction, I love this photo here. The whole town was flooded, and these kids were just out there being like, splash us, you know, they could care less, which is exactly what they should be doing. They're kids, you know. But what we forget is that, you know, the Midwest has been so changed from agriculture and it's things we need as human beings. But these are ecosystems that they are designed to withstand this type of volatile weather. It brings life. And every day, you're greeted with some unbelievable sunset at the end of the day. Your adrenaline is purged. You've been just chasing things all day. But the day isn't truly over until you found the last restaurant open. You never know where you're going to end up on any given occasion. And the last hotel that has actually space to take you for the night. So with that, I think I have just enough time here. I'll show you a quick video that I made in 2022 for Canon with the R5C.
Out here, life stretches as far as the eye can see. Most who pass through probably don't think much of it, seeing only oil derricks and endless green fields. Uninterested in its layered stories. Most mornings, the skies are calm, and the landscape is quiet. But when polite clouds begin to gather and spin, slowly blackening out the sun, and you feel the temperature drop like you just stepped foot into an icebox, there's an invisible force at play here. One that'll give you a glimpse into the supernatural. Often see only tragedy in the raw forces of the wild. But the Great Plains are a paradox. A symphony of chaos and beauty. Life-giving destruction onto a parched landscape. For those who witness this raw power of nature, we'll never see the skies the same.
Thank you so much. This has been a treat. I think we have...
Let's come on, one more time. Up, 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 up. Come on, this was amazing. Amazing. Who here wants to go on an adventure with this guy? Right? Keith, you rock it. I'm kind of scared to go on an adventure with you, but I kind of want to.
You're always invited.
All right,
Dave.
all right,
You're
all
always
right.
invited.
Excellent,
Yeah.
excellent. All right, so folks, we have time for some questions. So we have Kyle here coming around with the mic. Raise your hand, and we'll get to you. If we have about 5 minutes for the Q&A, Keith will be, afterwards, Keith will go right on outside, and there's a speaker meet and greet area to continue the conversation afterwards.
Absolutely.
All right?
Wow. You've just given new meaning to the word adventure for me.
Oh, thank you.
That was incredible. And I wanted to ask 2 brief questions, if I could. The first one about being in the Everglades. I presume you talked to the biologists quite a bit about how to interpret crocodiles' behavior. Like when you get that close, did they tell you when it's really going to come after you and when you can get closer?
They did. Now, this is going to sound crazy. This is the question I get all the time. But of all the crocodilian species, the North American alligator is the least aggressive. It's not to say they aren't
not crocodiles.
aggressive.
Sorry.
But they, what this person's advice was, his name is Chris Gillette, was that, when you approach a predator, like when you lock eyes with the predator in general, that's a sign of aggression. And you see like 2 lions doing that, 2 alligators doing that, whatever. So typically speaking, most predators, they hunt periphery, right? They lock onto their prey, but as soon as their prey sees them, they kind of hunt with the side eye. Right. So when you approach something like predator to predator, if you're considering us that, it's like a sign of aggression. So what these alligators would do, because you have to remember there'd be like 3 of us, they would typically they would drop down to the bottom of the ground, and they would go into like camouflage mode where they wouldn't even move. And so when Chris would read the signs like this one feels pretty non-aggressive. It's just trying to basically be like it doesn't want any confrontation here. So that we would really be selective as to which alligators we would approach, and it was based off of his advice, which was like this one's not aggressive. So he would approach really slowly.
Okay.
And and hope.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say about the climbing and with the camera. I mean, superhuman. That's all.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yep. Oh, you just click.
What's going on, man?
How's it going?
Amazing piece, right? Amazing piece. So I have a simple question, couple of questions. When you were in the snow, I'm assuming that you shot like 60 frames, raw, and then you color matched in post. How do you decide what you're capturing while you're filming?
I mean, when you're filming anything that's kind of on the documentary side of things, you're rolling a lot heavier than you necessarily need, right? Your yield at the end of that is a percentage because you just kind of don't know what you may or may not be getting. You know when to roll, like it's a terrible storm here, this is usable content, you know you're gonna get it. But generally speaking, I think you shoot a lot of things that you just hope might evolve into something more. Like the amount of climbing footage that was unused is unreal, right? You're just doing these long, hold the roll, you're just setting it up on a tripod or you're sitting there filming it off of the rope, whatever you have to do. But at the end of the day, everything comes out in the edit, but you're filming a lot. You know, I don't know if you work in the doc space, it's that the problem with that is how much you film, right? Yeah, and it's almost like the answer is when is enough enough? It's not. You know what I mean? You have to deal with that later, which is the difference between working off of something that's scripted versus like when you're like waiting for the story to evolve. So, man, I'd have to look back, but there was just gigabytes of hours of footage, right? Probably 80 hours of footage turns into like a 22-minute television episode. So, yeah, it's wish there was a better answer to that, man. But a lot of times it's like you do know, like this means something, right? We've got a destroyed base camp, whatever. But then there's other times where you're just rolling, being like, maybe the rock's gonna break, and sometimes it does, and other times you're like, well, that was a waste of battery. So yeah, of course.
Hello. When has the family said enough is enough? You done did too. Please stop. We don't care how far you are from the tornado. It's not far enough.
It's a great question. So I have a 5-year-old. I have really sort of eased up on a lot of the dangerous stuff that I used to do. I say no to more jobs these days than I certainly used to. But again, the idea is not to go in there and like risk your life. The idea is to go in there and be as safe as possible and capture something. You know, I'm relying on the people I'm with. I'm relying on my own personal experience as well. When I storm chase, the most dangerous thing is typically lightning, you know, which is something that's harder to manage, but you can manage it if you set up your cameras and then you just sit in the car. That's, you know, that's a grounded situation. A car can get struck by lightning actually quite safely. So there's you just kind of managing the situation to the best of your ability.
I think we're good. We're good. Yep. All right. Let's make it quick. Yep. One last question, then we'll go outside.
Going back to your skateboarding days, photography, which I think is awesome. You're using really wide lenses on those because you're wanting to show people the space and where they're at, where they're landing, and all that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah.
So is that basically your thought process with rock climbing, all that? Because you want to see that scope of how huge things are. Those.
Right.
Angles.
It is. Generally speaking, I mean, if you want to give a sense of space, right, and get an intimate wide, I would say a lot of climbing is shot on the wider side of things. But then there are those wild athletic moves where sometimes you do want to compress it. But I think the thought process from going from skateboarding into rock climbing, there was a lot of translation that was similar. The breakdown was the same in a lot of ways, right? Because you do want to feel how high you are. You do want to see the beauty of nature behind whatever the person's doing. So it's probably like, for me, it was always like 80% of this was probably wide angle work really close to the subject. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you again.
This is a treat.
Warm welcome. Thank you, Keith. Really appreciate it again. Again, he'll be right outside. Give him about 5 minutes. He'll be right outside to continue the conversation. Folks, the chairs do have seat belts. You might want to buckle up because, again, jam-packed day. And starting at the hour at 11 o'clock, we've got Lauren Walsh, Amy Vitale, Christine Mittermeier, and Frans Lanting, photographers for the planet, storytelling to save our world. righty, folks, come on in, grab a seat. Our next session here brings together 4 photographic giants who have dedicated their careers to documenting and protecting our planet. Join Lauren Walsh, Amy Vitale, Cristina Mittermeier, and Frans Lanting for Photographers for the Planet, storytelling to save our world. Let's give a warm welcome. Please bring them on. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabe. I'm going to start off with a big thanks to B&H for hosting Bild Expo and this panel, where we're going to be thinking about, yes, thinking about and looking at our planet. I am Lauren Walsh. I'm the moderator for this session. I'm a professor at NYU and the founding director of the Gallatin Photojournalism Intensive. I'm also the director of the Lost Worlds America Photography Archive, and I'm a specialist in the photojournalistic documentation of conflict and crisis. A few statistics, just to set the tone for this session. 2024 was the hottest year on record. 99% of people breathe toxic air. 1 in 9 deaths worldwide are due to air pollution. And over the last century and a half, the global average sea level has risen over 8 inches. You may or may not have known those statistics before I just gave them to you, but you do know, we all know, that our planet, our climate, our oceans face staggering realities, huge challenges. And for many of us, this can be stress-inducing, anxiety-provoking, nerve-wracking, overwhelming, even paralyzing, right? What can I do to make a difference in something so vast? And those are understandable feelings, but those are not the approaches that the 3 individuals who are sitting here with me have taken in their work. They have met the challenge. They have said, I will find ways to make change. I will raise awareness. I will have impact. So 3 visions, 3 unique and illustrious careers are sitting with me on the stage. And they have decided to meet this challenge not through the nerve-wracking approach, but by saying, I will take pictures, I will document, it will be vivid, lyrical, poetic imagery that will force audiences like us to stop and listen and look and learn and care. So that's the approach we're going to take in this session today. And what I'd like to do is introduce these 3 panelists. To my left, Amy Vitale is a renowned National Geographic photographer and filmmaker whose journey began in conflict zones where she witnessed how environmental destruction drives human suffering. These early experiences shaped her deep understanding of the interconnection between ecological and humanitarian crises, a theme that continues to define her work. Today, Amy focuses on telling the stories of individuals living on the front lines of war, climate change, and extinction. She illuminates the fragile balance between humanity and nature, connecting local conservation efforts to a wider global significance. Amy is the founder and executive director of Vital Impacts, a nonprofit that harnesses the power of art to inspire young people to become agents of change. Vital Impacts has raised over $5 million for critical conservation initiatives, and Amy has been named an honorary fellow of the Royal Photographic Society, has received the Lucy Humanitarian Award and the Missouri Honor Medal for Distinguished Service in Journalism. Welcome, Amy. Cristina Mittermeier, or Mitty, as many know her, is a visionary photographer, marine biologist, and lifelong conservationist. she stands as a formidable force in the realm of environmental advocacy. She was born and raised in Mexico, and as a photographer and activist, has dedicated her life to protecting. Sorry, we should be looking at work by her while I read this.
That's okay.
No. Has dedicated her life to protecting the natural world and the rights and sovereignty of Indigenous people. In 2014, she co-founded the nonprofit Sea Legacy to protect the Earth's oceans and benefit biodiversity through storytelling and advocacy. Christina's work has been exhibited in museums around the world and been published in hundreds of magazines, including National Geographic, Time, and the Men's Journal. She's been honored with many awards, including the 2016 Imaging Award for Photographers Who Give Back. Along with her partner, photographer Paul Nicklin, she was named one of National Geographic's Adventurers of the Year and is nominated for the 2025 Emmys for the National Geographic series, Photographer. Please welcome Cristina. And last but not least, Frans Lanting is a celebrated Dutch photographer. Take two. Frans Lanting is a celebrated Dutch photographer. He did pioneering work in Madagascar, where he documented wildlife and indigenous traditions never before photographed. His work in the Okavango Delta is credited with inspiring a surge in conservation efforts in Botswana. His photographs, whether of emperor penguins, rainforest ecology, the nearly extinct Asiatic cheetah, puffins in the North Atlantic, and well beyond, have been featured in publications around the world. He has received numerous awards and honors throughout his career, including many World Press Photo Awards, BBC Wildlife Photographer of the Year, the Sierra Club's Ansel Adams Award, a fellowship with the Royal Photographic Society, and induction to the Royal Order of the Golden Ark from the Netherlands. Woo! Woo!
Thank you.
I believe I should be calling you Sir Frans. He has also launched the Bay of Life Project, a multifaceted effort coordinated with writer Christine Ekstrom to document and celebrate the rich biodiversity of Monterey Bay, California. Please welcome Frans.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I would like to start off with a few questions. We're going to run this kind of an organic conversation, and I'll pitch some questions to our panelists. Amy, let me start off with you. As I mentioned in the bio, you began your work in conflict zones. I believe you were in Gaza and Kashmir, where you lived, if I'm not incorrect. And then you took a turn towards conservation photography. Was there a moment that inspired that turn? And has that shift shaped or influenced the way you practice photography?
Thank you. First, thank you for creating this panel, and it's a privilege to be here. I think back then I had been covering these conflicts all over the globe. My world was basically turned into a horror show. And it wasn't one moment. I was just really raw. And it was in that moment that I began to understand so much of these conflicts. At the backdrop of nearly every one of them was the natural world, our environment, and the breakdown of our environment, whether it's loss of fertile lands, loss of clean water, that leads to human suffering and conflict. And I realized that I was leaving out so much of the story by only focusing on the violence and the conflicts themselves, and that I really needed to do a 180 and talk about what we're doing to this world, but also where are the solutions? Because I also was realizing they're all around us. There's amazing people on the front lines of almost every single issue, and that by using photography and storytelling and our to amplify this work, you can actually help create change.
Thank you. I mean, I think the question that I'm going to follow up with for Cristina grows from this. And it's probably a question I could ask of any one of you on the stage, but you get it. And what I want to say is many of you work in spaces where you're witnessing destruction, degradation, suffering, I would say sometimes it is due to maybe human ignorance. Other times you're witnessing the effects of human greed, if not corruption, right? Playing out in the environment. That said, when I look at your photographs, and I'm sure I'm not the only one in this room, I have a different experience. I see joy, resilience, innovation, beauty. Is that intentional, and if so, why?
Thanks for that question, Lauren, and it is an honor to be here with this panel. When I started photographing, I think the photography that we do comes from a deep place of empathy. And so I not only care about the natural world, I care about the rights of women, I care about war zones. I mean, I just feel the pain of the world. And I listen to great leaders that have fought in spaces like the civil rights movement. And I remember the famous speech by Dr. Martin Luther King. And, you know, the choice is presented. Do we make images of the horror? Because those can create a reaction of recoil and rejection from the audience, or do we do something else? And Martin Luther King didn't start the famous speech by saying, I have a nightmare. He said, I have a dream. And Winston Churchill said it as well. You know, we go to war not because we want to kill each other, but because we have an ideal of what the world should be. So for me, my photography is that, you know, what is the aspiration of the planet that I would love to inhabit, and a reminder that it's still here. You know, we have to look a little harder these days, but the animals are still out there, and there's still a lot of indigenous knowledge, and we still have an incredible opportunity to do something about it. So that's why the photography focuses on that.
Thank you. And I'm going to follow up, Frans, with a question, again, growing from what Cristina was just saying about what some of her inspirations have been and how this affects her photography. I'm going to take you a little further back. I have been told that you have lived with seabirds for months at a time, that you camped with tortoises inside a volcano, and have tracked lions, and I'm pretty sure there are a lot of other adventures in there. What initially inspired you to go into photography, and particularly environmental photography, and into some very remote places?
Yeah, I was born and raised in the Netherlands, and I've always had a passion for nature, but I could never imagine that you could make a living spending time with animals in remote places like you just described. So I was actually trained as an environmental economist before I became a photographer, and that taught me how to look at the world analytically. My goal, my academic goal, was to establish a value for nature using economic science. And then I became a photographer, and I had to cultivate another side of my brain, because if you want to live with animals and document them on their own terms, you have to operate in a more intuitive manner. You have to humble yourself and let them do what they want to do before you can get into their world. So I cultivate both sides of my brain. If you want to be a photographer, you have to learn everything about your camera and everything about the business of photography, which is complex enough. But then when we enter into the natural world, and that is one of the many things that the three of us share, you have to become empathetic. And it doesn't matter whether you're working with animals or with people, they're all individuals.
On this note of empathy and being humble, Amy, I'm going to ask you a question about the northern white rhinos. So you have been documenting the northern white rhinos for 16 years. This is an extremely rare and intimate dedication to a story. And for those who don't know, the northern white rhinos, there are only 2 alive left on the face of the earth. Both are female. Right, so there are 2 individuals left in this species. A few years back, the last remaining male northern white rhino, his name was Sudan, passed away. And as I understand, Amy, you were there for his final moments. And I'm going to rope this into what you were saying about empathy and being humble, because you are now in a space that is so precious, right? The last male northern white rhino ever. And you were granted the access to be there and among the rangers who were caring for him. This must have also, in addition to being special, been kind of devastating at the same time, right? Extreme loss. How do you move forward in the face of loss like that?
You know, I'm still raw about it every single time I think about it. And it was the most heartbreaking moment and sacred. And the thing I remember so much about that day was it wasn't just the loss of, you know, this, it actually signaled the loss of a species, but also the loss of this beautiful individual that these keepers had a relationship with. We all did. And it just felt like we were losing part of our world, right? And it was that haunting silence that I remember most. It was like foreshadowing what our world is going to be like. But the other piece of the story is there was also, you know, as I look back on it, so much hope too. Hope because the people that were sitting beside him as he passed away are also the same individuals who are doing everything they can to bring this species back from extinction. And they're getting very close. I don't think science is going to save us, but it just showed me that there's so many remarkable people on this planet fighting for what's left. I'm sitting amongst some of them here. But also, you know, the last thing is just the power of what all of us do here. That single image, it ignited passion. It woke people up all across the planet. I happened to be in China right after and was in the streets doing street photography, and we were showing people pictures so they knew who I was, and everybody knew what that photo was. They saw it. It raised millions and millions of dollars, kept conservancies going through the pandemic, that one story. And so I realized, like, what we all do here is so powerful. And it's important not to just show the horrors, but also wherein lies the hope. And that really can spark great change.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know you said we can't entirely rely on science, but correct me if I'm wrong. They have preserved sperm from the male northern white rhino, and they have eggs harvested from one of the remaining female northern white rhinos, and are trying to implant fertilized embryos into another species of rhino to carry to term what will be a genetically 100% northern white rhino.
That is correct. There's a little more genetic diversity. It's not just one male. And then just quickly, because everybody asked this question about, but will there be enough genetic diversity? And actually, the southern white rhino went through the same bottleneck. They almost went extinct over 100 years ago. They were down to a small herd. Some people, they don't know exactly how many, maybe 20, maybe 40, all from the same genetic bottleneck. And now, you know, they had a population of as high as 21,000. So it's possible. These things are possible.
True. Thank you. See, I told you it would be inspiring. Cristina, let's take us to the oceans. And I'm just going to give you a very open, tell us about Sea Legacy.
So Amy, Frans, and I come from a tradition of photojournalism, working with incredible editors. Elizabeth Chris from National Geographic is here. People like that made our careers. And, you know, the privilege of working for a magazine like that, our peers, people like Keith Ladzinski, it was a family. But Paul and I, my husband and I, you know, both worked in the magazine, worked with conservation in other areas, noticed that there was a very significant absence of storytelling from the ocean. Because it's the largest ecosystem on our planet, it's so difficult to access. And when you have cultivated a set of skills that allows you to be able to tell those stories, we felt like we were responsible for doing that. So we slowly pulled away from doing stories on assignment from National Geographic and decided to start our own nonprofit to shine the spotlight on the heroes in the front lines, the people that are protecting the sea turtles or collecting trash on the beaches or replanting corals. And a friend of mine, Nicole Helgeson, I see you sitting there, ocean gardeners in the middle of nowhere in Indonesia, training local people to replant coral reefs. I mean, these people are holding the avalanche of destruction and their work is almost always invisible. People don't know about it, and because they don't know about it, they cannot support it and contribute to it. So that's what we do. We shine our light, our spotlight on their work, because that's the job.
Literally making it visible through the images that you're showing us.
Exactly. And you know, raising a lot of money, raising a lot of awareness, getting the media interested, corporate support, all of it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work, but you know, we'll carry on doing it.
And if people want to learn more about Sea Legacy, where can...
So Sea Legacy is a Canadian charity. We sealegacy.org, and you know, we've been doing it for a long time and learned a lot about it. I think one of the things that really holds us back is the lack of fundamental funding for storytelling in general. We all know that it's incredibly important, but the work that we do, the work that photographers out there do, is expensive, it's dangerous. There's not always a predictable return on investment. You know, it's very difficult to have KPIs, so it's difficult to fund us. And it's been a challenge to fund Sea Legacy, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, you would think that's such a beautiful, bright brand, and I'm sure you have the same experience with Vital Impacts. You know, it's a constant hustle. It's a grind of raising money for this thing that we all depend on. And if it's difficult for us, imagine how difficult it is for the small mom and pop conservancy in the middle of nowhere. So my request, the gift that you all can give to the world is pick anything, penguins, fish, rhinos, it doesn't matter what it is, and just donate handsomely to the people in the front lines. Stop asking questions about the overhead and how much the CEO gets paid. It's a distraction. Our natural world is in serious trouble. Just in the next 10 years, please donate handsomely.
Frans, I'm going to ask you about one of your major projects, Bay of Life. You may recall in the slideshow, you saw a few slides of buses. And I'm going to kind of roll it over to you to talk to us about Bay of Life.
Sure. First of all, I think one of the many things that unites Amy and Cristina and me is a belief that it's easier to lure people into believing that a better world is possible is if you give them hope. Hope is a really important empowering principle. And we didn't invent that idea. Some of our greatest heroes, from Sylvia Earle to Jane Goodall, who are in their 90s now, are still driven by that same principle. Mm-hmm. There is a better world possible. So after many years of documenting the world for National Geographic and other organizations and profiling wild animals and wild places, we decided to come home and to embrace Monterey Bay, where Christine Ekstrom, my wife and partner, just like Cristina and Paul are partners in life and work, we decided to embrace Monterey Bay because it's a story of hope. Yeah, it's the biggest hotspot of biodiversity in all of North America, but 100 years ago, it was a disaster zone. There were no redwoods left in the hills, and there were no whales left in the bay. It had been plundered, like so many other places in North America during the 19th century, and it's driven by the same principles that we are witnessing around the world. Short-term profit motives, not balanced out by a government or other entities that need to look out for society as a whole. So Monterey Bay is a hope spot because it's bounced back, but not just because of the resilience of nature. People really banded together and made it happen. With a success formula, there's always one or two crazy people who lead the way, yes, who do not take no for an answer. And in the case of Monterey Bay, it was a grumpy photographer who banded together with a visionary female journalist who worked for a local newspaper, and they became the catalyst. And they rallied philanthropists and politicians and scientists around themselves. And that is how the beginning of the environmental movement in Central California got started. They helped establish the first redwood park in the state of California.
Who was the photographer?
Pardon?
Who was the photographer?
Andrew Hill.
Ah.
So, and it rolled on from there. And what we've seen in Monterey Bay the last 50 years is extraordinary. The place is as vibrant as it used to be. And again, not because it happened automatically, people really made it happen. So we wanted to document this place not just for a global media company. We wanted to make the story relevant for the people who live and work there. So we decided to produce it independently so that we would control the story and own all the rights, because we wanted to give the pictures and everything else away, just like Cristina and Paul do, to share them with local nonprofits. And that's led to a new school curriculum that we're sharing with all the kids in Santa Cruz County. And it's also led to this bus campaign. You saw a picture flash by. We partnered with our local mass transit district, and we wrapped 30 buses with images from Monterey Bay, and they're circulating throughout our community. And it's one of the most gratifying things I've ever done in my career. Because when you publish a story or a book for a global media company, you know, you wonder, does it really touch people? And what is the feedback? I cannot go to a local grocery store without people referring to the buses. When is the next one? What is your favorite? And so on. So, thank you. The lesson for you all is this. If you want to make a difference with your photography, and I know many of you believe in that principle, learn from Cristina and from Amy, but consider doing something locally. Because it's expensive to go to Africa or Antarctica, and there's enough photographers and filmmakers operating there with big budgets. But everybody has a local community, and you are the expert at finding the partnerships to get the pictures to work for a larger cause. So a couple of things, and then I'll stop talking. If you believe in that principle of making a difference, consider it's not the pictures that you need to think about. It is what you want to do with the pictures and who you partner with and what are the goals you want to achieve. And then you become a campaigner. You're no longer a photographer, and I'll warn you, there's a lot of work involved, and a lot of it is not very glamorous. It took us 15 years from the moment I took that picture of a mountain lion getting killed by a car on Highway 17 before that underpass was built, and now the mountain lions are circulating.
It's a long time.
Yeah. So think of yourself not as an individual photographer, but think of yourself as somebody who can be a catalyst if you're crazy and stubborn enough, and then become part of a team of like-minded individuals. Go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. That in a way, the day you decide to do this work, you put on an invisible superhero suit, and you stop being a photographer. You become an ambassador, a spokesperson, an advocate, and it's so rewarding.
Totally. Can I add
Yeah,
to
I want you to jump in on that.
So I actually believe there's like little islands of hope, and we all need to connect and support each other. And I just want to give a quick shout out to anybody interested in this space. That's why I created Vital Impacts. And right now we're giving out $50,000 in grants, and it has to be local, and it has to be environmentally based with a solution, because we want to know who are the people that need their work amplified. So the deadline's September 15th, but we are doing so much at Vital Impacts, and if you're interested in this space, please get involved, because we're all, again, like these little islands of hope, and we can all help each other in these spaces in different ways.
Amy, tell us where to find information.
Okay, so you can go to our website, vitalimpactswithans.org, and we also have a speaker series that we bring to 5th to 9th graders. Keith Ladzinski is in it. We have many amazing speakers that are a part of it, and then we also do fundraising, which Frans and Cristina support, and we give that money back to like local grassroots conservation orgs, and then part of it back to the photographers too, who are doing this important work. But we've got a number of programs, and please get involved, because I know the power of what all of us do. We all know it, and I think like this is the future, is sort of collaborations and supporting one another. Thank you.
Bravo. Thank you. Cristina, I want to ask you a question. It pivots maybe slightly away from the organizations and the projects that you all have shepherded. But in your bio, you may recall, there's a line that says that you support the rights and sovereignty of Indigenous people. And I would really love for you to talk to us a little bit more about that, what motivates you. And we saw some of those images in the slideshow. What do you want us to feel and understand in response to them?
Well, thanks for that question, Lauren. I come from, my career started working for conservation, and particularly for Conservation International many, many years ago. And you were part of that too, Frans. And there was a moment when the shift in mindset came about in the early 1990s. And we used to think that in order to protect the place, you kind of had to remove everybody and put a fence around it. And then the realization came that there are Indigenous people who live in those places, and not just Indigenous, rural communities as well. And that in the absence of a real and deep partnership with those people, you cannot succeed. At the time, I was a young mother, and I wanted to be like Frans Lanting. He was the inspiration. I wanted to camp with the turtles, but I had little ones at home, and I couldn't. My ex-husband was a primatologist, and I traveled with him a lot looking for monkeys around the world. He would get up at 4 in the morning and go chase monkeys, and I would be left behind in the villages with my kids, you know, spend the day. That's how I started taking pictures of the Indigenous people in those communities. And I remember the day that I had the realization as a photographer, well, maybe there's a story here that very few other people are telling of how important the knowledge, and it's not just the knowledge, it's not like Indigenous people have these knowledge, although they do, you know, they know how to read the rain and the wind and the migration of creatures. It is a system of moral and ethical guidelines for how to live on planet Earth. And it's the Samburu, it's the Inuit, it doesn't matter where you go. And it runs deep and it's universal. It's a system of values that says you only take what you need and you use everything you take. Nobody in the community hoards for themselves. It's shared always and in community. And I think the most important one is that the most generous person is not the person who has the most, but the person who gives the most. And so there's always a sense of gifting and sharing. And I thought, you know, those principles are universal. And we tend to dismiss Indigenous people and treat them like they are some kind of mumbo jumbo. But we need them and we need their knowledge because they're adapting. And it doesn't matter where you look, they are already confronting the ravages of climate change. And they're doing it with clarity and with ethical and moral, you know, courage. But more importantly, they're doing it with solutions. We're going to need all of that for our own adaptation plans, only if we're willing to listen to them.
And I just want to underscore, because I'm hearing so many through lines through your responses, that to me this also comes back to the individual who happens to be holding a camera, but the individual who is open and has empathy and is humble, right? Be willing to learn from other people, other places. You have also, you referenced the Samburu, and I know that you have done like decade-long work with Ritedi, an Indigenous-run elephant sanctuary. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that? And have you had similar realizations as Cristina was just describing?
Oh, absolutely. No, I met a group of Samburu when I was seeking out the solutions, and they had a dream, this audacious dream to build an elephant sanctuary. And at the time I met them, everybody was laughing at them, saying, you don't have political power, you don't have funding, this is never going to happen. And I was like, of course it's going to happen, and I'm going to be there. And I've been there throughout their whole journey when things were difficult, and just watching them finding solutions. They are doing things differently. There's this traditional conservation model, and they are breaking that open. And so just really quickly, for example, during the pandemic, they made one of their biggest discoveries. They looked to nature for a solution, but they were buying powdered milk formula for, as all elephant sanctuaries around the world do. It's a formula made for humans, and that's how they rescue babies. And across the globe, 50% of the time in the first 2 weeks, those babies will die because it's so hard to switch from their mother's milk to the human-made formula. Anyway, during the pandemic, they realized like the supply chains might break down. they sought the answers in nature and realized, yeah, the goats eat the same food as the elephants. And they started experimenting with goat milk, and now they went from a 50% survival rate to almost 100% survival rate. And the other beautiful thing is that the women are the ones that own the goat milk. So for the first time in their lives, they set up bank accounts, they have the elephants are giving them agency. They have, and I love seeing these kinds of solutions, but it takes time to see them evolve. That's why it's so important to stick with the story. Like, I could have stopped when the sanctuary opened, but it's like going back again and again and spending, significant amounts of your life in the communities you're working in to tell their story authentically. And then you have the chance to see these stories evolve. But back to that, I just think nature and people, like, all of the answers are right in front of us. We just have to use these challenging moments to reimagine how to do things differently. Mm-hmm. And just taking it back to our, it feels like our world may be so different here, but actually maybe the systems we've created, maybe we can change them and do them a little bit differently. Maybe this tumultuous moment that we're in right now is an opportunity, instead of being afraid of it, actually using it to re-examine how we're doing things and can we be doing things differently. One last soundbite, sorry, but I'm here in a hotel and it blows my mind. I'm in a country where I can turn the tap water on and actually get clean water from the tap, and then they're serving me plastic water bottles in my hotel, and I'm like, why are we doing this? Anyway.
Yeah. Can I say something? Yes. Because I just went to Reteti and I went visiting, just, had an opportunity. It's amazing, Amy, how much they love you and how much they revere you. And I don't think the Reteti story would have been the success that it is today had Amy Vitale not been there to bring it to the outside world and shine her beautiful light on the work of these people. So thank you, Amy. Such a good story, oh my God.
I can tell you the same is true because I've been to Ol Pejeta with the Northern White Rhinos, and everyone loves Amy, and you have been an enormous influence there.
Thank you.
Frans, on this note of kind of lessons learned and moving forward, sometimes it takes looking back in order to think through how to go forward. And I want to ask you, maybe a kind of bird's eye view question, which is, over your years as an environmental photographer, what major changes have you noticed both in the industry of photography, right, environmental photography, and in the environment?
Do we have an hour?
No, I'll tell you one story that may help tie things together. But before I do that, I want to invite everyone to come visit Monterey Bay. Mm-hmm. As a photographer and as a person who wants to feel that a better world is possible. So come to Santa Cruz, come visit us, join one of our programs there, and we'll show you the world like you haven't seen it before. But back to your question. I spent a lot of time in Madagascar. I was in a position to do that when very few photojournalists had been around that country for decades because it'd been isolated. And one of the places where I spent a lot of time was on the west coast of Madagascar. Cristina knows that area very well. That's where the Vezo people live. They're nomadic fishermen. And I spent a month camping with one family, and I documented their family life and how they were making a living. A couple of years ago, Cristina and I went back there with a stack of prints, portraits of people that I had photographed and ceremonies that I had photographed. And we walked into the village and we presented the prints to the chief of the village. That's what you do when you walk into a village. You pay your respect. And within minutes, word got around there was a Vazaha, a white person who had something to share. And the pictures created a sensation because they had documented a way of life that had totally been changed. And the pictures became currency for new conversations. Wow. Mm-hmm. And we documented 30 years ago the interactions between people and sea turtles. The sea turtles are gone. The ceremonies are forgotten. And it showed us, as well as the people there, how quickly cultural beliefs vanish when the natural resources dwindle. These two things go hand in hand. And that is what Cristina's work is all about. And that is what Amy is also affirming with her work. So we ended up depositing the prints, and we ended up making a grant to a local nonprofit with the goal to use these prints as currencies for ongoing conversations with elders, because the elders still remember the way it was. And now a younger generation is equipped, thanks to the grant, with recording devices to capture the conversations, and the prints and the conversations will be archived in a museum in Tulliar to document the way things were and to empower a next generation.
Amazing, Frans.
So, beyond all these aspirations we have, don't forget how quickly the world is changing, and what you look at, even in your own community, can become a record for the future.
Yeah, can I add on to that, Frans? Because I think there's a tendency now to do a lot of work that seems more shallow, you know, in and out, quick, iPhone, whatever. There is a lot of value in doing the deep work of the photographic work, of being in a place for a long period of time and understanding. And I just want to commend both of you. I mean, it's amazing, the commitment long term to a story that, you know, you plant a seed, you may never see the tree grow. And we do this all the time. And I want to say one more thing. When you're a full-time working photographer and you take on the additional role of being the creator and the director of a nonprofit, you are dividing your time equally. I mean, the nonprofit part doesn't pay. And in addition to that, you have to be an accomplished storyteller and photographer making a living, and it is incredibly hard. So I just want to say thank you for both of us for that lifelong commitment and sacrifice. Thank you.
I don't think I need to underscore that these are very good people who really believe in what they do. I do want to save time for a question or two from the audience for our panelists. So I think if we... Fantastic.
All right.
All right, is there anyone who would like to ask a question?
I just wanted to ask a quick question about how you guys engage with, you know, people in indigenous tribes and you putting a camera in front of them, and what is that interaction like?
I go so slowly. As I said, my shortest story took 3 years. My longest one is 16 years, and I don't go with the camera first. I actually go and listen. And I mean, I think many of us are actually introverts, probably a lot of you in the audience too. I think photographers tend to be introverts, and the main thing, that's like our superpower because we can be good listeners. So I think first going and listening and realizing, yes, you do your research, but make sure you're not pre-scripting a story that is totally like not even real. I think that is the danger with a lot of journalism, frankly, is like we go and repeat the same stories, and the stories have evolved or never even were that story. I think letting people share takes time. Building those relationships is so important, and it takes time and trust. And so just pick one thing. That's my thing, is like just go deep on one thing and really like commit yourself to being, you know, to hearing the stories authentically and doing justice to the people. We have a responsibility to them. And I think if you let that guide you, you know, people then will really open up to you.
I would add on to that, that it's very, very difficult to just wander into an indigenous community. It almost never goes well. And so going in with trusted people who have worked there, could be anthropologists or scientists that are going to help introduce you. And it's true, you know, I hear this all over the world. White people talk too much. So go in there and listen and just be so respectful. And
for sure, and understanding the colonial history, like
colonial
understanding what, paths, even photographers, and understanding our sword it's a two-way sword. We can be incredibly powerful and impactful at the same time, incredibly exploitative.
Mm-hmm.
And knowing the history of that is so key.
Mm-hmm.
Frans, did you want to add anything?
I echo what they just said, but it doesn't just apply to people beyond the horizon. As an extension of the Bay of Life project, we're doing a new round of field work, reaching out to farmers and ranchers who do not necessarily ascribe to the same political beliefs that Cristina and I have. So we don't come in and talk about climate change, we ask about the weather.
That's right.
You establish common ground, and there is nothing that farmers and ranchers like to talk about more than the weather, because they know everything about it.
So true. No, it's true. That's really clever. Yeah.
All right, one more question.
So I'm a student who is inspired by you guys, but also I want to be an advocate in my own world and the people around me. And I'm wondering, how did you get into this aspect of work? How did you push to be so high up and also just be part of what you're part of?
I don't think I started with those ambitions in a way. I think it was just genuine curiosity and like finding what's right in front of you. And I will say, because I judge a lot of these grants that are coming in, that and I've noticed there's such pressure to be an influencer, right, and to be the voice. And actually, I've noticed a real erosion in a way of the actual work, the photography work, because people are so focused on being good presenters in a way. Mm-hmm. And I'm not diminishing the importance of that, but I would say maybe put the phone away and actually just take the time to really engage and learn and be curious, and then everything else will come. And like the ambitions, how many times people say, I want to be a Nat Geo photographer. I'm like, actually, if you want to just be, just tell a good story that is going to do justice to, your community and the people right there, we have so much work to do, all of us. Like, that's the other last thought, is just that we all kind of make excuses, like the problem's too big, somebody else is going to take care of it. Or what can one individual do? No, it's like, just pick, you said it yesterday, I saw pick up your cape.
Your superhero invisible suit.
Right? And pick a cause, any cause, and just commit to it. And like, bravo,
and
exactly.
That's for us, our photographer's vest, right?
Yes.
All right, on the note of the superhero's cape, we will be wearing them and meeting you at the speaker meet and greet. I hope you have found this inspirational, right? As you said, there is a lot of challenge that we're facing, but 3 individuals who are navigating this and hopefully teaching all of us ways to make meaningful difference in our own lives. So please, a round of applause for that.
And wait, can we? Thank you. I just want to give a...
Yes, the Lord too.
Give a last shout out to Lauren, who this was her idea to create this panel, and I can't think of a more thoughtful individual. Thank you for doing it.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Yes, thank you all for your vision and for your advocacy. Folks, coming up next, we've got Chris Burkard, who's going to take us into a deeper dive of art and authentic storytelling. Please give Lauren, Amy, Cristina, and Frans a few moments. They're going to just unmic out, but they will, again, be right out front at the speaker table.
Every camera is a tool or paintbrush.
It tells the story of where we came from. Anybody that goes into photography always hopes and wishes that an image could make a difference.
You succumb to this pull to tell stories, and you don't look back, you don't second guess, you just say, okay, let's do it.
All right, next up, we want to welcome an adventurer, filmmaker, and storyteller whose breathtaking visuals go hand in hand with heartfelt and authentic narratives. Chris Burkard is here. Thank you to Sony to share how real stories can build a lasting impact. Folks, let's give a warm welcome to Chris Burkard.
So much appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. All right, this thing on? We're here. We've made it. I have not spoken at the Javits Center in a minute. It is a heartfelt thing to be back. This is exciting. And you know what's epic? Is that today I don't have to talk to you about some new lens, some big new fancy camera. I don't have to sell you on the latest and greatest, because to be honest, the things that you guys are holding up in your hands right now, that is the most valuable storytelling tool that you have. And today I get to talk to you about something that's really near and dear to my heart, something that pulls emotion out of me, because when I think about telling stories, I see them in a different way. I see them framed in the light of what they can actually do for the people, for the environments, for the landscapes, for the governments, for the politics, whatever you want to look at. Storytelling is really our way of making change in the world. I would genuinely say that I think the world would be a better place if we spent more time talking around the campfire, telling stories, because that's what it used to be. That's what storytelling used to be. We used to be a storytelling community. We used to be storytelling tribes, where we would share our shared experience to each other through stories. So how does this even relate to what we do as photographers, videographers, filmmakers, authors? Well, I want you to throw out the medium, because I don't know if I can swear, but that's BS, all right? Like the fact that I know that a lot of you here, you probably own a camera, you want to be a photographer, you want to wear that badge really proudly, but to be fair, it's not about the camera, and it's also not about that specific medium. When you think about a good story, the first thing you should be comprehending is, what is the way that I'm going to share this story? What is the way? What is the tool? Is it my voice? Is it through pictures? Is it through a film? This is the filter. Now, you guys, I want you to keep in mind, for those of you who walked in here accidentally, you just entered the world of Chris Burkard, and I'm super sorry, but the world according to Chris is not always perfect, and it's not always aligned with everybody's ideals. So throw out whatever you don't want and keep what you do, because take what I'm saying with a grain of salt, because this is my experience, and that's all I can really offer you. And so when I'm thinking about a story, I'm thinking first and foremost, what is the goal here? Not just my personal goal, but also what do I want people to take away? And then what I do, because I'm a fairly methodical person, a fairly research-driven person, maybe even a little type A, maybe even a little controlling at times, I really try to control the variables. Because when you're going and you're spending all that money and you're bringing all that gear halfway across the world and you're trying to tell that story, you really want to make sure what you're doing is focused on what you want to get out of it, right? And so for me, a big part of it is trying to identify what is my goal. And I want to go over today a little bit of the how, the why, and the what of storytelling, right? Now, I could sit here and wax poetically about the beauty of compelling stories and the emotional connection and the tears and the drama and how much it's changed me as a person, but at the end of the day, if you don't really have a formula to tell a successful story, then there's not really anywhere to begin. And I think a lot of us, me included, I get overwhelmed. Oh my God, I heard that, or I saw that beautiful thing or that place, and I really want to put my camera against it, or I really want to film it, or I really want to tell a story. I don't even know where to begin. Right? So let's go over that. And again, the world according to Chris. So if you entered that world by accident, I'm so sorry. But I have your attention for the next 40 minutes. So here we go. First of all, stories can look like anything, right? It can be about a place. It can be about a person. It can be about a thing. And I think what's a little tricky is that sometimes we think of storytelling or narrative, meaning like, you know, the actual path a story takes to get you from beginning to end. We think of it about only relating it to people, when really, if you're sharing a story about a place, about a landscape that needs protecting, there's a way to treat that landscape, that issue, whatever it is, like a subject. And so I want you to be imagining, as I walk you through this a little bit, what is that goal for you? What is that thing that you want to change? How do you tell that story, right? Because it becomes more complicated. It's almost easier when there's a single subject and they're going on their hero's journey, right? So the first thing is, what is a story, right? To me, the easiest way to define it is something that I feel personally connected to and motivated to share, right? Now, that's my goal. That doesn't necessarily mean that's the goal of what I'm creating. That's my personal goal. Why? Because I know full well that if you get hired, or if you jump on board a project, or if you start to tell a story or work on a project, whatever it is, that you aren't totally invested in, the chances are when it gets rough, when it gets cold, when you're a little seasick, when you have to get out of the tent and it's freezing cold and the northern lights are going off and you can't feel your hands or your toes, you're not gonna feel the motivation to do so. But when it's something that you feel connected to, you feel emotionally tied to, that's usually when you're willing to be uncomfortable, to work a little harder, to put in those extra hours. Because I don't know how to tell you this, but there's no form of doing this that's not gonna ask a little bit more of you, as it should. The personal growth from working on an experience, telling a story, it should be something that's connected to you. Now, let's talk a little bit about this hero's journey, right? Let's talk a little bit about kind of the sort of the how a story kind of comes to life, right? I often look at this like, what and or who is my subject? Is it a place? Is it an initiative? Is it a political thing? Is it an environmental thing? It is a subject, right? So for the ease of explanation, let me just kind of dive into a single subject going on a journey. First of all, character development, right? Really, really important. If people do not care about your subject, the film is lost. It's lost. They just don't. And how do you do that? How are the best documentaries made, the best films even made? Sometimes you'll have an absolute psychopath as your main character, but you find them endearing because you relate to them. Because there's certain aspects to their chaotic, crazy life, right, that you might actually understand. So making your character, despite how despicable or beautiful or empowering or amazing or the landscape as incredible as it is, you have to make people care about it. Making people care is one of the single hardest things. We talk till our noses bleed about the beauty of glaciers and the importance of them, but how few of us get to actually experience them? How do you make a personality out of a landscape? How do you kind of subject people to understand who and what these things are? Well, it's a lot easier when you're thinking about a person, but it's a little trickier when you're thinking about a place, right? So character development, it's the first thing I think about. I've kind of established what the story is I want to tell. I figured out maybe kind of some of the anecdotes, and now I need to dive in. How do I make people care, right? Second thing, what is this person's quest? What is the journey? How simple is the journey? Is it complex? Does the journey go up and down? Is there multiple challenges that the subject goes through, right? Maybe if you're discussing a landscape and you're trying to protect this beautiful river, this watershed, you're kind of talking about the people coming in and trying to take that water, or the migratory birds that are being affected. I don't know. We've heard today millions of amazing conversations and seen so many pictures, probably over 1 million downstairs, beautiful images that each tell an individual story. But the moment that you try to expand that into something bigger, you run into complications. And this is why I want you to throw out that idea that a photograph is worth 1,000 words, because it's not. It's really not. Without your voice as the person sharing this, it's kind of meaningless in some ways, right? Without context, a photo falls flat, right? So what is this quest, right? What is this quest that our subject or our character is on? Maybe if you're doing a documentary piece on a beautiful river in Slovenia, the quest of the river is to get from the mountains to the sea, and it's on a journey. And you can already think about David Attenborough navigating the quest that this water takes and bringing life to a subject that isn't alive, right? Or maybe it is. But the point is that with beautiful narration, with thoughtful and intentional kind of life, you're giving a personality to something that doesn't have a personality. And that is so cool. Those are my favorite types of narratives, favorite types of stories, right? So ultimately, what is the quest? What are the challenges? What are the challenges you face? And I'm not talking about the challenges of filmmaking when your lips are freezing cold and they're turning purple and you're somewhere in the Arctic shooting surfing, right? Those are challenges too, but what challenges is your subject undergoing to achieve their hero's journey, their quest, their goal? Now again, this doesn't need to be this big, broad, feature film type of thing. This can actually be very simple. It can actually be very uncomplex. It can be, you're filming your child at home trying to get cookies out of the cookie jar on the top shelf, right? There's a narrative there. When you start to think about things through a narrative lens, through a beginning, middle, end, kind of climax moment, it starts to change the way you see everything as a photographer. And in fact, the beautiful thing that I really urge everyone to do is 2 things. Everybody should try to make a book, and everybody should try to make a film. And I don't care if those are, a book that's 10 pages and you designed it yourself, or a film that's 3 minutes. What it does is it's the best editing tool for your own work. When you try to put a story into a book, you start to realize the holes in your work. You start to realize the moments that maybe you missed. Oh man, why didn't I get that angle? Why didn't I get that shot? What did I miss here? When you're making a film, you're like, oh my gosh, when I was shooting this, I totally forgot about this opening moment that I need a couple seconds to just let people breathe, right? I think those 2 practices are excellent for perfecting your craft and learning maybe what you missed. Because the storytelling process is all about figuring out where you're missing things, where are the things kind of falling flat. So 4th thing, okay, moving on to this kind of how does the story come to life? I really like to consider what my character is going to learn about themselves in the process. This is kind of the sneaky one. It's not the challenge. It's not the goal is you're, making a film about a blind mountaineer who's climbing Mount Everest, and the challenges are obvious, and the challenges they're everywhere. You can just point your camera and there's a challenge. Super easy. Don't pat yourself on the back. Challenges aren't hard to find. I think that human beings are pretty good at finding challenges. It's what we learn about ourselves in the process. This is the secret sauce. This is where the good stuff is. And in the story, this is the thing that you don't want to just give away. You don't want to just yell to people like, hey, this is what they learned about. It needs to be subtle. It needs to be in some ways a little elusive. It needs to be maybe even a little esoteric at times. Because each of us walk away with something different. Now, as the person who is telling that story, and again, maybe it's through photos in a magazine, maybe it's through a film, maybe it's through a book, maybe it's me standing here doing what scares me the most, being the most vulnerable, sharing without any references, just my voice, right? So this is storytelling too. The point is, what do they learn about themselves? And you, as the person telling it, you will learn something about yourself in the process. That's the best part. You grow with them. A good sign that maybe this isn't working is if you aren't growing, if there's nothing to be learned, if there's no redeeming quality from that story, right? So to me, I'm always looking at that, right? I'm always trying to figure it out. And you know what? These things don't always present themselves in the moment. They don't just jump out at you, right? Some of the best stories, they tend to obviously provide solutions or answers or questions that in the beginning you didn't think to ask. That's a great sign. And now the last thing, when it kind of comes down to the how of this, is what do you want people to take away, right? What do you want people to take away? What is your goal at the end of the day? If you're filming that little tiny 3-minute piece about your kid at home trying to get cookies from the cookie jar, like what's the takeaway? That life is better with cookies. I don't know, who knows what it is, right? That like, despite this kid hurting themselves and falling off the chair and eating too much sugar, like this is what makes childhood beautiful, right? And so how do you capture that feeling? And so to me, I'm always thinking about these kind of really basic things throughout the story. And as silly as it sounds, you guys, and by the way, these photographs really have nothing. This is just a visual reference in case I get too boring, you have something to look at to entertain yourself. That's the only reason I've chosen these. But I will show you a little video at the end here to keep kind of things on topic. But ultimately, that's what I'm looking for. I'm trying to think about how do I get to my consumer, the person who's watching this, the person who's reading this, how do I kind of allow them to have that takeaway? Now, the takeaway at the end can look like a lot of things. I had a really talented director one time. He told me, he's like, every story, no matter what it is, no matter how big, how small, it all comes back to Lord of the Rings. And I'm not a huge Lord of the Rings fan, by the way, okay? But I do like the storyline. And when you think about that, you have a single person on a journey, and you have all these supporting characters that come in, and they deal with all these challenges, and people come in, obviously, but at the end of the day, the vision is clear. The goal is clear. The objective is clear. And for us, human beings with our little monkey brains, it's very easy to follow. We're like, Frodo goes on the journey, but how is that any different than the stories that we're telling? For me, it's looked a lot like telling stories about people oftentimes finding themselves in nature and trying to deal with a very human emotion, a very human experience, but using nature as a catalyst to get through that challenging thing. Those are the films that I love to make because I grew up an action sports photographer. I grew up documenting people in the wildest places in the world, experiencing some of the most vast landscapes. And at a certain point, I realized that some of these places, some of these experiences, they were really changing not only me, but the people that I was with. And I started to question that. I started to pull on the thread being, well, what does it actually mean for nature to have a place within our human experience, right? How do people find solace, healing? How do people find an evolution in their personality? How do people test themselves, challenge themselves in that landscape? I love that. And then I sort of started to morph into thinking about, well, what if it was just the landscape, no people? Is that valuable enough for people to care about? Sometimes, but sadly, often it's not. So how do we bring people front and center? How do I make it feel like you were where I stood, right? That's important too. And it kind of comes back to that feeling of at the end of the project, the book, whatever, you want to leave people with something. I don't know what that is because I can't say that for you, but with certain projects I can say, that usually it's a greater understanding, a greater depth, a greater awareness, a greater fascination, an interest, a joy, something along those lines that ideally inspires action. That action, for me, can be internal. It can just be the way that we speak to our kids. It can be the way that we treat ourselves or the places that we love or the time that we spend outside. It can look like a million different things, but that's the beauty of a good story, is that all we're doing at the end of the day is we're trying to take something fairly complex and we're trying to kind of mash it into something that's easy to digest. And this is where kind of a little bit of a controversial thought comes in, but I would like to say that the best stories are usually the ones where you can in some way relate to the subject. Now that's tough because I guarantee you there are a lot of people in this room who have vastly different experiences growing up, dealing with all kinds of things. And to say that we're all going to be able to relate to each other is just not true. It's just not real. But in a story that you want to actually reach people, a story you want to make real change, you have to find common thread or else people don't care. That's just what it is. You have to find a way for people to resonate with that character, with that person, with the subject or the landscape, right? What's at stake for them. I remember making a film at one point called Under an Arctic Sky. It was about a group of surfers going to Iceland. And one of the biggest challenges we had is we had so many characters that it was like, how do we make people care about each one? Because you just don't have the time to go through 6 character profiles in this 40-minute film, right? Like you're trying to carry through a narrative piece by piece, and you don't want to get caught up in the process of telling each person's story. So what you have to do is you had to look at what's the single thing that each one of them had to sacrifice to be there, right? Because we relate to sacrifice oftentimes, so that's what we did. We looked at these characters. We looked at what they had to give up in order to have this experience. In doing so, very quickly and very efficiently, we created some type of character development, but more so we created a concern, a love, an affinity for the characters. And that's super important. That's one of the things I think is a massive challenge. Now, I want to migrate over a little bit to the kind of the, how do we actually, from a physical standpoint, document and share these types of stories? What do we approach things with in terms of our equipment, our tools, maybe our composition? And this is going to be a bit of an abbreviated version of what I would normally teach in like a 6-hour window, so bear with me, because it's a little bit of all gas, no brakes, but I really want you to understand, at least to me, the methodology I have when I'm shooting, right? And some of these things I just kind of spoke about a little bit are going to make a little bit more sense, right? Like, so how do you kind of create that relation or that way of relating to your subject? Well, for me, it looks like quite a few different things, but at the end of the day, the first and foremost thing that I am thinking about is how can I create a project that feels timeless? Even though some of the subjects, the stories we're dealing with, they might be very, very 2020, very, very 2022, very, very 2025, who knows? But the best films are the ones that you want to watch over and over and over again, right? So how do you do that? What makes a film, a project, a book, a photograph timeless? What makes it undated, right? And I think that's what we're aiming for. We're aiming for something that we can make, that we can put in front of ourselves and somebody else in 2 years, in 5 years, and it stands the test of time. Now, I grew up working for magazines. Magazines were incredible. They sent me all over the world. I documented surfing everywhere you can go. But one of the most complicated parts of a magazine is that they are driven by advertisers, right? So they're driven by advertisers. The people that pay in the magazines, they are the ones who keep it afloat. And oftentimes, in the type of world that I was working in, the editorial world, it was very much driven by what kinds of images are going to be printed in the magazine that are going to make the advertisers happy, because they're going to want to see their products, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? I don't need to go deeply into that. But the point being is that when I worked on my first book, it was actually an accident by all means. I did a road trip of California from coast to coast, and I made a book called The California Surf Project with Chronicle Books. I was about 22 years old. It was the first time in my life that I had ever not worked for an editor. I had never had, in my experience, an opportunity just to go shoot and create something that wasn't for an advertiser, right? Because it's essentially what's happening is that when you're sending your work to an editor at a magazine, they're kind of filtering it through the perspective that, okay, this is going to go into our magazine, and we have to make the advertisers happy. And in this case, there was no editor. It was just me. And so I started to think about, well, who is the consumer of this book, right? It's anybody. It's anybody. And you know what? It's not printed monthly. It's printed once. So what I'm getting at here is, how does that change how you might shoot it? How does that change how you might actually photograph this thing? Well, I realized that logos weren't that important, right? Advertisers don't need to see themselves in there. I realized that in many ways, the anonymity of the subject was probably the most important thing. Why? Because you want someone to pick up that project and see themselves. Now, I wish I was as good of a surfer as that. I am not. But there are moments in these projects and in these books where I feel like I can relate to what I'm seeing, where I can see myself. Now, to give a reference here, small, beautiful waves going out for a swim. I think this is something that anybody who's ever been to the beach can in some way relate to. Walking out, feeling the ocean come around you, right? Like, it's moments like that. And so what I'm urging you to think of is, how can we create a sense of anonymity? Now, creating that looks a lot like something different. Usually, for me, it's a strong use of silhouettes. I want to often put my subject in a position where I'm not identifying the clothes that they're wearing, the year that it is, the logos. I want to shoot them in a way where they stand the test of time, really. I'm also thinking about something really significant. I'm trying to find an image that kind of references this right here. But through the work that I used to do in surfing, there's something that I learned a long time ago. And I hate to offer any advice that's contradictory to anything else you've learned, but at the end of the day, all of that rule of thirds stuff and all of that, you know, all those anecdotes you find for what makes a great image, I just think that that's BS. I think at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is we're trying to make something that is very much two-dimensional or even one-dimensional feel three-dimensional. Now, I want to just do a little exercise here. For those in the back, is it really awkward when I'm talking? If I was talking like this, if I was talking to you guys like this, would that be awkward? It'd be kind of awkward, right? Like the whole time. I could just kind of do this and like talk to the front row. No, the reason is, why do you think we have a stage here? Because it elevates me and I get to lord over everybody. No, I'm just kidding. It elevates me so I can see you. And what does that do from my perspective? It creates this experience that's fairly one-dimensional, because I can literally just see one person's face, to now I can see 30, 40 people's faces, right? So just by elevating my perspective, I am now giving more depth to my scene. So if this is my camera in front of my lens, in front of my eye, and I'm taking a picture of this room, can you just tell me, is it better to shoot on the ground or standing up? Probably standing up, right? How often do we approach a scene that we want to create depth, we want to create layers, we want to create distance, but we do so laying on our stomach? All the time. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for, where's that little sand dune? Where's that little car I can stand on? Where's that little piece of wood on the beach? Because I want to get slightly over my subject and do what? Give it layers. Foreground, midground, background, further background, right? Layers, 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 layers. When you're looking at my images, a lot of times what you're not seeing is you're not seeing a one-dimensional photograph. You're seeing something that is separated by depth. And the beautiful thing that Henri Cartier-Bresson, the godfather of the decisive moment and modern day photography pretty much, chirped all the time, was that if you want to become a better photographer, become an artist first. Because when you work within the 4 lines of a canvas, you have to decide where your depth is created. When you sit there and you stare at a white blank canvas and you figure out, okay, my mountains are here, my foreground is here, I have to create that shading, I have to create that depth. What am I going to add into the foreground to give a separation between the layers? And so for me, what I'm looking for in photography is, how many layers can I create? When I stand up like this, I'm creating so many layers. When I'm low on my stomach, I'm only really seeing one. So I'm trying to, in this kind of spatial awareness of what I get to shoot, create layers. Now, there are times where that doesn't make sense, right? There are times where the goal is to give something abstract, to give something a little different. Now, I'm showing you both examples because I understand there's contradictions in everything. And a beautiful image doesn't have to have layers, but a beautiful image should be intentional. To me, what makes this beautiful is the scale of the tiny bird flying in the corner, because you all of a sudden understand the depth that's there. And what this did for me was made me realize, you know what? These glacial river images, these images I'm trying to tell a deep, immersive story, I'm trying to make a book about, I'm trying to make a film about, people are losing perspective of what they're seeing because they don't know what they're looking at. This is ground up glacial sediment that has been blown out through the river from the Vatnajökull Glacier all the way to the ocean in Iceland. And they are under threat. They need protection. So I worked on a project. But one of the issues I had in my character development, which the rivers were the character, was that people they couldn't understand the scale. Am I looking at a puddle under my feet? Am I looking at the shoreline, you know, right where the ocean comes up? Or am I looking at a vast, mile-wide glacial expanse? Well, this photo right here helps to portray that. This was kind of the second iteration. We need more depth. We need to show people what we're seeing. We need to show people that I'm in a plane shooting another plane. Why? Not because it looks cool, but because with that you see and understand the scale. And it gives this inanimate thing almost a personality in a way, right? So moving beyond, and here you can also clearly see the different type of light. You can see sandbars, you can see the little rivulets of sand. You kind of get a whole different picture of what you're looking at. Now, in addition to that, I think that when I am trying to kind of create an image with more depth, of course I'm looking at foreground, of course I'm looking at background, but I think that the most important thing is working with the colors that you have that are there, contrast, right? And I don't mean the slider bar in Lightroom. I'm not talking about that kind of contrast. I'm talking about the real contrast that comes from the camera. One of the classes that I took in junior college shortly before I quit and pursued photography was color theory, and it was three-dimensional art. It was a beautiful class. I used to like to draw a lot. And one of the things my teacher told me, and she said, what does a warm tone and a cool tone do for your painting? And I was like, I have no idea. I mean, I've just always known that that's what you do. You put these cool tones in the back and you put these warm tones in the front. And she's like, yeah, that's kind of it. But what do they actually do in your brain? Well, every night, you know, nowadays, probably around 8 p.m., but usually in the winter months, you know, 5 p.m., what are people doing? They're standing outside. They're holding their phone in the sky. Why? Because it's sunset, right? Or it's sunrise. Why are those times of day so interesting to us? What's wrong with 12 noon? 12 noon's kind of cool. I like that. But like, what is it about those times of day, the sunset, the sunrise, that almost we feel like this inherent need to like pull out our camera and document what's happening? It's because of those colors and what they do, not only to our brain, but to our eyes, right? Warm tones push, cool tones pull, right? They push and they pull. They create contrast. That level of contrast is oftentimes what I am looking for in an image. And so when I have the ability to maybe control some of that, whether it's what my subject might be wearing against a certain landscape, whether it's the time of day that I'm shooting, it can be as simple as where I'm positioning or placing my subject in a scene. I'm trying to think of how can I work with color theory to create the maximal amount of contrast that I can. Because that's really what I want to create. I want to create images that feel three-dimensional. I want to create images that when you look at them, they hopefully leap off the screen. Because nowadays, truth be told, where we experience most of photography is on a 2-inch by 2-inch screen. I know that nobody wants to admit that. I know that we go downstairs and we see all the printers and all these beautiful pieces, and I trust me, that's what I'm all about. But I also know that the truth of the matter is that this is where we take it in. So let me just, not here to throw any shade at anybody, and especially not, you know, my heroes like Henry Cartier-Bresson or Ansel Adams, but do you think that some of Bresson's most beautiful, profound black and white work that requires the subject to study and pause and reflect and look at it, do you think it's ideal for a 2-inch by 2-inch screen? It's probably not. It's probably not. And so that begs the question, what is the medium that you're telling this story? What is the medium that you're sharing this? There are images that perform better. And when I say perform, I'm not talking about likes or any of this. I'm saying that it does the job of what you're hoping the image to do. It performs better in a book. It performs better on a wall, huge. It performs better in a way where you sit down and you're forced to look at it. You know, when you open up a black and white photography book and there's a beautiful panorama and you're sitting there studying it, that's the place for that type of image. You know, a midday, deep shadows film image, a photograph that maybe is going to be subjected to being shared online, you're going to need to capture somebody's attention very quickly. Because why? Well, you're competing with the attention span of someone's thumb. right? And how quickly this thumb can scroll or how long that thumb is, I don't know. I mean, that's what you have to deal with, right? So if your goal is to get them to stop and engage and acknowledge, well, this is the recipe that I have found to be the most useful, right? Images that hopefully have strong contrast, feel like they're leaping off of the screen, feel like they're giving you some depth, right? And doing so kind of with obviously a slew of these sort of examples, reasons, and ways in which I think we can manipulate our cameras. Now, one of my favorite thoughts is that so many of us, we basically have like in our bags, we have a Ferrari, right? Our camera. I mean, it's so powerful. It's so capable, but we're running it like a Volkswagen. I know that's a painful one to hear because it's the truth. How many of you have ever opened up like the manual to a camera? I haven't done that in like 20 years. But a lot of times I'm like, oh, my camera can do that? I didn't even know. I'm the worst. And the truth is that back when I started, I used to just meticulously read everything. I used to know everything it did. And so all I'm urging you is to push it as far as you can go. Learn about it. Understand its tools, what it can do, what's possible with this device that I have. Because many of us, we have a very powerful storytelling tool at our fingertips that we aren't using to its full extent. Now, I think another kind of consideration also is this idea I really enjoy of kind of being above my subject, looking over. That's typically the style of work I think that I lean towards first. I like to shoot with a 16-35, a wide angle. I tend to want to kind of be looking where my subject is going, figuratively and literally, right? Because I think that where that person's going is maybe more important than where they've been. Just in my mind. Again, world according to Chris, so I'm sorry if that doesn't resonate, but I tend to find that I want to show more of a path forward, right? I also really enjoy examples of images like this one. Girl surfing at a beach, Cayucas, California. Her name is Crystal Thornburg, amazing friend. This wave is probably this deep. And you know what's cool about this photograph? This photograph that's been used and sold and resold and actually made me a lot of money financially and been a really beautiful thing for my career over the years, is it was shot in a way that I guarantee any person here who can stand under their own power could do so. Like I was holding a water housing in about, calf deep water, just holding it, fisheye lens. I had seen these waves come through a handful of times, and I knew that the moment that I wanted, I hadn't quite captured yet. Why? Because I was too low. And then all of a sudden, I'm like, okay, what do I need to do? I need to show that separation. I mean, as simple as this image is, it's just, sky and wave. If I was 6 inches lower, it would be a very different photograph. Why? Because I think the single most important aspect is this, right? And this separation here. And when you start to think about how that image would look if I was like this, it would be so different. But I love the fact that I'm just standing there with a housing, clicking the shutter. Anybody could do this. This doesn't require some amazing skill or anything like that, or even an amazing camera. This was shot maybe like 10 years ago. Heaven forbid, I think on like a Canon 20D. Don't tell Sony that. But this was long time ago, maybe 12 years ago or something like that, I think. And it was a really formative moment because I was like, wow, like a photograph to me, I had told myself, I had made myself believe that in order to create meaningful, impactful photographs, I had to have the very best equipment, the very best skills, the best waves, the best athletes, what have you. And I very quickly learned that wasn't the truth. It wasn't the truth at all. In fact, a moment like this that I think is very much something that people can maybe see themselves in is more important. Now, you don't need to answer this because I'll answer it, but what would have happened had I been on the other side of her, right? With the sun at my back, shooting a front-lit image, right? It's good to have kind of the inverse example, right? What would I have seen? Well, I probably would have seen her skin color. I probably would have seen the logos on her wetsuit. I probably would have seen all the logos on her board. I would have seen a lot of things that sadly, immediately, we would try to put a date and a place and a time on that. And had I not told you this was shot 12 years ago, you might have said I shot it yesterday. You might have said I shot it 25 years ago on Ektachrome or something along those lines, right? The best images are the ones that feel timeless. And that's what I'm always seeking. So when I tell a story that's built around something like this, it starts to feel understandable, right? And now you start to see that example in how we create those images. Images that have a little more mystery and a little more intention behind the composition. I'm here at Jökulsárlón, a glacial lagoon in Iceland, and there's a beach here that I can't even pronounce the name, but we tourists have just called it Diamond Beach, where all of these chunks of ice flow off the Vatnajökull Glacier and they exit themselves on the sand. And at low tide, you can walk around. It's a beautiful tourist spot. But there's also great surf, and I had gone there to work on a film for a company maybe 8 years ago, and I remember this moment where we were shooting in 16 millimeter. You can only do it once. The film's expensive. It's all happening. And it was kind of like, okay, what's our angle, right? What do we want to show? We're trying to build, and I'm giving away some movie magic here. We're trying to build the anticipation, the anxiety, the excitement that this surfer is about to enter the water. Now, this is by all means nothing new. He does this all the time, every day, just like somebody would get on a horse, right? It's not a big deal. But in this scenario, what are we trying to do? We're building some anticipation. So instead of being over here and shooting this way, where there's a straight line and there's actually no chunks of ice, and it's actually very casual to get out there, I move myself over to the right, putting layer after layer after layer after layer between me. Why? Because what that does is that creates visually almost a series of challenges, this subject. So what I'm doing is I'm playing in to the challenge that is surfing there. Now, don't get me wrong, it's super, super dangerous what he's doing. Don't do it. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to make the moment, that premeditation, you can almost be in his head thinking about, oh my God, I'm about to paddle out into the water. There's a bunch of moving ice. Like his whole kind of demeanor, and this is what I love, is that the more that you start to tune in to the subjects you're shooting, the places you're shooting, the animals, the people, whatever, you know their actions. A lot of times people ask me like, okay, well, how much of this is premeditated, planned, produced? And the beauty that I loved about shooting surfing as a career early on was that it taught me timing. It taught me how to premeditate an idea, because guess what? Do you know how loud it is there? Do you know how loud ice hitting ice is on a beach, waves breaking? He's got 5 millimeters of rubber over his ears. Do you think that I'm gonna be like, hey, Dion, one more time, thanks? No, there's none of that. It's just like, hey bro, good luck, go out there, don't die, later, whatever. But the point being is that we only have so much time to shoot this. So me and the people working alongside myself, creating this, we are trying to think about, okay, what's the most impactful way that we can get this moment? And so by doing so, I created layers. And I even stood on top of an iceberg. Why? Because I wanted to show a little bit over his head, his perspective. Does that mean I'm out of time? I've already spoke that long? Jeez, I have so much more to go through, jeez. Okay, anyway, I want to show this little quick film. I just wanted, again, I said normally I like to talk about composition for like a good long hours and show a lot of examples, but to me, one of the other things I just want to touch on is that good composition is not always straightforward. Sometimes leaving a bunch of sky for text, for animation, for your photograph to kind of, be able to be included in a book or something larger or a magazine layout. This is important too. This is something that you learn over time, giving yourself sometimes room to work, right? And if you have the ability, trying to recreate a moment, right? Obviously, pure docu-style storytelling can be tough. But when you have the intentionality around what you hope to achieve, you can work backwards from that end goal. Now, I want to leave you with this final thought, and 2 final thoughts, really. The first thing is that at the end of the day, you don't need to tell people what they can see. You are a storyteller, you are a photographer, you are a filmmaker. I don't care if you don't want to wear those hats, that's okay. But if you've ever told a story to anybody in your life, you can call yourself a storyteller. And the thing you don't need to do is that you don't need to show somebody a picture and say, look, this is a photograph of a guy standing under a waterfall. Who cares? No, you shot this. You stood there. The wind hit the back of your neck. The cold air hit your socks because your pants are rolled up. You got wet fingers and wet toes. I want to know what that felt like. I want to know what your experience was. You were the author of this experience. Give me something about you. That's what makes stories compelling. When you can, in some way, tastefully, respectfully, interject your opinion as a filmmaker, as an author, as a photographer into this story. Why does it mean something to you? How does it start? How do you get to that place? Well, you start by sharing these moments, whether it's in a caption, whether it's in a film, whether it's in a book, whether it's with somebody you love. You share what's behind it. You share what people can't see. You share the struggle that you went through to shoot it and maybe what you learned. So what I'm getting at is that you are the author of your own story first and foremost. Now, I want to share with you a really quick, I have to run through these slides to the very end. Sorry, there's some good ones in here. Oh, I know, it's painful. I know. Is the film right there? I don't know which slide it's in. Is it in there? I'll let her play.
This shit is legendary.
I think I'm addicted. I think I'm addicted to glacier biking.
Welcome to my crib, baby.
There's wind on the glacier, just maybe not where we are, but that wind's still coming at us.
Whole day and then made camp, and it was like views to the south, views to the north, no wind, purple sky, rainbow around the sun. It was psycho. It was insane.
Anyway, I probably won't be invited back because I'm going over time. But anyway, I just wanted to share with you that not all projects are finished, right? This is something that we just created and we just filmed. It was a crossing of Iceland's biggest glacier, Europe's biggest glacier, Vatnajökull, by bike. It's never been done before, and the goal at the end of the day is to have people feel a more connected experience to these glaciers, places that I have been able to spend so much time. So how do I bring people into that moment? I don't know who the character is. I don't know what the goal is. All those questions that I just asked you, I don't have the answer to, but the goal is that when you work on something, you kind of put it together, you look at what's there, the raw data, and you massage it into something beautiful. And I think that that's my hope with stories, is to try and find a way to bring people closer to the experiences that I've had as a photographer, as an explorer, what have you, because it's a privilege to do so. And to not share it feels, I don't know, like that's my responsibility in many ways. And so I appreciate you guys being here. I'm gonna turn the time over to you for just a couple quick, do we have time for a quick question or two? Oh, boom, one question. Awesome.
We'll get you outside.
Yeah, I'll be outside to hang out.
Q&As afterwards.
Thank you.
All right, but thank you, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah.
Folks, big round of applause for Chris, inspiring us to tell our stories.
I can hear you. I can repeat it too. It's all good.
Thank you. That was a
It's on.
life-changing presentation.
Okay. Oh, awesome.
I really liked the part where you said everyone should write a book or make their own film because you could find holes in your own story.
Yes.
In your personal experience, when you found your own holes, how did you go about filling them?
Well, that's a great question. So sometimes, the question was, for those who can hear, like, you know, you find those holes in your story. You've done that experiment of making your first film or writing a book, right? And I think what's tricky is that sometimes you're like, whoa, I need to go back and reshoot something. When we made this film, Under an Arctic Sky, that did really well, it was a big piece of my life, we did our first trip, 2015 in December. And we came back and we were like, wow, we have 15 minutes of footage. That's good, you know? And we had to go back and shoot B-roll and shoot interviews. We realized that to make it what we wanted, we had to fill in the blanks. That was a learning opportunity. It cost me a lot. It was expensive. It was a challenging thing, but I knew that to do this experience justice, that's what I needed. So I think nowadays, when I'm shooting an assignment, I'm not just framing it from the Chris Burkard, 18 to 30 years old, like I'm shooting this for a magazine where I need covers and this and that. And if it falls outside of the magazine assignment, who cares? Nowadays, I'm thinking about, well, this is for me. I am the editor. And do I want that portrait of that person? Do I feel like the photo of the food is important? When you're making that book 10 years later, that retrospective on, I don't know, California's Central Coast or whatever, I'm gonna wish I had all that. And so I think that now I'm thinking more long-term. I'm thinking about the usages. Like if I was to tell you that, hey, in 5 years, whatever brand is gonna license that photo from that family trip you took to Yosemite, you'd be like, you'd be shooting everything. But that's kind of what happens. You start to realize the opportunities and you start to think about, okay, well, how can I shoot this more complete? How can I approach every project and shoot it in a way where I didn't feel like I left something on the table, in some way. I'll be hanging out outside. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Appreciate it, buddy.
Sorry for going over.
All good, all good. Folks, remember again, keep sharing your stories, folks. Any stories you're having here at Build, please tag at B&H Photo. Stick around at 1 p.m. We have Lynsey Addario on photographing the most challenging environments imaginable. So buckle up. We are still got plenty more here today. Build 2.0.
Tricky one to blend everything together, this.
Can she come up with something spectacular?
Georgia was really struggling.
Only time will tell if it's good enough.
Expectation levels were low.
The only woman on Earth right now. Will she be able to keep focused?
Breathe.
And that's a beauty.
That is magnificent.
The new Paybu card. You can save the tax. Or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. Same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
How we doing, everybody? Are we doing good? Soaking in so much inspiration and creativity. You got room for more? All right, all right. Well, we're very excited to have our next guest. Pulitzer Prize-winning photojournalist Lynsey Addario has documented war, conflict, and humanitarian crisis with humanity and depth all over the world. Her session, On the Frontlines, A Life of Love and War, is brought to you by our friends at Nikon. And it takes us deep into the world beyond the headlines. So let's give a very warm welcome to Lynsey Addario.
Hi. Wow, this is quite an expo, I have to say. So a lot of people ask me how I got into covering war, and it's now been about 25 years. And I wanted to start with one of my first assignments. In the 90s, I was working with the Associated Press, and I was shooting a lot of sort of daily news, City Hall when Mayor Giuliani was mayor, perp walks, whatever it was. And then they got a story, the Associated Press had a story come across its desk called The Throwaways. And it was a story about the trans sex worker community in the meatpacking district. And apparently there was a series of murders in that community. And they wanted to sort of do a deep dive on the community. But they came to me and said, would you be interested in shooting this? And I had no experience at that point in trying to sort of penetrate a world that I had no access to and no connections. But I thought, yeah, it's an amazing opportunity. So I went, and I started out by riding around in a van that was distributing condoms and also doing STD checks in the meatpacking district. And so for several weeks, I didn't even take out my cameras. And I just sort of was visible in the community. And then finally, Kima, one of the girls, said, hey, do you want to come start taking photos? Because I told them I wanted to take photos. I said, yeah. She said, okay, come to our house up in the projects at about 1 in the morning. And it was a Friday night. So I went up, and this is the first scene I walked into. And they were injecting themselves with hormones. And I ended up spending like 6 months every Friday, Saturday, sometimes Thursday nights in the community, and really just trying to paint a picture of what their lives were like. And so this was a real test for me, and how to gain the trust of a community and how to get access. So this was for the Associated Press and published in 1999. Now, after this is Kima, Carrie, and in fact, I just linked up again with Carrie. She's still in New York. So this was a few months ago. In 2000, I moved to India, and I wanted to start covering life overseas. And I was reading about women living in Afghanistan under the Taliban, and I was really curious about what life was like for them. And so I needed to borrow money because, of course, I was a poor freelancer. And I called my sister and asked her if I could borrow a few $1,000s to go to Afghanistan. And I grew up in a family of hairdressers. And so luckily, my parents never read the New York Times or had no idea what Afghanistan was like. Because when I called my mother to say, Mom, I'm going to Afghanistan tomorrow, she was like, okay, honey, have a good time. So I went. And so these initial photos were just documenting life under the Taliban. And at that point, photography was illegal of any living thing. And as a woman, as an American woman, but as any woman, I needed a male escort to leave the place that I was staying. And so it was very difficult to take photographs. This is a secret girls' school because education of girls was illegal at the time. And this is in the women's hospital. But what I learned early on, that my gender was an asset, because as a woman, I had access to women. And this is a woman in labor under the Taliban. This was a secret wedding under the Taliban. All forms of entertainment were banned under the Taliban. Music, television, mixing of genders that were not direct blood relatives. And so I happened to be working in a camp for IDPs during a drought. And the governor of Herat, which was Western Afghanistan, had given a special dispensation for me to take photos at the time. So I had a driver who I was working with in the camps, and he said, Madam, I have to leave early because my brother's getting married. And I said, well, take me to a wedding, because I was so curious what a wedding looked like under the Taliban. And when we walked into the house, this was the first scene I saw, and it was the Titanic was blasting. And I thought, wow. And it really taught me a valuable lesson to not take things at face value and to realize that it's human nature to want to have fun and to want to experience life, and that these scenes happen behind closed doors in most places. Now, I've been going back to Afghanistan for the past 25 years, sometimes almost every year, and documented all the advances for women graduating university, in parliament, boxing, all of these things, women studying to be doctors, journalists, police. And of course, when the Taliban came back on August 15th, 2021, I was sort of heartbroken because my initial instinct was all of those rights and all of the progress that has been gained will be taken away. And some people thought I was cynical, but in fact, we're back exactly when I first started. In 2003, it was clear we were going to war in Iraq, and I sort of raised my hand to go. I had no combat experience at the time. I had worked in hostile countries, but had never actually been under fire. So I went in through Iran into northern Iraq and basically waited for Saddam Hussein to fall. And here are these amazing scenes of euphoria. I was there for about 6 weeks before Saddam fell. People swimming in his palaces, people who had no access to water in their own homes. Saddam would divert the water of the country and put these giant lakes around his palaces. So people were so thrilled when he was deposed. But there were the horrors of the war, which were the mass graves. And what you're looking at here, each white sheet is the body of someone's loved one, Shiites killed under Saddam. And finally, when he was gone, they had the freedom to come and try and find their loved ones and bury them. There was chaos after the fall of a regime. It's often chaotic. And the Americans who went in to overthrow Saddam had no idea how to run a country. So there were these unbelievable scenes. People couldn't get water out of the bank, couldn't get money out of the bank. There was no electricity, and people were really frustrated. And the insurgency started. And I started doing my first military embeds in Iraq in 2003. And once you're vetted by the military at that point, they didn't try to stop you from shooting. This is in Balad, which was the heart of the Sunni Triangle. They would go in the middle of the night and round up men that they deemed suspicious. But as a journalist, I could also meet with the insurgents because part of our job is to try to show both sides of a story. So this is the Mahdi army in Sadr City. And I went back again in 2004 and started covering the wounded coming out of Fallujah, the first siege of Fallujah. And this was really the first time that I actually saw wounded American soldiers. Even though I had been in Iraq for well over a year, the government had learned to be quite strategic about not showing journalists wounded American soldiers because they didn't want to lose support of the war. So I photographed this series for Life magazine, the sort of reincarnation of Life. And I spent a week with all of the wounded Marines coming out of Fallujah. And I filed, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing because I had actually never seen pictures like this. And I sent all the pictures to Life magazine at the end, and they held them for about 4 months through the re-election of George Bush Jr. And then I got a call from the editor saying, I hate to tell you this, but we will never publish your pictures of wounded soldiers because my editor doesn't think the American public can handle seeing them. And I was so furious because I thought, this is war. And how dare you send me to war? And how dare you make that decision on behalf of the American public? And so those pictures were never published in Life magazine. And I called Kathy Ryan at the New York Times Magazine, and she was able to get them in shortly after. I then continued to do a lot of military embeds. This is in Afghanistan in the Korangal Valley in 2007, a place that the commander said that the public affairs officer said it was no place fit for women because there was no place for women to sleep or go to the bathroom. This was a time when women were not allowed by the Pentagon on the front lines of war. But as journalists, we were sort of exempt from that. So we went and we ended up spending 2 months living on the side of a mountain in the Korangal Valley. If anyone's seen the movie, the documentary Restrepo, it was that same place. And we were ambushed at the end of the 2 months on Operation Rock Avalanche, hit from 3 sides by the Taliban. And it was terrifying, so terrifying, in fact, that I forgot to take pictures for the first 10 minutes because I was trying to save my life. But I remember at one point, I was hiding behind a tree, and I looked over, and the late Tim Hetherington was sort of standing up, bullets going everywhere, just filming really peacefully. And I thought, I am the worst war photographer ever. So this is the aftermath of that ambush. 20 years ago, I was working in Darfur, and this is a war that has come back now, 20 years later. And I started when I first started working in Darfur, the Sudanese government, President Bashir, did not want journalists in there. So it was impossible to get visas to cover. And so the only way in there was to go to neighboring Chad and to walk across the desert a few kilometers into Darfur, and then meet up with a truckload of rebels and basically drive around the desert. So I ended up doing that for 5 years. Every year I would go back. Sometimes I did manage to get a visa, but the Sudanese government made it extremely difficult to get access to anything. And so this is some of that work. And it was deemed a genocide after several years. These are people fleeing for their lives. Often what would happen is the government would bomb from above and send men on horseback to kill and rape women and pillage the villages. And so this is a situation where people don't understand, but in war, one of the hardest things is access, because there is not a highway that leads directly to where you want to go. So for example, in this scenario, I was working with Lydia Polgreen for the New York Times, and we had heard that a village had been bombed and that there were dozens of people who had been displaced and their homes burned. But there was no way to access that village because there were no roads there. And so we heard that WFP, the World Food Program, was flying in a helicopter to drop food. And so we went to the landing zone and said, hey, we're with the New York Times. Can we get on the helicopter? And they said, no, we have 8 staff and all of the seats are for the staff. And I remember Lydia, who was the writer for the New York Times, she went crazy and said, don't you understand the power of photography? And don't you understand that if you put Lynsey on this helicopter, she will have the front page of the New York Times and everyone will understand what's happening in Darfur. And so they said, okay, we'll make 1 seat for the photographer. And it was on the front page of the New York Times. And this picture was used in Congress to talk about whether or not it was a genocide. These are situations where they were literally burning villages in front of the African Union peacekeepers, but it was not in the mandate of the African Union to stop them. So literally, we would go in with the African Union, and the Janjaweed would come in and set villages on fire, and they couldn't do anything. So this is from all around Darfur for years. It was the first place that a woman admitted to me of being a survivor of sexual assault during war. Rape as a weapon of war was something that was used then, and it's also being used now as the war has returned to that region. And in 2007, I was working with Lydia Polgreen again, and we heard that the rebels had attacked government soldiers. And President Bashir went on TV and on radio and said, it did not happen, we are winning this war, no government soldiers were killed. So we went to the border and we found a truckload of rebels. We were in Chad. And we said, hey, did this happen? And they said, yes, there are bodies clear across the desert. And we said, well, can you take us in? And they said, well, the government has Antonov aircraft flying overhead, and if you go in, they might bomb you. And we said, well, in order to report on it for the New York Times, we have to go in. So we jumped in the back of their trucks and drove, and this is the scene we saw. And I took these pictures, and it was on the front page of the New York Times, and Bashir had to answer for this because a photo is proof. This is before AI and before images were made up, and this was proof. And to me, this is a really important example of why journalism is important, because you have to be there and you have to document it. In 2010, I started covering maternal health, because at that point, more than 500,000 women were dying in childbirth, and I wanted to understand why. A lot of the reasons were because women didn't have access to doctors or medical professionals. There was no road to get to a clinic or a hospital. And I went to Sierra Leone because it was one of the places that the most women were dying in childbirth. At that point, 1 in 8 women had a lifetime risk of dying in childbirth. And so I went to the Magbaraka Government Hospital, and this is a delivery room. So this is an example of one of the places where women gave birth. Anyone who is a mother might cringe at that photo. And I met Mama Cisse. She was pregnant with twins. She was 18 years old. It was her second pregnancy, actually. She had been studying in school, and her father decided it was time for her to get married and have children, so he pulled her out. She got pregnant, and she was terrified because she delivered the first baby in a village, and the second baby wouldn't come out. So her sister, who was a midwife, anticipated there being complications, so actually sent an ambulance toward the village. But to get to that ambulance, she had to take a canoe across a river after just having delivered one of the two twins, take a canoe across the river, get in the ambulance, and travel 6 hours over bumpy roads. And that's when I met her. So we talked at length while she sort of rested and gathered her energy. And then finally, she delivered the second baby. And it was unresponsive. So all of the midwives were paying attention to the baby, trying to resuscitate it. And Mama Cisse started bleeding. And I'm not a doctor, obviously. And so I kept saying, I think she's bleeding. I think she's bleeding too much. And they were like, no, no, she's fine, it's normal. And this was one of the first deliveries I had actually witnessed. And suddenly I started panicking. And I thought, let me see if I can find a doctor. And in fact, everyone around me started laughing and saying, there's one doctor in the whole province. And I said, well, let me find him. And so I ran. It was one of those hospitals with outdoor corridors. And I ran and I found the doctor, and he was in surgery. So I actually put scrubs on and went into surgery, and he was and he looked up, and I said, I think there's a woman dying. And he was like, well, I'm busy. And so I ran back and I said, I don't know, pick her up, take her closer to the doctor. They took her blood pressure. It was 60/30. And they carried her to the doctor. And by the time he came out of surgery, she died. And that's her mother finding out her daughter had just died in childbirth. And so this story came at the same time as a women's conference in Washington, D.C. And Time magazine published the story. And they sent 3,000 copies of the magazine to the women's conference. And one of the board members of Merck, the pharmaceutical company, saw the story. And he decided to hand out a copy of the magazine to all of the board members. And so they sat down for their annual board meeting where they were talking about corporate responsibility. And everyone looked at the story. And at the end of the meeting, they decided to start Merck for Mothers and put aside $500 million to fight maternal death. And I've continued doing this work around the world. Afghanistan, this is in Tacloban, a woman literally giving birth on the side of the road after all of the services were sort of decimated. The United States, which is one of 2 countries in the world with a rising maternal death rate, 2 developed countries in the world with a rising maternal death rate, second to Serbia. This is in Washington, D.C. Women of color are exponentially more likely to die in childbirth in America. In 2011, I wanted to cover the Arab Spring. And I had been covering conflict for a decade at that point, and I actually happened to be in Iraq when the Arab Spring started, and so I missed Egypt. So I called the New York Times and said, I want to go to Libya. And they were like, okay, you have to go to Egypt and cross illegally. Many conflicts, obviously, leaders don't want journalists covering them. So I'll show you a quick video.
And now some new information and disturbing information just into us. The New York Times now says that 4 of its journalists reporting on the conflict in Libya have gone missing.
4 journalists, 2 reporters, and 2 photographers for the New York Times disappeared on Tuesday.
Editors say they have not heard from Anthony Shadid, Stephen Farrell, Tyler Hicks, and Lynsey Addario. 4 New York Times journalists were held captive. They'd been reporting from the eastern city of Ajdabiya. The Times executive editor says the paper has been in contact with the Libyan government, and they were assured that the 4 would be released promptly if they had been captured.
Libyan authorities said the group was captured in eastern Libya last week by forces loyal to Colonel Gaddafi.
So when we first got into eastern Libya, it was an incredible scene. It was much like Iraq, where there were these scenes of euphoria and people setting up a parallel government. They were so excited about the possibility of freedom of speech, of having freedom at all in Libya. It was a place with no free press. So all journalists covering the popular uprising had to sneak in through Egypt because Gaddafi didn't want journalists there. There was a call to arms in February, and a handful of photographers went forward with the rebels. Most of these rebels had no fighting experience, of course, and they were fighting against a trained army and military in Libya. So this is one of the first days we went forward. And I remember we were on the front line, which was literally flat desert with nowhere to hide and no cover. And a helicopter gunship swooped in over our heads and started spraying the ground all around us with 50 caliber bullets. And it was absolutely terrifying because we had nowhere to go. So I thought I might as well take pictures. So I stayed for a few weeks on the front line, going back and forth as sometimes Gaddafi's troops gained territory, sometimes the rebels did. But it was very, very heavy combat and exhausting and terrifying and really relentless. Sometimes you'd see a little white aircraft in the sky, and literally a bomb would land next to us. People would just start praying around us. There were wounded, dead day after day. But it was before the no-fly zone was implemented, so it felt very important as a journalist to be there on the front line documenting what was happening. And on March 15th, 2011, it was very clear that the town of Addario was about to fall to Gaddafi's forces. We had leaflets were dropped around us saying, if you're a civilian, get out. When you're a journalist, you have to make a decision how long to stay. How long do you stay to frontline without risking not only your life, but the life of your driver and your translator? Because we work as a team. So we were in 2 cars. That's something that we do as a safety mechanism in case one car breaks down. I was working with Tyler Hicks, and Anthony Shaden and Steve Farrell were in the other car. The front line was coming in very quickly, and they were bracketing mortars onto our position. And at that point, the driver of Anthony and Steve's car, his brother got shot at the front line. And so he just stopped the car in the middle of the battle and dumped all their stuff on the side of the road. Now, we ended up suddenly with 5 of us in one vehicle. And 4 journalists in one car. Everyone had different needs. Some wanted to go to the front and continue covering combat. Some wanted to go to the hospital and count the civilian casualties, and it was chaos. There were bullets everywhere. So I was sort of paralyzed by fear. I was convinced something was going to happen that day. And so I was sort of like waiting for everyone to leave. At that point, our driver got word that Gaddafi's troops had entered the city. And we did not leave because we wanted more and more photos and more information and more reporting. And by the time we decided to leave and flee back to Benghazi, Gaddafi's troops had cut the road in front of us, had flanked the desert and cut the road in front of us, and we drove directly into one of Gaddafi's soldiers' checkpoints. They had been told that all journalists are spies and to kill them. So immediately, they pulled everyone out of the car at gunpoint. And I, as the only woman, was sort of left sitting in the back seat of the car because no one ever knows what to do with a woman in those situations. So I'm sort of watching my colleagues through the windows. And then eventually I decided to crawl out the back seat to the right because the rebels we had been with started opening fire on the front line. And it was terrifying because we were not in an armored car and there were literally bullets everywhere. Zoom, zoom, you can hear them, like you can feel them. And so I jumped out and I saw this building off in the distance and knew that I had to run for cover. And when we got there, we were all told to lie face down in the dirt. Each one of us had a Kalashnikov put to our heads, and they were about to execute us. And the commander came over and said, "You can't execute them, they're American." And we don't know why. They said that because not many people love Americans in that part of the world. And so they decided not to kill us. And instead, they tied us up. For me, they took the laces out of my shoes and tied my ankles together and my wrists behind my back and carried us away and put us in vehicles on the front line and literally laughed at us as we sort of squirmed, tied up, watching as bullets and bombs sort of rained around us and we were helpless. For the next 3 days, we were beaten up, blindfolded, tied up, threatened with execution, shuttled around the front line, put in a prison cell, had to listen to people being tortured all around us, thrown in the back of a pickup truck and driven 600 kilometers under the hot sun, where every 45 minutes we were beaten and lynched. And as they were about to pull us out of the truck, the driver would speed up. And eventually we were brought to Tripoli, where there was negotiation. There was no ransom, but it was diplomatic negotiation. And we were released after a week. 2 weeks later, the New York Times sent a team to look for our driver, Mohammed, who was never seen again. And they found my shoe on the side of the road. In 2017, the New York Times asked me to go meet Marieke Vervoer. This is a very different story for me. It was on the right to die and euthanasia. And they sent me to meet Marieke. She had a degenerative muscular disease, and she had talked very publicly. She was Belgian, and she talked very publicly about wanting to die when the pain got too bad. And so the Times sent me to meet her in Japan and said, just go and see if you hit it off. And so it was one of the stories where my journalistic integrity was maybe perhaps the most challenged, because I ended up spending 3 years with Marieke and covering her. And we became very, very close. And it was difficult because she wanted me in the room with her when she died, but her parents were very much against her dying. They supported her, but of course they were hoping she wouldn't go through with it. And I think the power of photos was very difficult for her parents to know that there was someone in the room documenting that moment and that that's what she wanted. She was a very public figure. So I'll just go through the story.
Hi, Lynsey. It's awful. I'm down. I want to cry. But the doctors made the decision. It's very difficult. I want to die as soon as possible.
So we had this relationship. I was living in London. She would send me these messages, and it's very difficult to get these messages sort of all hours of the night. I would go see her and be with her and take photos. And she had, in Belgium, it's physician-assisted suicide. So you have to have several doctors evaluate you and make sure you're of sound mind to end your life. And so she had picked several dates where she was going to die and then kept canceling them. So honestly, I didn't really think she would go through with it. And I was following her. I became very close to her parents. She was a very public figure because she had won 4 Paralympic medals, 1 gold, 2 silver, and 1 bronze. And so she was a real celebrity in Belgium, but also very outspoken about wanting the power to end your life when the pain got too much. And I had never met anyone like her who was just so open with their pain, with their vulnerability. And it puts a photographer in a very strange position because there were moments where she would start choking. And once she would start coughing, she needed someone to help her breathe again. And I had to make decisions as a photographer. Do I save her life or do I keep photographing? And it was difficult because I think, honestly, there are rules about photojournalism that we're not allowed to get involved. But if someone's dying in front of you, are you a human being or are you a photographer? And I had to constantly make those decisions with Marieke. And she would talk to me all the time about wanting to die, but yet she loved life so much, she just kept like prolonging it. This is her with her euthanasia doctor.
Hi, Lynsey. Oh, I got it so difficult. It's not going well. I slept today until 6 o'clock. It's not going well. And my father came and I said, go away. And I was, it was, I think I have to go to the psychologist very soon.
And she would write lists of the people who would come to her funeral. I'm going to pass through that. and have seizures. She took me to the place she wanted to spread her ashes. And finally, on my mother's 80th birthday, I was here in New York with my 3 sisters and my mother, and we were at a Broadway play, and I got a message saying, she's going to end her life tomorrow. And I thought, after 3 years, and I thought, maybe she won't go through with it. But of course, I had to get on the next plane and fly to London and then take the train to Belgium. And when I got there, she was saying goodbye to everyone. And I thought, she really will go through with it. And this is her as the euthanasia doctor on the far left, Wim Distelmans, and her coach, her former coach, were taking her back to the room for the euthanasia. And she wanted to drink kava and eat chocolate as she was going back to end her life. And these are her parents outside the room as she was preparing to end her life. And this is the final goodbye. And this is the moment she died. And this is her therapy dog, who refused to get on the bed with her once she passed away, even though she spent her entire life in bed with Marieke. So that was really painful.
What do you want, readers of the New York Times and people around the world to understand when they see our story? Because we will have a full story about your life, your death. What do you want people to understand about euthanasia?
I want them to understand that euthanasia is not murder, but it gives people a good feeling in their head and makes people live longer and enjoy more from every little moment, because you have your papers in your hand and you don't have to worry about the things when it's going to be more worse, or what I gonna do then, or what's coming now and now, and you're not so
So that was Marieke. I'll just quickly go through this. I started covering climate change with a grant from National Geographic and have spent a little time over the past few years just documenting wildfires, the Amazon. This is very different work for me. Drought in Ethiopia, floods in South Sudan, Somalia drought, malnutrition, and Afghanistan. And then recently walked the Darien Gap, which is 100 miles from Colombia to Panama, because I wanted to understand what people will go through in order to get to America. So at this point, 2 years ago, 500,000 people walked the Darien Gap 100 miles through the jungle. It is a place where if you break your ankle en route, you die, because no one can get you out. There are no roads and no way to get out of the Darien Gap. There's no medevac because it's such dense jungle. People get bit by snakes, they die of dehydration. And as a journalist, again, the only way you can understand the desperation to get to America is to actually go and to see what people will do with their children. People would fall, many people would fall, bang their head, die. They were carrying their 2-year-old children. This was for The Atlantic magazine. So a lot of what I'm doing is not necessarily frontline, but it's also humanitarian. It's understanding why people flee their homes, why there are so many refugees, often people are fleeing conflicts, and this is why they will do this, or they're fleeing, they just want a better life for their families. And finally, I'll end on the war in Ukraine. I started covering the war in Ukraine right before it started, and for the New York Times, and have been going. I've made about 12 trips and have spent most of the last 3 years there. And so I'll just take you through some of those images. These are the day after the war started in Kiev. Volunteers for the military. There was a call to arms, again, much like many of the conflicts I've covered. This is Yulia. She was a middle school teacher and offered to fight for her country. This was in a maternity hospital when there were bombs landing on Kiev. A young man over the body of his mother. People fleeing west. people arriving from Mariupol to Zaporizhia in the south of the country. And on this is a bridge that was intentionally broken by the Ukrainian military to stop the Russian advance near Bucha and Irpin, the suburbs of Kiev. Now, people who were stuck inside of Bucha and Irpin would climb over the bridge desperately to get away from the Russians as they had the area under siege. This was the only way out. So I went there to cover this humanitarian evacuation. And I went on a Sunday morning and was sure that the Russians would not attack this area because it was a known humanitarian corridor. And I'll show you a video.
Що вчора було з дітьми, кажеш?
Погано було. Дітей 200-х вивозили, мирне населення, маленькі.
Film. Shit! Shit, 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 shit. Come on! Shit.
Давай, смотрите его!
All right.
Stay there!
All right.
No, okay.
Should we go around the corner? Should we go around the corner?
Medic!
So in those moments, it's obviously terrifying, and we're all in shock. And I think had this happened to me 20 years ago, I would have just made a run for it. But now, after so many years, I know I have to stop and take photos. And when I ran across the street, this is the first scene that I came upon. Obviously, I didn't know if they were alive. We were still under fire. There were still mortars coming in. But I also knew that I had witnessed a war crime because they were bracketing onto this position. The first mortars landed quite far away, and they got successively closer. And they were deliberately targeting civilians. This image was used in Congress to talk about the fact that Putin was deliberately targeting civilians and to raise money for Ukrainians. These are just the final images. I keep going back. I was there, I left on Friday. I just left, I was there again. Every time I go back, it's difficult to try to do something new and keep the public engaged because people lose interest. I'll stop there.
Give it up, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Going where so few can go and bringing these stories home. Really, thank you so much. We have time for some questions. We have Kyle here. Please raise your hand.
How do you continue to do this? Like, I just want to cry listening to you. How do you do it? What do you do for yourself to keep you?
Well, I have 2 small kids, so they keep me pretty busy. I have a 6-year-old who's crazier than I am, so and a 13-year-old. So that helps ground me. Yeah, I really believe in this work. It's the only thing I can say. You're welcome.
Thank you for presenting the extraordinary images, and your book is extraordinary as well. I'm curious, we're very comfortable here, and I'm curious, in your experiences, what is it about humanity that we don't understand from the places that you've been and things that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think people think of wars as like really far away and unrelatable, but actually they're people just like us. And we all have the same sort of dreams and aspirations, and we want peace and shelter and food and our kids to have a good education. And, you know, it's easy to think it's hard to relate to what's happening in these places. But you know, you see the images that are very dramatic, but there's life goes on in all of these places. You know, people are going to school and work, and it's important to understand. I mean, especially now in America when we're having this conversation about immigration and kicking people out. I mean, my grandparents were immigrants, you know, from Italy, and I think that you have to think of what no one wants to leave their home. No one wants to be a refugee or an immigrant or treated horribly. And so I hope that when people look at these images, they understand why people leave, you know, what it takes to actually get up and go.
I just wanted to ask, when you're in these extreme conditions, how do you, as a photographer, choose to be a photographer compared to be a human? You spoke about how in these situations
well, first of all, I think it's important to know that when I'm taking a picture, I'm not the only one there. So often, like if someone is wounded or if someone needs medical attention, there's often like an ambulance or an NGO or someone around who is equipped to help. And so for me, my job is to take photographs so that people understand what's going on. I think if there's a situation in which I can help, I do. Like I'm allowed to, I can give someone a ride to a hospital, for example, if they're not a combatant. I mean, they cannot be wearing a uniform. Very important to differentiate because you never want to get in the middle of a conflict. You know, sometimes I lend people my phone, I mean, to call their parents or, you know, it really, there's a limit as to what we're able to do as journalists because we're not supposed to get involved.
Hi, I wanted to say that thank you. I find it very triggering. It was very hard to watch a lot of the photos.
Sorry.
I wanted to ask you if you have seen your work being used for the wrong reasons and what the wrong reasons mean to you.
No, I think I've been pretty lucky in that I haven't seen my work used in the wrong reasons. That's not to say it has not happened. It's just to say that I have not been aware of that. I'm very selective of who I work for because I never want to be in a situation where a publication changes the reality of what's happening on the ground with a caption or with misinformation. And so I work often for the same publications, New York Times, National Geographic, The Atlantic. And so I'm very particular about who I work with because I know there's fact checking and I know that things will be accurately conveyed. But I'm sure there are situations where people are taking my images and using them, but I have not been made aware of that.
Hi.
Hi.
I was going to ask you a question about your capture and your release, but then I realized it wasn't important. What was important was that you put your life on the line for all of us to see what's happening, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thanks.
Yes. One last, we can do one last one.
Hi, thank you. So I had a question about, we've seen a lot of your photos and so many of them are beautiful in all sorts of ways, but some are more powerful than others, even the photos that you selected. What, in your opinion, makes a photo that's just, it pops versus something that's documenting, something that's eternal versus something that's like, this is of the moment? Maybe, I'm not sure if I'm phrasing it correctly.
Yeah,
but.
no. I think, look, I have a job to sort of bring the viewer in, right? And to get them to ask questions and to engage with the story. So some elements of that story will be less photogenic than others. And I think when I have time or if I have the ability, I'm looking for light and composition, but also information. You know, I'm telling a story, I'm not just making pretty pictures. So the images are difficult, but I also don't want them so difficult that the viewer will just turn away and not engage. So the material is tough, but I also hope that it's enough for the person to want to know more about what's happening in the photograph.
All right, so thank you. Thank you, Lynsey. Remember, she's going to be available for more questions. Give her a few moments, but make your way back outside to the speaker meet and greet. She should be out there in about 3 to 5 minutes, okay? Next up, coming up at 2 p.m., we'll explore the viral video success with Drex. So buckle up for that one.
The Nikon Z5 II excels, even in the most challenging conditions. I love the feeling that the next great image is just a beat away. The Nikon Z5 II gives me the confidence to know I can execute and deliver.
There's so many features about the Z8 that really appeal to me.
With filmmaking, it's fantastic. You can use it on a small gimbal.
Video that looks cinematic.
So I could really fine-tune all the colors that the camera can capture.
It's a game changer.
All right. All right, who here is curious at what makes a video go viral? Let's see a show of hands, right? Right? We're all trying to make that video go viral. Well, Drex Lee is here to break it down. With over 1 billion views across multiple platforms, Drex has cracked the code on content that resonates. So let's please give a really warm welcome to Drex Lee with Behind the Lens, Secrets to Video Viral Success.
Woo, woo, woo. Boom! What's up, guys? How's it going? New York City, make some noise, come on! All right, I'll be honest with you guys. I didn't get a lot of sleep. I'm still stuck on that West Coast time, so I'm gonna need y'all to kind of help me bring the energy up. Can you guys help me do that? Come on! All right, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, now for me, time to put my phone away. Okay, cool. How many of you guys make video here? Make some noise. Okay. Make some noise if you guys create photos. Okay, I'm just gauging my audience here, right? So, who here makes content? That's why we're all here, right? Shout out to Bild Expo for kind of putting this together. B&H Photo, the mecca of all things content and media. I'm so glad to be here today. More than excited to meet every single one of you guys, and I'm here to inspire you just like everyone else has so far that has spoken. But real quick question. Make some noise if you guys have heard of me or seen my work. Okay, a few of you guys. Sounds good. All right, cool. So for you guys, for those of you that have no idea who I am, well, my name is Drex Lee, and I'm here to tell you guys about all the things that makes a person successful in content, social media, filmmaking, or anything in media. Time for me to grab my clicker. All right, got it. Hold on, some water. All right, let's go. This is me. I'm a filmmaker, right? Over the past, I want to say I started filmmaking about 20 years ago. That sounds like a long time, right? But I swear, I look a lot younger when I shave. From 2010 to 2020, I've done commercials, music videos, short films, feature films, and over that time span, I've done over 1,000 professional productions. A lot of it just by myself. And in the past 4 years, I kind of ventured off into social media. And since then, I've done over 1,000 pieces of social media content. That's a picture of me over there. And does anyone else know who that is over there? That's my good buddy over there. I swear I'm taller than him. But that's a shot of me showing Kev the work, right? Not of my work. Oh, I mean, technically it is my work, but it's our work. We just shot an epic one-shot together, right? And look, I just shot it with a phone, right? We're not doing any like thing crazy like that. I just did me, and that's what he wanted. And we did our shot in 2 takes, right? First take to kind of get the feel of it. Second take, perfected, right? So I'm here to tell you guys that sometimes you may not need much to kind of get started in this industry and to be successful. And you could reach heights like I have, right? Of course, with someone like Kevin, right? That's still crazy to me. Moving on, this is my socials. If you guys haven't seen any of my socials, this is what it is. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. And in this day and age, you gotta be on every platform. But just like me, on every single platform, I cater it for a different audience because the algorithm tells you to create different things for certain audiences because not everyone uses every single platform. But in order to cover all bases, you gotta hit all 4 of them. But there's more out there. I just didn't list them. But with a combined following of 20 million, I like to think that I should be somewhat credible to tell you what makes you successful. So let's go move on. All right, guess who that is? Yeah, that's me 20 years ago building my first lighting set. Yeah, I had no idea what I was doing. And to this day, I still never used that lighting set. But I got it. I got it because I saw a deal on eBay, and I was like, I need to get started. I don't know what I need to do to get started, but I gotta start somewhere. Maybe with a lighting kit, right? And I don't know if you guys remember, but the lighting kits back then, you had all these like sticks and stuff like that trying to set up the diffusers, and yeah, I still never got it. Still sitting in my parents' garage. But the lesson is that you get started, no matter what. Moving on, defining my style. I didn't know what I was doing, right? So when most people don't know what they're doing, they have to figure it out. You could either copy someone else's style or you create your own style. There's 2 ways of really doing social media, right? There's, of course, following trends, right? Nothing wrong with that. I don't follow trends, but the good thing about following trends is that you could gain popularity really quick. Or you could go off on your own and create your own style. Then you distinctively become a one of one, uniquely. And you could get inspired, right? And when you are inspired, you could take what you like, not copy, but you could take that inspiration and turn it into your own. And that's kind of what I did. And for those of you that don't know my style, this is kind of what it looks like right here. This is a cool piece I did with Prime Video's, no, it's not Prime, it's MGM Studios, A Working Man. And here it is.
All of this is for a girl.
Oh! Boom!
All this for a girl? I'm gonna cut your heart out.
Now here's the result.
All of this for a girl? I'm gonna cut your heart out. She's family.
You broke my...
So can you guys believe all of that was shot on a phone, right? It was just me and my hand. I mean, it came out, yeah, but you guys know what I meant, right? But so as you guys saw, a lot of stuff in there, right, was really just practical. We shot inside a car garage. The wrench was, of course, made of plastic, but a lot kind of adds into it. And if you didn't see the behind the scenes, you would have never guessed that I just shot it running around with a phone in my hand, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is that you could create, as long as you have the right vision, you could create cinematic masterpieces. And cinematic, the term cinematic just means, whoo, I felt that. That's what cinematic means. It's not a specific look. It's a feeling. Moving onwards, I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about my style and the inspirations behind it, and 3 distinct styles that are uniquely mine, but as well is very different from each other. Let me see which one plays first. Boom. Ah, that one.
With the Brooklyn boys, so for one last time, I need y'all to roll. Now what the hell are you waiting for? After me, there should be no more. So for one last time, nigga, make some noise.
What do you guys think? Now, can you imagine if I'm just standing up here and someone just like running around me shooting? Like, what would you guys even be thinking? Well, that. So, that's a live show. That was actually only one take, right? Because I can't do that again. But it's seeing something that is cinematic in your head. Because all he's really doing is walking up, walking back, taking a shot, peace out. That's all he's doing, right? But then me, I take something simple, and how do I make that look super epic, super cinematic? Okay, then I have to map a little roadway in my head of where I'm going and how to make it epic, right? So when it comes down to, creating cinematic masterpieces, it's really up to you and getting inspiration on how to do it, no matter how simple the action is, right? Take this next one right here. This is super simple too. Boom. So that didn't hit anything important, okay? But that's just taking a simple idea and turning it into something epic, right? But I'm not gonna lie to you, it did take me a few tries to get the phone not to completely flip over while it was above my head. So just getting ideas like that, right? Very simple. All I did was throw in a slow motion, I threw the phone up in the air and I just fell down. And then, as long as you see it in your head while you're like planning the shots out, it'll be epic. It'll be epic. One shot. Boom. You guys probably know me from the car videos, huh?
Baby, I'm a gangster too.
What do you guys think? So, you guys seen through these 3 videos, everything's one shot. That's what I'm known for, the epic one shot. Why? Because it's one shot and it's fucking epic, A lot of people ask me like, yo, I know you for shooting cars, I love it when you shoot cars, but why do you always shoot cars? I'll tell you why I always shoot cars. Because cars have no emotion. They just do as they're told. Right? They don't make weird facial expressions or anything like that, As for the talent that are participating in them, I'm just like, you know what? I just need your feet move, your hands, throw this, I'll track that, and then the car will do the rest. That's why I shoot a lot of cars. Do you guys like car content? That's what I'm talking about. All right. So, read this for me. You know what? Never mind. I'll read it for you guys. And yet, what stops most people isn't gear, is thinking they need permission. Who agrees with that? Because permission is like validation, right? Someone's like, oh yeah, I like it. So it makes you want to go do it. But if you make it and someone's like, I don't like it, then you're like, I don't want to do it no more. Fuck them, right? It's in gear. Some people don't want to get started because They're like, yo, I need to get this camera, that camera, I gotta get this light, that mic, or that. Nah, you don't need any of it. Because you know what? Gear is like a paintbrush, right? How you shoot is like how you paint. What the outcome is gonna be your artwork. So what I'm trying to say is, would you rather have someone with like a $10,000 paintbrush, or would you rather have the artist that could paint with a $1 paintbrush? What would you guys rather have, the $1 or the $10,000 one? Yeah, I think I heard that right. But of course, it's just the tool, right? It's the paintbrush. So I guess what I'm trying to say is get started with whatever you have. If you have an idea, go do it. If you feel like evolving your work, then go ahead, get more gear, right? To add to it, but never let that be the value of your work. The foundation of it is gonna be the value of your work. That's how you get started. You don't need anyone to tell you anything. If someone says, yo, stop doing it, I don't like it, fuck them, make more of it. Because that's exactly what I did. Look, you guys seen my work. I just showed you guys. 99% of my comments was like, yo, that shit sucks. I'm getting a headache. My 3-year-old could do this. Ouch. Nah, not me, I don't give a fuck. Because, you know what? Not everyone hated it. Only 99% of the people hated it. 1% loved it. So, that was my validation. All I needed was that 1%, you know? And as content creators, you guys have an audience, or you guys are building an audience. But you guys have to know your audience is the most important thing to you, not the haters. Not the 99% that says you suck. It's the 1% that love you. Because that 1%, if you pay attention to them, you love them, they will become your 99%. Love your audience. You know what I mean? Love the ones that love you. Love the ones that uplift you. Be the ones that uplift them. You know? We are in a community where we feel good when we make other people feel good. And that's how we grow. I didn't grow this by saying other people's shit sucks. I grew this by appreciation and encouraging others, and others encouraging me. That's why my work is what it is today, because it doesn't matter what those haters said that sucked. It only mattered that one person said, yo, I love your stuff. Keep going. Keep doing what you do. Just like a lot of you has already came up to me and said that, and I appreciate every single one of you guys. That's why I'm here. Now, a lot of people talk about inspiration, right? You don't have to copy me. You could. But if anything, I want you guys to be inspired. Take this, make this your own. You know what I mean? I want you guys to be that one of one. Check this out. Boom. What do you guys think about that one? All with a phone. You have an idea, execute it. Simple ideas too. You know, it started with a simple idea. How would it look like if you just threw a punch? All right, cool. What if you did a combo punch? Punch, dodge, right? Punch, dodge, hit, all the way to punch, dodge, kick, and snap neck. So as long as you have the idea, feel free to evolve it, because not every single one of my fight scenes started off like that, right? Like I said, start off simple, evolve it. Take your guys' style, evolve it, no matter what kind of style it is. Boom.
Let him cook. Let him cook now. Let him cook. I said let him cook.
What'd you guys think? Who? So I gotta keep bringing it back to vision, right? Because I had no idea what I was shooting. I can't see what I'm shooting. I just trusted the vision because with the Insta360 camera, I could always reframe it, and that's what I did. With a 360 camera, I just shot. And then hopefully I had the vision in my head that it'll come out okay. Did it come out okay? Yeah. All right. On to one of my later ones right here. Let me know if you guys like this one.
Wow, that's cool. That's great. It's awesome. Can you do one for us?
Oh yeah, got you. Let's go. Boom!
That they hope to design with one goal to keep your spirit broken in line, trapped in a dark place, but this is your moment to shine. As you're waiting for the fight to begin, remind yourself that there's a fighter within. Why even fight if you're not fighting to win? But whatever the outcome, I know you'll fight till the end.
Yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, boy, what's up?
What's up now then?
Back up. Go home. Understand?
Car safe now.
Good.
Hey! Woo! Woo! Did you guys just see Jackie Chan? And the whole cast of Karate Kid? Oh my gosh, that was such a dream come true to direct with Jackie Chan. Oh man. So I gotta tell you guys, as a filmmaker, that's my childhood action hero, star, everything in between. So imagine just shooting with your phone, and then Jackie Chan's like, yo, I love your stuff, let's do it. Yes, it happens. It happens. So going back to that shot, it took about 4 hours, right? But you might be looking at, I thought it was one shot. It is one shot, it's one long continuous take. But I wanted to say for Jackie Chan's time, I was like, hey, I don't want you to spend 4 hours here. So I gave him 5 minutes, right? And then, so we choreographed it with like 15 stunt guys in 4 hours, choreographed everything, so make sure I have all the shots. It didn't go without any mishaps. My phone did get kicked. I bet you guys don't know which part though, but I'll tell you guys. It's the part where the guy did the splits right in front of my camera. He didn't open his legs wide enough. I told him to open his legs wider, but it didn't. And then he kicked the phone out of my hands. But the good thing is that still worked, so it was perfect. And with the phones these days, especially with the phone I'm using now, which is a Samsung S25 Ultra, it has log mode. So I was able to adjust the colors a little bit more to make it look like what it is on this one. But yeah, so it shows, it goes to show that you could do it all with a phone. And it starts with a simple idea. If you have the idea, you fucking just go for it. And I keep going back to vision and executing your vision. Sometimes you might have the vision, but you don't execute on it. Then you just sit on it forever. Then it just never happens. The next thing you know, you're like, I should have did it. Well, here's a message for you guys. Go fucking do it. I have a very important message for you guys. Don't try to copy what's working. Create what's missing. Do you guys resonate with that? Right? If the content's already out there, then why you? Right? Why you if it's already out there? Do something different. Then that's uniquely you. Because there's nothing that an audience gravitates more towards than authenticity. Who here likes fake people? Right? Who here recognizes real? Hey, That's what I'm talking about. Wait, I actually couldn't see those hands, so like, can you guys make some noise? So the audience here does recognize real. That's what I'm talking about. Remember what I said before? Ugh, I felt that. Woo, that's cinematic. It's not about the way a picture looks. It's not about the way the color is graded. It's not about how sharp the image is. It's about this. That's right here. Can you guys say this word? Yeah. Damn! I felt that. If you can make me say that, if you can make any of your audience members say that, then you've won. You've won them over. If you can do it again and again and again, that'll be your goal. You might not be able to make them say it every single time, but you know what? Once you're able to make them feel that, then you've won. And that's your formula. Do it. Because no one ever has the perfect formula. Fuck, I don't know the formula. It's more about you being genuine, right? And then when they feel that, you feel it. And once you feel it, you're like, damn, I figured out my formula. That's the way to do it. That's the way to create my content. This is how we become successful. This is what we do. But then again, you have to define success. What's your measure of success? Where do you go before you're like, I'm successful? I'll tell you my bar for success. My bar to success is me being happy and me being able to make a living off being happy, doing what I love to do. Because if you set your bar too high, you'll never reach it because you'll keep putting your bar higher and higher and higher. It's all off of passion that I'm able to do all this stuff. Look. These guys didn't want me because I'm like, yo, I'm successful, this is what I do. Like, nah. They felt that. I mean, can you imagine Khaled saying that? Damn, another one. This is one of my good buddies right here. Check this out. Let's do it. Let's go. Boom. What do you guys think? Isn't it crazy that I could just be like, yo, Serena, what's good? You in town? Let's go do some shit. All right, cool. So, get this. How did this shot come together? Like, yo, you around? Yeah, okay. Slide over to her house. And I'm like, what do you want to do? Oh, let's shoot some shit. Okay, cool. What are we shooting? I don't know. How about you just get in the car and just drive up and walk inside the house? I'll do the rest. Don't worry. What are you gonna do? Don't worry about it. I'll figure it out. So immediately my head went to work. And how do I make that shot look super epic? How do I go down? How do you drive up, down, see her, look at me, smile, bring it back down, see the logo, pop out, see her walk in, catch the birds in the sky. Whoa, that was crazy. But it worked. It worked, because, I'm not gonna make Serena do it again. You know what I mean? She's like, how was it? I'm like, it's good. It's good. Hold on. Yeah, it's good. Boom. And we did 5 more videos afterwards. It's amazing. I don't like to name drop, but I'm only doing it here because I'm telling you guys that it's not a dream. It's your passion for the project that makes other people buy into your passion, that want to be around that. And I could see that. Because you know why? Because you guys are all here with me right now. If you guys didn't want to see me, you guys just, maybe you guys just kind of walked in. But for those of you guys are here, I could tell that the passion was there. And I'm here to, inspire you so you can be doing what you guys love to do and do shit like this.
I just got done doing a big collab with Drex. Matter of fact, it's going to be the biggest one ever. Congrats in advance. Another one. We the best. NBA Finals, baby. Let's go.
Boom. That's such a Khaled thing to say, isn't it? I think he hit all the key words that he always says in all his songs. I think I got a whole record right there. But that was dope. That was also over at Khaled's house. That's at a studio with the actual NBA Finals trophy right there. Finals trophy? Championship. Is it the final? Okay, it's a trophy. It's a trophy. We had the actual trophy there. And, you know, we had a huge collab. Like I said, they buy into it. They buy into your passion. They buy into your work. It seeps through the screen. People feel it. Damn, I felt that. Let's collab. Let's do some shit. It may not be with a celebrity. It may not be with me. It may not be with a brand. But it will be with your audience. Because at the end of the day, you guys unknowingly are working together because you're taking your audience's input. You know what I mean? They love it. They encourage you. You go out and pop out another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. Right? The next thing you know, you'll be hearing, we the best. Let's go. So, you don't need to be in Hollywood to make Hollywood cinema. All right, so, not gonna lie to you guys. A lot of Hollywood guys hate me. I don't know if you guys know why. I use a phone. But I gotta tell you guys, there's one side of my audience, maybe not my audience, but there's one side of the internet that hates me because they're like, yo, that's not cinematic. You gotta use a big camera, shoot, everything. And there's one side like, yo, thank you for showing us how accessible filmmaking is, you know? But I think I've won over a little bit because now I'm in Hollywood a lot. Not like that, but because stunt directors, film directors, DPs are hitting me up like, yo, Drex, how can we get shots like you, right? It's not that I'm offering any courses or anything like that, right? But what I'm doing is, this is how I get the inspiration behind it, kind of like how I'm showing you guys. This is my inspiration, so you can take it, mold it, and do your own thing with it, right? And going back to it, who here dreams about Hollywood? And any of you guys, no, of course not, because we're on our phones. We don't need to go to Hollywood. We see all our films, movies. We probably consume more social media content than we do films, right? Is that true? I know I do. So, back to it. To be successful in this field, to be successful in social media, content creation, all that stuff like that, bleed through it with your passion. Take inspiration from the people you guys look up to. And it's never too late to start because you know why? You start now. I don't care if you guys have excuses of reasons why you can't start now. Be like, oh, I don't have the car to shoot with. I don't have that beautiful girl to shoot with. I don't have, these action guys to shoot with. No, fuck it. I take regular shit and just see how to really make it look epic. Just start here. You can even just look at me and be like, how can I make Drex look cinematic, right? Just start there. Start with the person next to you. Just think about how am I gonna make my next epic masterpiece. And when you do it, it doesn't have to be 100%. Just start. Just do it. And put your passion into it. Put your all into it, okay? Because, look, I started this thing, usually just a phone in my hand, but I also run around with a selfie stick, right? By the way, I just dropped a new boomstick. It's a co-designed selfie stick that I did, also available at B&H Photo. Sorry, shameless plug. But seriously, why do I use a selfie stick? It's because it gives me extra reach. Just like that one right there. You use extra reach. You can kind of get into the cars, so my back doesn't hurt. I'm getting a little old, so I can't always get down low. But to chase up the cars and everything like that, I do use a selfie stick, extra tools, and whatever tools you guys can get. Just like over here at B&H Photo, you guys go downstairs, you guys see tools, right? But don't make excuses. Only use those tools to evolve your work, but not to give your work value. How's that sound? How am I doing so far, by the way? Woo! Woo! Like I said, I had 2 hours of sleep, guys. I was still on that Cali time. But first and foremost, do not wait for anyone to give you permission. The only value that anyone can give you is yourself. how many times you guys wondered how a piece of artwork at a museum could be worth like millions of dollars, right? When you could kind of go up to be like, who the fuck would buy this shit for like $1 million, right? I would probably get like $5, right? But then someone would walk up to it, maybe someone you like or admire, or be like, only $1 million, huh? I'll pay $5 million for it. Then you'd be like, whoa, what is he seeing that I'm not? It's the value that that person just gave to it, right? If a piece of art could be worth anything, just make sure you're the one that gives a value to it, right? And you're the one that gives it a social validation. It's your job to convince people why it's worth that much, right? Even if it's just a banana on a wall. You guys know that art piece? Yeah. I mean, after he bought that for, $30 million, like, what does he see that I don't? There must be something about it, but it gave it value. So make sure everything you guys create, you guys determine the value of your own work, okay? I mean, sure, there's a market, but you guys have to be the market setters. Set your market value, and that will be your value. So one last thing from me is, you guys know what I always say, right? When I come up, you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna put this on live right now, all right? Can we turn the lights up a little bit? Somebody, turn the lights up. They're working on it, I promise. I told them beforehand. There we go, all right. So, what up, everybody? Woo! On the count of 3, I want everybody to say boom. You guys ready? 1, 2, 3. Boom. Boom. That's what I'm talking about, guys. I'll be out here. I would love to chat with you guys, and I'm giving away a dope-ass backpack from Nomadic for the best selfie that anyone posts with me. So I'm here for you guys. You guys got questions, I got answers. Let's go.
All right.
Boom.
All right.
Ready?
What's up?
Hi, Drex. I'm Marissa, a travel content creator. First and foremost, I want to say I love your energy. I think it's so refreshing, especially in places that can feel a little corporate. So next, I just wanted to ask a question about your process. I think there's like a part of me that feels like vision. Sometimes I feel like it can't be taught. I feel like it's within you. But there's also like the process of creating the video. So I feel like seeing your work and thinking about us who are maybe trying to incorporate that into our own content. I'd love to know more about your process in terms of like planning. Do you roadmap? Do you storyboard? Or is it literally let's all show up and shoot and I'm just gonna do what's in my mind? So could you talk a little bit to that? And then my second question is a little more technical. Sorry, it's a quick one though, but I just had a question about stabilization since you don't use a gimbal or anything like that. If you could also speak to that. Thanks.
I already forgot the first one. No. No, the main thing is that, okay, look, when you're planning content, right, yes, always have a plan, but be very, very vague, right? Because things always change, especially if it's not like, I don't know, say like a professional shoot where you have like security guards, everything like that, and like set directors, ADs, all that. Because if you're just out there, just shooting maybe with just like 1 or 2 talents, then you want to have a vague idea of what you're going to do. Because if you don't, you can get lost in the sauce. You can't do that. You don't want to waste anyone's time. But at the same time, anything could change. Conditions, sun, things moving around, right? So have a vague idea of what you're gonna do. Make sure that you have a main goal that you wanna hit with that piece of content, right? Then from there, you figure it out. For me, I'm like, what's your specialty, right? If I know the talent already, I already know their specialty, right? Then I get them to do it. I'll do a rough take, nope. Okay, maybe I'll do like this. In, around. I know I'm like moving around, but this is how my mind works, right? I'm not imagining myself moving around them. I'm imagining my flow of motion around them, right? And then the key point for me is to get them to say, not the talent, but when I watch it back, ooh, I felt that. That's what I'm trying to get. What was the second question? Stabilization. But perfected. No, because, post, Stabilization does not work with my style of shots because then you get all the warpiness on the edges. You know what I mean? So I'll tell you one reason why I also do a lot of the twists and turns, because it helps me stabilize. You know what I mean? I roll on the balls of my feet, but like I said, like this, but perfected. So I'm moving in like this, you know what I mean? So I'm making sure I get my moves right. And it's just stabilization perfected. And what I mean by that, practice. Practice, 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 right? Like I said, I've been doing this for 20 years, right? And I've always been a run and gun shooter because it takes too long to set up, and we gotta get going. Time is money, we gotta go, the sun's coming down. We gotta do it, golden hours, only 10 minutes. You know what I mean? So practice your gear, practice your moves, practice stuff. Even if you have a shot in mind, and you're like, dude, how do I stabilize it? Practice that move before you get there. Just practice, practice. How would I do this? You know what I mean? So I don't know if I'm doing Kung Fu, but I'm not. It's just camera moves, so, yo.
Hi, Drex. My name is Esther. I made a post in the Asian Creative, I think it was like the Facebook page. And
I use Facebook. I'm old.
Yeah, I made a post about unemployment. Actually, I don't know if you remember my post, but this is more not a question, but more of a comment. But I just wanted to thank you for just the encouragement. You made a comment about as long as you're you, everything will fall into place. I don't know if it's falling into place quite yet, but it's definitely taking some time, and it was a really encouraging comment. So I feel like your work is really a testament to that, and it definitely inspired me and created a spark in my creative side, and so I started to get more into content creation. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. And a little bit about your comment is that, look, I never had a job before. It's not for the lack of trying. Nobody wanted to hire me, you know? But look at this. When no one wants to believe in you, who do you have left? Yourself. Give yourself the opportunity. Be you. And then you have to set the standards of what that means. You know what I mean? You have to set your own standards. If you set it too high, you'll never be happy. You got to set it to the point where you're like, you know what? This is it. I love it. I'm happy. I'm doing what I love to do. I'm able to make a living out of it. I don't need the Lamborghini or the Ferrari or diamond rings or grills or, like, you don't need any of that. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, if you're able to build to your level of happiness, then everything else will fall into place. You know what I mean? Like, I only say that from experience just because I'm from the city of Stockton. I don't know if you guys heard of it. It's pretty pretentious. No, I'm just kidding. It's like one of the ghetto city in the US. But because I came from nothing, so I know what it's like to have nothing. I know when I first started my career, I was renting a room from a trailer home, right? And then I just hustled, because I had to learn how to love what I was doing. Don't get me wrong, I was sad that nobody would hire me. I was like, what's wrong with me? Nothing was wrong. It's that no one else saw the value yet. You know what I mean? No one saw so you create the value, and then you get people to buy into it. Because like I said, people buy into your passion. And that is how things will fall into place.
Quick question. Could you tell us a story when it didn't work, or if you just like fell and ate shit or something?
That happens all the time. No. Like I said, the guy didn't open his legs long enough, or split his legs open enough, and then kicked my phone out of my hand. I got my foot ran over a few times. Maybe like, I landed wrong a few times. There was one time I jumped in a pool, almost hit my head on a thing. So don't do crazy shit. Don't do crazy shit. I don't think I do crazy shit. It's just that it just looks crazy after I do it. Then I'm like, oh gosh, that was kind of crazy. I probably shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? But a lot of it is like, you believe in what you could do, because I'll be honest with you, a lot of those crazy shit that I did, that content actually didn't even work. I was just like, you know what, that's not even like it. I gotta flip it up, change it up. So I think, and when it comes down to it didn't work, where like content flopped, if you're talking about that too, oh yeah, content flop all the time, right? But that doesn't mean that's it. You know what I mean? Your audience is very forgiving. They'd be like, it's like, let me see. Let's just say Beyonce comes out with a bad song. You're like, oh, no. But you're gonna give her another chance. You know what I mean? Because you already bought into it. You know what? I liked her before. I can't wait for her to come out with another hit. That, when you're consistent, is what your audience will admire. Because once you give up, That's when your audience knows. Be like, no, you know what? This guy's just trying to do the trend again. Now he's giving up. That's it. So, be original, stay what you love to do what you love to do, and keep doing it because fuck everyone else.
All right, let's give a big boom to Drex Lee.
Go afterwards.
And these tactical
Thank you guys.
Woo!
I'll be right outside, so holler at me. Let's go.
All right. Coming up at 3 p.m., we've got Janette Beckman and Bob Ahern will take us through decades of documenting rebels and icons. So we'll get you, Drex, we'll get you. Okay, how we doing, people? All right, I love this, I love this. The 3 o'clock energy. Thank you, thank you. Well, we're very excited. Next, we've got a true legend of music and style photography, Janette Beckman. In conversation with Bob Ahern, this session, brought to you by our friends over at Fujifilm, will spotlight the creative and cultural impact of photographing icons who challenge the norm. So let's please give a warm welcome to Janette and Bob.
Okay. Goodness me. Hello. Wonderful. How lovely to see everyone, and thanks for making it over here on the west side. It's warm out, thanks to the AC, I'm going to say. Total pleasure to be here with Janette. Obviously, who's going to be taking us through some of her amazing journey. As we've heard, she's been documenting icons, music, superstars, culture, counterculture, community, fashion, you name it, a lot more besides for over 40 years, and still producing work today, obviously, and still setting standards out there. And I just wanted to give a little background about why I'm excited to be here. I help oversee the archives at Getty Images, and we have 150 million physical images that are across 4 preservation facilities around the world. And one of our goals is to really keep making that history, that visual history, accessible to our customers and making it relevant. We go right back to the birth of photography, right up, obviously, to the editorial coverage that is today. And I think that one of the reasons why I think Janette's archive is so special is because it embodies exactly what we're trying to achieve in connecting with the world at large, with history and visual history especially. So the point being, gives us a really privileged view of what the world is leaning into. So with that, Janette, I would love if we can step back into your story a little bit, and I think we're going to go chronologically in terms of looking through some photography. It would be wonderful to start us at the top.
Thanks so much. Thanks for coming, everybody. It's really huge honor to be here, and thank you, Bob. Yeah, well, this is a picture of the Islington twins, and I would think it's maybe my first ever real picture that I took. I was at college, I came out of college, and I was teaching in a kind of school like for 16, 17-year-olds. And I just met these 2 guys. They were standing in the playground and at lunchtime. And, you know, speaks to that thing, always have your camera on you. I had, at that point, a sort of fake Rolleiflex. It was a Russian version, you know, those ones. And I went up to them and I was like, oh, could I take your picture? And it's probably my first street portrait. And I mean, these guys are amazing. They're identical twins. They're dressed identically. And through the years, if you guys look on my Instagram, I'm still friends with them. So I took this in, 1979. And every time I go to London, which is where I'm from, I go and find them and see them. And they're actually, by choice, living on the street. So they're always around this area called Holborn. And people love them so much, they come up and give them like really nice suits to wear, and they just still look really fly to this day. And the cool thing, if I ever have a show, they turn up and they're kind of famous. And this photo ran in the first issue of a magazine called The Face, which was a really influential British style music culture magazine. And I wrote a little something, I'm not a writer. And these guys kind of became famous. And about 10 years later, it was 10 foot high in the Victoria and Albert Museum in a show about style. So, you know, you just don't know where things are going to go.
I think that's a great point about not knowing where your photos are going to end up, whether that's in a month's time, 5 years' time, 50 years' time. It's incredible the journey they can have. And Janette, you were obviously working at music magazines at the time. You know, everyone in Britain was you know, the explosion of punk was just huge, right? And I think you were right there at the front row of that. And I'd love to hear a bit about that.
I was, because I came out of college and punk was just starting to happen on the streets. And there were kids that looked like this that would just hang out, you know, on King's Road or pretty much everywhere. In Covent Garden, you'd just see people with this wild and crazy hairstyles and people wearing like garbage bags. And, you know, the punk style was really, it was a really interesting time in London because, and in England because, well, as you know, Margaret Thatcher was kind of getting rid of all the social services, and we really hated, I would say, you know, the system that had been in place. It's an old country for hundreds of years. We didn't, you know, we didn't like the royal family. There were no jobs for kids. We didn't like the government. It's, you know, a familiar story. And so, you know, punks were really doing their own thing, and they didn't have money. Like, these kids probably got their clothes in army surplus. And in fact, the girlie there with the blonde hair, she got in touch with me recently, and her dad, she is the daughter of the woman with the crazy hair. Right, that's the story. But, you know, through the powers of Instagram. But, you know, it was a really interesting time, and we were just kind of making it up as we went along.
And were you shooting freelance at this point, Janette?
Yes, I was working for Melody Maker, which was a weekly music paper. So I got to shoot 2 or 3 bands a week. And the chief photographer, a really nice guy called Tommy Sheehan, was really into rock. It was really more of a rock magazine, so any big shoots like Led Zeppelin in Texas, that was his thing. And they'd go, oh, you know, there's a new punk band, go shoot them. And so I got shoots like this. This is a picture of Joe Strummer from The Clash, which is, you know, maybe one of the best punk bands ever. And we went to Milan, and this is him in his dressing room in the basement of a bicycle stadium. And by the time me and the writer Paolo Hewitt got down there, the whole band was completely stoned, and I was like, oh, I've got to get pictures of everybody, you know. There were no rules as far as taking pictures.
I was going to ask, I mean, I love this kind of photography because I think you see less of it today. I think there's obviously access that's predicated on relationships that you can get, and we do a lot of that. But I think this kind of picture, I love looking back at, like, even the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, and I think you just don't see this anymore, or you see it rarely.
Yeah, I mean, there's no light. This is lit by a light bulb I mean, literally, and it was a sort of cave. And, you know, Joe was sitting in his chair, I just said, can I take a picture? And he made this fist, and it's so powerful. You know, the Clash were one of the most, you know, important punk bands. So, yeah, I mean, you're just lucky to get a shot like that. This might look familiar to you guys. I don't know, people of a certain age, but it is the first Police album cover. And, you know, all these people were not famous when I photographed them. So the record company had called me up, and they were like, we've got this new punk band called The Police. Do you want to do their albums? So I went out and bought my first Hasselblad camera with all my money. Just one camera, one lens, 2 backs, and that was it. And we went to this tunnel with the art director. I had an on-camera flash, maybe one other flash, and no assistants, no hair, no makeup. And here they are, you know, and who knew there'd be a stadium band, basically, like within a year. This is maybe one of my more famous pictures of Paul Weller from The Jam and his hero, Pete Townsend from The Who. And it ran as a cover story in Melody Maker. It was called The Punk and the Mod Father. So, and it's funny because, you know, Paul Weller, he's so fly, he looks so good, you know, he's totally well-dressed, he's got the perfect shoes on. And well as a little disheveled. You know, he doesn't care. But it was...
And whose idea was to get these two together? Because it's kind of inspired, right? And I'm just thinking, did you have like the creative freedom to do that? Or is this coming from editorial? Or how did that work?
The writer, Paolo Hewitt, again, actually was from Woking, where Paul was from. So he knew him, and it was his idea. He was a big Jam fan, so it was his idea to get the two of them together. And, you know, there's no planning. I thought it was a good idea to put them outside the Marquee Club, because that was a club that everybody went to, and they probably both played there. And I was just walking down the street. I had my camera, and there they were. They just said hello to each other, and they're standing on the sidewalk. They were like, "What do you want us to do?" And I'm like, "Just stand on the sidewalk. You look great." And I took this picture. You know, when you're working with a Hasselblad, for all you guys you have 12 shots on a roll, and maybe, you know, I took maybe 4 rolls, 48 shots, to get the cover, the inside, and all the rest of it, because every shot cost money because it was film.
And did you, I'm just thinking back to sort of editorial again, back in the 70s and 80s, obviously everyone's using analog. Did you enjoy that side of it? I mean, that's what it was, obviously, at that point, but did you enjoy meeting the deadlines for edition? Did you enjoy, you know, the processing side of it? Did you get involved in printing or anything like that?
I had a little dark room in what is now Covent Garden in London. It was up 3 flights of stairs. It was a little tiny room. I shared it with a weaver who had this massive loom. And I had like this tiny little corridor. I made a dark room. Yeah. And we had a hole in the ceiling. We always had a bucket under the hole because it was raining the whole time. It was on the top floor of the building. And so, you know, I would develop my own film, do shoots, go up there, develop my own film. I had a boombox in my dark room and, you know, make the next prints. And I'd go into Melody Maker, which was like a 5-minute walk away, with the prints the next day. And that's kind of how it worked.
Right.
And so it was a really quick turnover. You know, once a week we'd have a meeting for Melody Maker. But there were never, you know, there weren't agents or people trying to stop you taking pictures.
Yeah.
It was a very free-form thing, and there was no art director per se at Melody Maker, so basically I knew I had to get, you know, a shot of the band, you know, a cover shot, inside pictures of all of them, and live shots if we were doing that, and that was it. So I was free to do whatever I wanted. And speaking of mods, I was also at the same time teaching or trying to teach photography to people in this youth club in Streatham, part of South London. And all the kids were mods. There were a couple of punks, but they would turn up like this. And one day they all came, they had a Lambretta. And I just had my camera, and I took this picture of this girl, and I really love it just because she has so much attitude.
It's very contemporary looking, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it stood the test of time very well. There's something very contemporary about it. And I love the fact that, and we might talk about it a bit later, that, you know, the images that you're taking, you know, whether it had been for a weekly or monthly magazine, you know, take on that trajectory or can do over decades and decades, and they resonate with different meaning. And it's not everyone's favorite topic, but I think the idea of archiving what you have and making sure that your work is accessible and organized will always pay dividends down the line in terms of retrieving that and making it connect culturally again in the present moment. But that's a whole other conversation, but it's a really important one. I know photographers are always looking forward because they're onto, you know, they're doing the next thing and they're busy and everything else, but it's such an, you know, critical component about what you have and what your IP is.
It's really important, and this person is not, she wasn't a rock star, she was just a kid coming to the youth club on a Saturday, and years later, Maria Grazia Chiuri, who became the creative director of Dior, hired me to do their whole campaign because she loved this picture and the pictures of the punks that I'd taken back in the day. And, you know, you just do not know where things are going to go. Point being, this is Boy George. The day the week his first record was going to go to #1 in the charts. And I knew him. We were friends, and I got the assignment to take a picture of him for Melody Maker. And he's, for fashion people, head to toe in Vivienne Westwood, which is a lot because it was expensive back in the day. And, who knows how he got it, but he got it. And he's just sitting on the street outside his record label in Notting Hill Gate. And he ended up on the cover of Melody Maker because somehow something had happened to the rock band that they were going to put on the cover. And at first, Melody Maker, to be honest, was not keen on putting him on the cover because he was gay, basically, and they were rockers, and they didn't think that it was going to be good. But that week, we beat all the other music papers out. His record went to #1, and we were the top paper. So, what did they know?
Yeah.
Right? Right.
Yeah, an amazing piece of cultural history because of that, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, you never know quite what your photos are going to mean in 40 years' time. It's extraordinary.
No, you don't. This is Sade, before she was really Sade. I mean, she was in a band, and I knew her, and I just moved to America in 1983, so she was on the Lower East Side, and we wanted to do a story for Melody Maker, so we found this cop car under the Williamsburg Bridge. It was sort of a sketchy neighborhood at the time. And she's so beautiful. I mean, was so beautiful then, is so beautiful now. And, I really love that picture. And, well, in 1982, in October, I saw my first ever hip-hop show. It was the first ever hip-hop show, actually, to come to England and Europe. It was the New York City Rap Tour. And I put my hand up in the weekly meeting saying, oh, I'll do it. We didn't know what it was. And I went down to where the people were staying in this kind of Airbnb behind Victoria Station. And I just started taking photos of everybody that day. I mean, it was nuts. I was just snapping, and I went to the concert later. I didn't know who these two guys were, and I don't know. I mean, Futura and Dondi are maybe two of the legends of graffiti, and they just tagged this dumpster. And I was just blown away by the style and the posing and the positive attitude, and they were so excited to be in Europe, and the show was amazing that night because, they had graffiti writers, Africa Bambaataa, Grand Mixer DST, Double Dutch Girls, just everybody on stage, Fat Five Freddy, all at the same time, and it was kind of a renaissance moment for me personally. And I didn't know what it would lead to, but I went to visit a friend in New York that Christmas, and basically, I just never went back.
So that's right. So you moved here in 82?
83, yeah, 83, just
83.
Christmas.
Right,
yeah.
right. And can you just give us a quick sense of what it was like to sort of live and work in New York at that time? I get the sense, I moved here 13 years ago, and I think whatever point you move here in history, it's always 10 or 20 years ago, it was the better time to be here. But I don't know whether that's true or not, but I do get a sense there was something extraordinary happening in the 80s. I'm just curious how that was as a
It was extraordinary. It was an amazing time. And, you get off when I got off the train from the airport on 4th Street in the West Village, I was going to stay with my friends in what is now Tribeca. I mean, it smelled like piss and popcorn, but there's like kids with like boom boxes, and there's somebody breakdancing on a piece of cardboard on the street. I was like, wow, this is really exciting. And plus, I'd been living in a sort of semi-squat in London with no heat. And there was heat everywhere coming out of these radiators, so I was very excited about that. But honestly, I was living in the East Village on Avenue B and 8th Street, and every night there was a club, or there was an opening, or there was something, and the British papers knew I was here, and Neville Brody from The Face commissioned me to photograph this unknown band, Run DMC. They were famous in their neighborhood, Hollis, Queens, maybe. And I got a phone number. There was no cell phones, no computers. I just got a phone number, and it was Jam Master Jay's mom's house. So I call up and like, hey, I'm from this British paper, blah, blah, blah. And I spoke to Jay, and he said, just meet me at the station next week. So I turn up, and he walks me down the street, and I didn't know, I'm not from here, so I didn't know what Queens was like as opposed to places I'd been to in the Bronx and Harlem. It was very different, and it was super like a nice neighborhood. This is actually the street that they lived on. They're just hanging out with some friends. And, you know, I got this shot on my first roll of 12 shots, and it maybe is one of my favorite pictures I've ever taken. Yeah. You know, and who knew these guys, you know? Few months later, they waved their sneakers in the air at that concert and got sponsored by Adidas, and the rest is history, you know?
So Janette, you seem to have this pattern forming of you sort of, you know, capturing people before they sort of rise into superstardom. Are you lucky? Are you, you've made a career of 40 years of it. It's incredible, and I don't know anyone else who's done it that much. I'm just curious what you put it down to and how you think about it.
You know, I'm a big music fan, and I got obsessed with hip-hop. I was obsessed with punk in the beginning and all the other mods and everything and all of that. And I really like, you know, people who are trying to, in a way, change the world and speak out. You know, this is a picture of LL Cool J. It was his first ever press picture. Just came around my studio with his boombox. And I'm a person, my way of working is very, like, I don't really pose people. So I didn't tell him to put that boombox on his shoulder, but he did. And it's a perfect picture. And he's using it on T-shirts until to this day, so he must like it. Yeah. It makes me happy. But, you know, I don't know. It is just an instinct, and also being obsessed, you know. The picture I took for the Rolling Stone of the Beastie Boys and Rick Rubin. And, you know, they're just kids. They weren't famous. They were just at the beginning of their career. And it was all very fresh. I really like things that, you know, it reminded me of the punk era where, you know, things were just bubbling, like, in a way. And we didn't have the internet to, you know, it was, if you knew, you knew. Here's Eric B. and Rakim. And they're around the corner from my studio. That luckily for me, thanks to all the graffiti artists in the neighborhood, I had wallpaper for all my pictures. So, you know, I like daylight. So for me, you know, it was perfect. They were just going to get in their car. It's in a parking lot and on Lafayette Street. It was just great. It was really great. And because they were all fresh and young and at the start of their careers, they didn't have anybody telling them how to pose or what to wear. I mean, the clothing was amazing, the attitude was amazing, and I think in some ways, being a British person, and a woman, it actually was easier for me, you know?
Interesting, yeah. Yeah. Do you think, I mean, I think a lot of your portraits, they really get to the essence of what the style is. And I think magazine photography, it seemed to get sort of so over-stylized at one point that it's sort of subverting its own longevity, and that it becomes, when you look back, it becomes so much about the conscious style rather than the essence of those people. But I think I think your archive is so beautifully constructed in that sense, and it makes it so relevant today. It's.
I mean, you know, I always loved style and street style, and you know, this is Big Daddy Kane. I mean, he came with this incredible haircut and that amazing chain. He's a really handsome man, and yeah, it's like I was always trying to capture that moment in time and people as they are. And it was also before stylists. People really didn't have money. I mean, maybe, you know, maybe these guys, Salt and Pepper, I mean, they're wearing jackets made by Dapper Dan. And Dapper Dan, as you guys may know, collaborated, you know, recently with Gucci. So, you know, he was making clothes for people who wanted to wear designer clothes, and but didn't have the money. He was printing his own Gucci fabric and so on. And I didn't know that these were made by Dapper Dan at the time. They came dressed like this to the studio, and this was, I'd met them before they even had a record contract, and they were like, do you want to be our photographer? And I was like, sure, I'll do it. We had a good, fun day hanging out, and by this time we knew each other. And this picture sort of became like an icon if you want to go as a, hip-hop girl to a Halloween party. You want to look like this. I mean, this is it, really. And, we had a makeup person by this time. There's a wonderful guy, Byron Barnes. He was really incredible. And, you're right. We didn't have a stylist. That's the crazy thing, but it's so iconic in a way now. I mean, history just takes photos to another whole perspective. You guys might know this EPMD picture. And, I mean, look at their bucket hats. People are probably wearing bucket hats in this room today. I mean, it's just, and this is 1990, 89, 90. Of course, Chuck D, Public Enemy. I took this picture right when Spike Lee's movie, Do the Right Thing, was about to come out, and there was a lot of racial tension in the city, and everybody was saying, oh, these guys are going to come around, they're not going to like you, blah, 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 blah. I was doing it for Melody Maker. They were the nicest guys, and Chuck D, in my opinion, is one of the smartest, to this day, guys in the world. And you can see Flavor Flav on the left there with his first clock. It's actually a very tiny little stopwatch. This is the magnificent Slick Rick, and he just actually put a new album out called Victory, which is really great and kind of amazing that he's just popped up with this album, which he did with Idris Elba. But he's known for his jewelry, and we were doing this for a cover. Myself and Bill Adler, who was the PR for Def Jam back in the day, wanted to make a book about hip hop. So he was supposed to be on our cover, and this was going to be the cover shot. And we made posters and everything, but unfortunately, he got in an altercation with somebody, shot someone, and ended up in jail. So publisher refused to put him on the cover. We put Big Daddy Kane, which was great, but I don't know, there's something about this picture I really love.
Janette, do you think, aside from last-minute cover changes, do you enjoy making books, that sort of sequencing of your archive? I know some photographers love it, some photographers don't necessarily like looking back in that sense, but how do you find it?
I actually really like it. And, speaking to what we were talking about archiving, you go back and look at those old negatives and you see things that you've never seen before. You're like, oh, that one, because, when you do a shoot, there's always one. That's the one, and that gets printed. And then, 20, 30 years later, they're like, that one is actually really great as well. So I've been making a lot of zines. I've just done one, which actually you can get after this, about a Brooklyn girl fight that I went to in 2007 with a Stella zine. And there's also Cafe Royal, the British guy that makes zines.
That's awesome stuff, yeah.
Yeah, he's amazing. And, they're just nice little things. They cost $20. And it's really cool to go through your archive and put things in a different order, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is a project which is sort of off the bat, a graffiti, an artist called Say Adams had the idea of getting his graffiti friends to draw on my hip-hop pictures. And that's often a no-no for photographers. People don't want their stuff messed with. But I really welcomed it because we did this project 2014. And, I hadn't really looked properly at the hip-hop stuff. It just kind of, I'd moved on. Obviously, you know, it's 20, 30 years later. But these guys reinterpreted my pictures and made them into works of art. And it was amazing. We had a little show of this work. We had 10 artists do it in the beginning in my studio, and 500 people turned up. And they were like, oh, wow, people really like this stuff. And they were just painting on 11 by 14 prints. And they're just like it's like a beautiful little collection. We ended up getting 30 artists. Right here, we've got Lady Pink, Say, and Morning Breath, but we've got Zephyr. We've got so many famous artists in the collection, and it's a really beautiful thing to share work in a different way, have your work reinterpreted. And this is a picture. I got lucky enough to photograph Keith Haring for the Daily News magazine. We spent the whole day in his studio. He's a wonderful guy. Okay, I'm going to hurry up a little bit because we're running low. Project I did about an East LA gang in 1983, and I just went and hung out in their park. So I was in LA for a month, and every day I would go there with my Hasselblad and just wait and see who came. And got a bunch of amazing people. People were really nice. And people would just come to the park. These ladies told me they came to the park because they heard there was some crazy British woman. And it was a dangerous neighborhood. People were getting killed the whole time. And in 2012 or something, Dashwood Books made a little book of it.
Beautiful, yeah.
And these ladies got in touch with me, and I went to meet them, and they were telling me all the stories from back in the day. They were like, was that car gold or blue? Because if it was blue, it was 1982, and if it was gold, it was 1983, because someone was shot in the car, and it was covered in blood. They had to repaint it. So, you know. Street portraits. I do a lot of street portraits.
Janette, do you have any photographic influences that kind of still resonate with you? I think we all grew up with, you know, photographic heroes and whatnot, but is there bodies of work or names that still stay with you that you still think about?
Yeah, I mean, I have a lot of photo heroes. There's a German photographer who photographed people on the street in the late 1800s that I'm particularly partial to. You know, I like William Klein, Bruce Davidson, you know, Avedon, of course. I mean, I really like portraits, so, you know, and now, of course, I've got to be friends with people like Martha Cooper and Jamel Shabazz, and, you know,
And do you think street photography for you has changed over the years? Are people more... I get the sense that people are a little bit more visually literate, but they're also a little bit more savvy or sensitive about people taking photographs? Do you think it's changed over the decades, or...?
Definitely, definitely. I mean, you know, I took this in '95, so, you know, it looks almost very contemporary, but I teach a class for SVA on street photography, and when you go up to people on the street, they still let you, which they wouldn't necessarily in England, right. But everybody's got their, by now, Instagrammable TikTok pose, and it's hard to get them to stop doing that. But so sometimes you just have to sneak a picture when they're not looking. Sorry, I'm speeding up a little bit because I see the clock ticking. This is from Omaha, the Labor Day parade. I really like this guy, so proud. I did a project with these guys, the Go Hard Boys. I was introduced to them. They're a Harlem bike club, and they don't let anyone photograph them, but I took my hip-hop book and had a meeting with Shay, who's the CEO, and he's like, you know what, you come back next week. I'm going to hook you up. And I ended up hanging out with them, and took me to the Bronx, and we're still friends to this day, and I take photos of them, and I share them with them, and if they need something, I'll go up and take pictures. So it's kind of great. We're we've got this kind of friendship going. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, here we're getting into a little fashion. I started working for Interview magazine. And, you know, these portraits, this is a rapper from Canada, but, you know, this is the singer Banks. I mean, she walked in, you know, sweatpants, looking, you know, like any normal, whatever, 20-year-old. And they've changed, you know, they changed her into a superhero. Just look at the size of those heels. And I took her to this boxing club, which is around the corner from my house. And, you know, we got this shot, which is pretty fabulous. But it is another whole way of working. I think Matt is here somewhere, and I think he was on the shoot. It's these guys, Ghetto Gastro. And it was for Interview magazine, and we were up in the Bronx, and I wanted to find somewhere that really, well, had said something, they're chefs, about cooking, so I found this deli. And, you know, also about kind of, let's call it gang, family culture. And we got this shot on the street down the road from the Bronx Museum, and I kind of really like it. They brought their kids, you know, everybody comes and hangs out. This is, so that mod girl, this led to this. This was a shoot I did for Dior. And Maria Grazia is amazing. I went to Paris, and we didn't really know what we were going to do. It was kind of a dream come true shoot. And she was like, what would you like to do? And I said, I want to shoot the making of your show. We were a week off from the show, as if we were backstage at a punk concert. So I just got licensed to go everywhere and shoot, you know, people making the clothes, the models, you know, they're not. And she loved it, and she gave me another shoot, which was the 2018 campaign, shooting their models on the street where I'd shot.
I mean, it's so interesting. I think there's such an appetite. You know, I think we hear the word a lot, right? Authenticity and representation and authenticity. But I think it's true. There's such an appetite from brands and agencies that are leaning in, particularly in a, you know, we might be at kind of a crossroads of AI and what's real and what isn't. And I think your whole brand of that authentic, you know, because you were there at the punk gigs. And I think, you know, let's get Janette to shoot this. I think it's just such a wonderful thing. And it's such a transition from editorial to commercial. And I think, you know, there's sort of this coalescing of millennial Gen X nostalgia at the moment that people are leaning back into. But this is just beautiful to see when you see archives working like that. It's a feel-good, really.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I was really lucky and to just be able to do what I wanted to do. And I also got a campaign for Levi's. Their creative director is a wonderful man. And, you know, we threw block parties. This is actually in Jersey City. And we were street casting kids and just giving them money on the spot and, you know, putting them in Levi's T-shirts. They're not models. They're just kids on the street. And it was great. This little kid, we saw him sitting on the stoop. He was just watching what we were doing. And he became a model. It started his modeling career. He was modeling for Gap like a couple of years later. And that's kind of a really lovely thing. And, you know, we did a lot of location scouting. On a shoot like this, you've got maybe a crew of 100 people, which is so different in a way.
I remember you telling me about that there was like about 150 people in the room. And, you know, it was all pressure on you at that moment to capture this huge campaign. I mean, that's
yeah,
amazing.
3 days shooting for Levi's, and really, it was really scary. I know. But it turned out to be really great. And, you know, they got Double Dutch girls, and they dressed them in Levi's, and they'd done an amazing job. And, yeah, just, you know, the energy of being on the street and just doing things with daylight was amazing. This is a completely different thing, a project to get out the vote in the midterms from the last election, from when Biden got in, and we just went across, well, swing states and basically did portraits. We set up a blanket, just a white blanket on, you know, tripod, and sometimes I'd photograph 100 people a day. It was pretty amazing, the people we met, yeah. But we were registering people to vote, and it was kind of great. I also do a lot of protest stuff. So I've been photographing protests since Rock Against Racism in London, actually, in 1980.
Oh, wow, yes,
so,
yeah.
Yeah. And then I'm still shooting music. Famous drummer. And there was a series called Women Who Rock, which you might have seen. It's on Amazon. I think you can stream it now. So I got to shoot all these people during the pandemic. St. Vincent, Shaka Khan. And I've been working with this dude, Jose James. He's a jazz singer. He's a little bit hip-hop. He's an amazing guy. And we just shot this about 6 months ago on my street. And the album just came out. So it's really great. We've been working together for about 12 years.
Super cool. And I think that's 1 second to go till I think we're going to go to Q&A, actually. So I think incredible how you got that on spot on. My goodness.
I'm so speeding up.
But yeah, no, thank you very much, Janette. That's awesome. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much. And I just want to say, obviously, thanks to Fujifilm for getting us here. Thanks to Getty Images for having the coolest job in the world. And yes, I think you should also go to the Fujifilm booth. I think you're going to be behind me, I think, because I want to see the XE5. But,
oh, yeah. I know.
Aside from that.
I personally, just as a note I started shooting with Fuji. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this or not, but I really like it. It's light and simple, and all the dials are on the top. And I shot a lot of these big campaigns on just a Fuji with daylight. So, you know, it works. It's great with color. That's Fuji for sure. Any questions?
Excellent. Thank you so much for this journey through culture and creativity. Let's get some questions for you.
Hi, that was a great discussion and great images. My question is, at the turn of every century, new equipment is coming out. Did you find yourself having to relearn photography from film to, you know, mirrorless cameras? So what was that process like for you using new equipment at every decade?
It was extremely difficult for me because I was such a film person and I liked going to the darkroom and making my own prints. And then suddenly people who wanted to hire me didn't want to pay for film processing, prints, shipping. And so, you know, against my better judgment, I had to learn digital. But now I can see a lot of incredible advantages to it. It's so great on a shoot. You can just show somebody what you shot, you know, pull it up on the computer. You can edit it with the artist, which is really lovely. I love doing that.
Do you think there's a temptation to shoot too quick, though? If you're shooting portraits, or it doesn't matter, it's just easier.
Well, you shoot more. I mean, but I try not to shoot too many because the more you shoot, the more you have to edit. The longer it takes.
Yes.
You guys know that.
Sorry.
Hi, my name's Beth. My first love is music photography, and as a teenager stomping around in the East Village, your photography actually was really influential on my eye as well, so thank you.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. My question is, you said it was actually easier as a woman when you were shooting in New York City in the 80s, but you were also going into spaces that were not white. So can you talk about, one, why was it easier for you as a woman? I would think the mores at the time would make it more difficult, but also at any time did you feel as if you were, you know, sort of parachuting into another culture, or were you comfortable and accepted from the jump? Is there something in between? I'm really curious about that because there's a lot of appropriation from these genres that were birthed in communities of color.
Well, I'm a very curious person and I'm not scared. So, you know, people are people, and I was brought up like that. And as a stranger coming here to document, I mean, I didn't come here to document hip-hop. I just came here and fell in love with hip-hop. And when I would go out to the Bronx, to photograph whatever, Africa Bambaataa, and they'd be like, you ain't from here. And I'm really like, no. And then we'd talk about London and what's that like. And people didn't travel back in the day. And for me, as a woman, I don't think I was intimidating at all. And it was very easy to make a relationship. And personally, as far as portraits, it's really a collaboration. Every portrait is a collaboration. So you have to show respect to the person you're photographing and gain their trust, and they have to trust you. So I think it was to my advantage, actually.
Hello, my name is Wade, and it's great to see your work. And I just wanted to say, you were talking a little bit about authenticity before, and this is a little bit of a follow-on to the previous question, but what is your advice to us as photographers on putting people at ease? Because everyone in those photographs just looked so real and so themselves. And so what else are you doing to achieve that?
Well, as I said, I teach a street portrait class, and my things that I say to the students is, approach people with kindness and respect and say something nice. You're halfway there, talk to them, find out who they are if you can. And, be polite and always say thank you. And even if they don't want their picture taken, say thank you. It's just a general, it's actually what we try and do in everyday life, right?
Right.
Treat people with respect. And I think, don't be pushy, I think is also a thing, because I think that's about it.
Hi, Janette, Kirk Boone. Question, so competitive these days being a photographer, and so you have a long history. Do you have an agency sorting through jobs for you, or it's still old school? They reach out to you with emails or Instagram posts?
Yeah, it's pretty old school, and I think, hi Kat, by the way, nice to see you. It's pretty old school. I don't have an agency. I mean, I'm really blessed in the fact that I have some really good friends like Bob and our friend Julie Graham, if I need to bid on something, who will help me. So on a basis by, let's say somebody wants to license a photo, I'll ask Julie how to handle it. And, she takes a commission on a certain thing. So I have a lot of good advisors, Stella, in the photo business, a lot of friends. So it works like that. And we try and help each other a little bit.
Yeah, I think get yourself a good agency, I think.
Yeah, we should. The authentic agency.
All right, well, thank you again. Big thanks to Janet and Bob. Wonderful journey.
Thanks very much, thank you.
Okay, in just a few minutes, at 4 o'clock, we're gonna welcome back Brooke Shaden and her evocative fine art portraiture, so stick around for that.
The new Paybu card, you can save the tax. Or choose special financing for your purchases made on your Paybu credit card. Same funny name, your choice of exclusive benefits. Apply today.
Okay, how we doing, people? All right. We are thrilled to have Brooke Shaden return to Bild and to the main stage to share her signature style of deeply emotive and visually surreal portraiture. Big shout out to Sony, let's hear it, who is always an incredible sponsor of the photographic arts. In shooting unforgettable fine art portraits, Brooke is going to reveal how to blend technique with imagination. You ready for some fun? All right, Brooke, come on up. Let's hear it, Flair. Come on. There we go.
Thank you. Thank you guys so much. I am so grateful to be here. So thank you to B&H, thank you to Sony for bringing me. I'm very honored, and I can't wait to share with you some of the strange and wonderful things that I do in my world and a little bit of how and why I do them. I am a fine art photographer, and I know that that is a genre that's a little bit underrepresented in the photo world, and for good reason, because fine art is really hard in that you're making personal work and then you just hope somebody buys it later. So it's not really a business model that gets taught when you think of photography. And in fact, when I became a photographer, everybody said to me, you have to learn how to take headshots, you have to learn how to take a good portrait, and if all that fails, then you should at least learn how to take a good landscape. And I said, absolutely not. I don't care about portraits, I don't care about headshots, I don't care about landscapes. All I want to do is weird, creepy, dark art. And that's what I did from day one. So I graduated from college. I had a degree in film and a degree in English literature. And I decided I kind of want to do film. I kind of want to be a writer. So instead, I'm going to pick up a still camera and become a conceptual photographer that tells stories. And it's been an amazing blend of all the things that I love. What I happen to love is dark art, and I have always loved dark art from a very young age. This really stems from, and maybe you have this experience where you can think back through your childhood of a time when you saw the world a little bit differently, and you first realized that maybe something is a little different about you. For me, that happened when I was 11, and my mom picked me up from school, and she said, you have a doctor's appointment today. And like any 11-year-old, I said, woohoo, I get to leave school and go to the doctor. This is so exciting. I left school, I got in the car, and my cat was in the car. And I said, why is my cat in the car? And my mom said, well, okay, actually, it's a vet appointment, and we have to put your cat down today. And I said, oh, that's not the kind of doctor's appointment I thought this was going to be. I had no idea this was going to happen. We went into the vet, and I remember the vet was so gentle with me and so kind. And I remember them saying, you can be in the room when it happens, or you can say goodbye, and then you can leave the room. And it was really touching that they gave an 11-year-old that option in that moment. And I said, I definitely want to stay, and I want to be holding her when it happens. So I did, and I stayed in the room, and I held her, and I remember the moment when she went limp in my arms. And I remember feeling this incredible grief, but also this really chilling sense of beauty at the same time. Like I'm witnessing and experiencing something that is vital to the human experience, that is vital to who I am and will become. And it wasn't until years later that I realized probably most 11-year-olds wouldn't react like that to that situation, to immediately find the beauty in the darkness. So as I grew and I became an artist, all of my art started reflecting that experience. And it wasn't just the experience with my cat, it was all these little experiences that made up who I am to that point. So my very first film that I ever made was in high school. And I had joined this little digital imaging class, and the goal of the class was to make like news stories. Like you just like film whatever's going on at the school, you know, but the teacher said you can do whatever you want, but most people just interview students and put together like a newsreel. So I said, okay, well, if we can do whatever we want, then I'll be in a basement doing some weird, creepy stuff. So that's what I did. So I worked at a nursing home at the time, and I was in the basement folding laundry every day after school. And I happened to work with one of my closest friends. So we're in the basement, and because we were teenagers and we were working with much older people in this nursing home, we could do our work in half the time that it took them to do their work. So we had a 4-hour shift, 2 hours to fold laundry, 2 hours to do whatever the heck we wanted in that basement. So I remember filming this little video of her in this creepy basement, rocking back and forth like she was going crazy, and then running down the halls and smearing blood along the walls that was just ketchup, don't worry. And then she eventually falls into a pool and dies. And that was the whole movie. It's like a minute long. And I remember I did this voiceover where I was just whispering into a microphone, phantasm, and like fun words like that. It was so silly. And it ended up winning a local film festival. And it wasn't good, mind you. This was just a little local high school film thing. But it was the first time I ever thought, maybe I'm actually good at something. Because I grew up not good at anything. I was always picked last for things. I was not very smart at school. I had a very low grade point average. I couldn't get into most colleges. So when I finally found something that I was good at, I ran with it. I went to college, I made more really, really creepy films, and then I graduated and I said, wait, I don't want to be a filmmaker, because if I'm a filmmaker, then I have to work with people, and I don't like people. So why would I do that? So I pivoted, and that's when I picked up my still camera, and I said, I'm gonna be a photographer, but not just a photographer, a self-portrait photographer, and not just a self-portrait photographer, but a dark, conceptual, fine art portrait photographer, and if nobody wants that, then fine, but I'm still gonna do it. So I did it, and I wanna share with you a little bit of what that looked like. This is the very first image that I ever created. And I made this in my little apartment in Philadelphia. I had no idea what I was doing. I photographed myself, and then I really thought this through, and I thought, okay, I need 2 of me in the picture. How the heck would I do that? I was learning how to use a camera for the first time. I was learning Photoshop for the first time. I'm self-taught in both of these things. And what I did was I started with the concept. And for me, this is how it works. I start with the concept, and then I go from there and I deconstruct the idea to figure out how to make the thing I'm trying to make. Now in this case, I said, I know exactly what this should look like. There should be 2 of me in the frame. I want one of me to be handing a ball of light to the other one. And this was inspired by a prayer that my grandmother used to say to me, which is, if I should die before I wake, I pray the Lord my soul to take, which I thought was very, very terrifying at the time. And I really sat with that, and as an adult, I said, okay, what does that look like if I were to hand my soul off to somebody? And I thought, wouldn't that be just amazing if you could hand your soul to yourself and become a different version of yourself? And that is how I started photography, with this exact image right here. Now, this was my second image. So you're right, I really took off, and my ideas became incredible and so deep. This one was called Oranges Feel Sadness Too. And I can't say that I kept up the same level of work from day one, but I experimented, and I didn't know yet exactly what I was trying to say. So I am now going to show you some of the most embarrassing pictures anybody could put on a screen in front of an audience, and I hope that you enjoy them as much as I do. I call this Help, I'm Trapped in the Milk. I don't know why I did that, but it was revolutionary at the time. I made this and I was like, I'm the best. I am the best photographer out there. Okay, the next one, I can't even look at it without bursting into laughter. So here we have that. That is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever showed anybody. I can't do it. I cannot do it. Okay, and then we have a personal favorite, which I like to call head on a stick. And it's just my head on a stick. So I have had some blunders in the past. Not that they're not perfect in their own way, which is a very ridiculous, hilarious way. So there I am on the stick. I can't look at that one either. It's so bad. But I was learning a lot as I did it. And the ideas were there. I had the right intention. I knew what I was going for. I don't even know what that is. It's real weird and creepy. And I can't even tell you more than that. But I was experimenting. Here we have me and my sister-in-law sitting on a friend's bed, and she's using me like a puppet. It's a cool idea. This one, you know what? I don't even know. I don't know what to say. I like dark things. I like weird things. I like creepy things. So I was experimenting a lot. There's another stretched neck. I was really into my Modigliani phase, which was unfortunate. And then we have my head in a jar, which if you heard me speak yesterday, you heard a little bit about my head in the jar. This was an image that I made where I went to Target looking for a jar. And as one does, you try on every jar in the store because you have to make sure your head fits. This was the biggest jar that I could find, and my head barely fit inside that jar. So if you can imagine, there is a sofa here, and I'm on the sofa, and I get up on the edge of the sofa, and my husband sits on my legs, and then I backbend off of the sofa into a milky jar of water. If you've ever gone into water completely upside down, then you know it's very difficult, if not impossible, to keep water out of your nose. So it immediately rushed into my brain. And then I was trapped inside the jar, because as it turns out, it's easy to get your head in. It is not so easy to get your head out when you're using just your stomach muscles to lift your head out of the jar. And my nose kept getting stuck on the lip of the jar inside. It was terrifying. And I thought, if this is how I go, I hope somebody takes a picture of it, because that is epic. There was the time that I asked my husband to saran wrap me to the wall. I cried for 2 hours because he is so slow, and it was so painful to stand there that long. But here's an example of how art transforms. So I took that one picture back in 2009, and then I took this one more recently here. And this is just a great example of how we can flow with our ideas over time. So there were probably, at least 13 years, 14 years between these two pictures, but there's a lot of technique and growing that happens in between. In this one, I had my friend tape me to the tree, as one does. I was standing on a stool. She ran around the tree a whole bunch of times with cling wrap until I was suspended on the tree, and then she moved it, and I just hung there for a while. Very freeing. If you're ever thinking about becoming one with nature, definitely saran wrap yourself to a tree. I highly recommend it. Okay, so then we have this picture again, because I just thought this is so good, I have to show you twice. And it eventually transformed into this image, which ended up winning a really big award back when I made this in 2013. And sometimes our ideas aren't good the first time, and we're learning and we're growing, and that's absolutely okay, because eventually they become something that you feel more comfortable with. This is an image that I made in 2010 in my little apartment. I did not know how to light things. I really didn't know what I was looking for. I just knew that I had a sense of what I wanted to say. In this case, I wanted to show the chaos of pain, because when I was 13 years old, I was diagnosed with fibromyalgia. I've always just grown up with this sort of persistent pain in my body, and I thought, I want to show what that looks like, so I made this image. So then fast forward a few years, and I made this one. And it was a much more elegant expression of that idea. And this has become one of my best-selling prints, one of my most iconic images, and it wouldn't have happened if I hadn't created that first one that wasn't quite there yet. Same with this one. I made this image in 2010. I loved it so much. It's still one of my favorite images, but I felt like I could push it further. And so eventually, in one of my latest series, I created this image over here that you see that was directly inspired by it. Now, this is one of my most famous images from my portfolio. I have sort of become known for this picture, and I couldn't even tell you why. And this is how photography is. You take a picture, you love it, nobody cares. You take a picture, you don't even know why you made it, and everybody loves it, right? And so I think that, it's so easy to fall into this trap of saying, oh, well, they like this, I'll do more of this. They like this, I'll do more of that. I try never to do that. So I'm trying not to repeat myself. I'm trying not to do that. And it reminds me of one of my favorite quotes from the photographer Jerry Ullsman, who said, if I have any goal, it is to surprise myself. I am always looking to surprise myself. And then that takes us to this question of what does make an unforgettable image? What makes something unforgettable? Now, granted, I showed you some unforgettable images like that orange picture or my head on a stick or my friends with their long weird necks. And so those are unforgettable in the way that we're not hoping for, but what makes something really, really delicious to look at that sticks with people? And to me, it's making somebody feel understood or changed, and that includes yourself. So my goal with my art is to always think about my audience. I am always thinking about that. And people say, but Brooke, you can't think about your audience because then you're selling out. No, I'm not. That's so stupid. I can't stand when people say stuff like that. They say, but Brooke, you can't do that because then you're not being true to yourself. Well, why can't I include myself in the people that are being changed, in the audience that I'm trying to affect? So I approach my work from this really, I think, beautiful standpoint of saying, I have a mission, which is to express the way that I see the world in my art. Whether that's the themes that I love, the emotions that I want to dive into, my experiences that I want to share. And then I'm trying to make sure that you understand that as well. I want to not just make an image, I want to make change. And there is a really big difference between making an image and making change. And when you combine those two things, you start to create work that really sits in the hearts of other people. And that's what I'm trying to do. So how can I do that? How can I make an image that resonates with me and with others? Have you ever thought to yourself, okay, I've had this experience. I'm going to try to make an image that reflects the experience that I have had. And it's really hard to do. Because if your images are too specific to you and the thing that you lived through, nobody else will understand what you're trying to say. But if you tap into the emotion and the lesson that you want people to learn and walk away with, then you will much more easily express your inner world for other people. And that's what I'm always trying to do. So I'm turning my specific experiences into universal emotions. And that's what each of my images, I hope, does. So it's two things. You have to know the feeling that you want to capture. That is so important. What do you want someone to feel when you look at that image? And then number two, how do you make sure that every single visual that you choose upholds that goal? You have to work in service to the concept. So how do you make sure that the lighting, that the color, that the wardrobe, that the location, that the model, every little detail speaks to that emotion that you want someone to walk away with? And when we sleep on the job and we don't look at every single detail, people don't walk away with the emotion that you hope that they do. So here are some examples of how I conceptualize my work, okay? We have this stick figure here and my completely illegible handwriting there. And I'm sure that you can't tell what's going on, so I will translate my drawing. This is me. Can you tell? There we go. And I have a paintbrush, and I have a paint can, and there are drips of paint in the background. And this was the image that came from that concept. Concepts are fascinating things because they completely depend on the culture that you are presenting it to. Now, when I made this image, I was like, you know, aside from the blood, it's pretty happy, isn't it? To me, it's pretty happy. It's like, I see some hope in here. I'm painting my future, you know? And then I brought this image to Greece, where I was working with refugees from countries like Syria and Afghanistan. And I said, what do you think this picture means? And every person in that room said, this represents a bombing. Every person in the room said that. And sometimes you have these moments where you get feedback about your art that you would never have thought of before. And this was one of those beautiful moments where I started to realize I am trapped in my own echo chamber. I need to look outside of that to find inspiration. Yeah, that's supposed to be my neck that looks very broken. I'm not sure why I drew it like that, but there I am with a string coming off in a cloud. And then this is the image that ended up coming from that. Now, I'm always thinking of new ways to bring about my ideas. Sometimes that means working on a plain backdrop. Sometimes it means going out on location. It totally depends. And sometimes it means doing both. So here in this case, this is supposed to be, you see blue-gray, okay, we can read that. This is me pulling a bed sheet across the frame. So I'm trying to pull the bed sheet. That's what I'm trying to do here. It ended up being this instead, where I was pulling the bed sheet down so that it looked like I was pulling a blue sky over a gray sky. This image is really beautiful to me, and this is as happy as I get. I mean, I'm really happy in real life, but in my photography, this is as happy as it gets. So this is one of those images that I love, that I would hang in my house, that I think is just so full of hope. But there's something interesting that I've learned about hope, and it's that it actually lives very deeply in the darkness. So whenever I share my work with people, and it really resonates in a very deep way, it's almost always with those dark, dark images. Some of these get progressively darker, so hold on to your seats, but we're gonna talk about some stuff. So here I have just some examples of my newer work here from the last couple of years. In this case, the ocean pouring out onto my body. In this case, sewing a butterfly to my stomach. This one's pretty happy. Pretty happy, I think. Yeah, I like it. That one's not as happy. But I didn't kill the animal, just so you know. I am a vegan. I love dead animals. I can't help it, okay? So sometimes you will see some carcasses in my photos, like this one. And I love posing with them, and I love preserving life after death in this way. In this case, it's a mixed media image where I painted the rainbow and then added that into the image digitally. Some swans, so lovely. So this is some of my work lately. These are some of the newer images that I have been creating. And I'm gonna stop on this one for a second, because this is one of those good examples of an image where the concept really gets to people immediately. Oftentimes with conceptual work, you have to really dig into it to find the meaning of the image. But this one, I think, is really easy to feel viscerally. And it's so much in the details of what we're doing here. So in this case, we have this big hole in the bed next to the subject. Someone is not there that should be there. And then we have the vines growing all around the bed. So the passing of time, nature reclaiming the bed here and the person. And then we have the indent on the pillow, showing that somebody's head was there at one time. And so if you've ever experienced loss in your life, then you can look at this, and for you, you can imagine who used to be there in that spot next to you in the bed, metaphorically. And this is why I love creating imagery. And I think why we all should, because not everybody has that ability to create from the experiences they have had. So when you're making work of your experiences, it is a gift to the world, because then other people can take it and say, I feel understood and validated by this image that somebody else made. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things that we can do. So a great example of that is this particular image, where I created this at a time when I realized that I was not going to become a mother, but I desperately wanted to be a mother. And I was finally learning to let go of what that life would be and what my life would become. So I created this image. I don't need to go into details about it. There are probably many women here who can identify with this picture. And there are probably other people as well who knows what this is. I made this image and I thought, I want to speak about a very difficult topic in a way that is not triggering for people right away, in a way that is metaphorical. I ended up calling this image Fallen Fruit, which I think is another way to bring symbolism into imagery, which is so vital to create emotional impact. Symbols are nothing more than objects that we associate with certain ideas. So I'm using symbolism to do that. Now, after I made this image, I decided I'm going to make a whole series about death and grief. So I did. And the series was called Samsara. And this particular series is about the cycle of life from birth to death that all living things experience. And I started creating work like this one. This is called Addario. And Addario is a fascinating, now I realize if you're not that into death, you might not care about what I'm about to say, but I love it. Addario is the process where a body decays in a certain way that actually preserves the flesh by secreting this waxy substance. And I just thought that was so cool that we can like self-mummify in a way. And so I created this sculptural element to show that process, but also to talk about the entombment process and the ways that we move into death in a very natural way. So each of these images from my series Samsara has to do with different experiences around death and grief. And some of them have more than others taken from other societies, other cultures, other ways of seeing the world. Now, this image right here with the coffins was inspired by my first trip to India. I went to India, to Calcutta, and I ended up going on this motorcycle trip where it was supposed to be just like a tour of the city. It ended up just being a death tour, and I didn't know that. I don't think they knew that. That's not how they marketed it, but it was. We went to the Mother Teresa house, and they showed us where lots of people died on the floor. Then we went to Garbage Mountain, where we saw a pile of dead dogs. Then we went to somebody's funeral. I don't know why we went to somebody's funeral, but we were there. They invited us in. They were very lovely, and it was a cremation. And we sat there, and we watched them decorate the body and burn the body, and it was extremely fascinating and wonderful to me. And I'm really glad that I got that experience. But the specific experience that this was inspired by was that as we were leaving the cremation facility, they had a hearse coming in, carrying a dead body. But what was so interesting was that the hearse was made out of glass, and the body was laid out inside of the glass on display as it rolled through the streets. And I thought, how fascinating that there are so many other cultures out there that view death not in a way where we have to press it off and not allow ourselves to get close to it, but that really embrace what that's like to grieve communally, to see death every single day. So a lot of these images are really, really personal to me, but also really indicative of the type of experience that I want people to have around grief, which is very open, very honest, and very deep. So a lot of these images reflect that. Now, as we get further along here, you're going to see a self-portrait here. And this was my ode to my own death eventually, because I like to think about legacy. I like to think about the ways that our lives are going to go and eventually end and try to live to the fullest. In this case, I created this work where I am photographing myself, my pieces of my body, on pieces of paper made into a little book. And I did that to show that I have lived my life largely for the public, in that I am a self-portrait artist. I am telling my own story day after day in order to hopefully inspire somebody else to live in a deeper and more connected way. So this was my tribute to my own death. Here we have a little before and after of some of the creation here. So in this case, this was covering my friend in a whole bunch of roses and then photographing it that way. And then I decided, let's take this series a little bit further. And let's actually go in and make a video out of some of these pieces. And so this right here, ooh, can you hit play on that somehow? Can you just like, boop? Great, thank you. And we don't need any sound. I mean, you can play the sound, but you can just cut the sound. Yeah, great, thank you. So here we have this video, and so I took several of my images from that series, and I created just moving images of them. And it was a really fun way to connect people a little bit deeper into the work. Because yes, I'm trying to create unforgettable images, but what better way to do that than to create portals for people to find the work in new and exciting ways. I love her hand just being so creepy down there. Like, it just really pleases me. I don't know, there's something just so wrong about that. Okay, I made a sculpture for this particular show. That's Patsy. Patsy is my friend's alter ego who posed for this. I made her lay on my table while I plastered her entire body. I made a cast of it. I then used resin to pour dirt and moss and things like that over it. I accidentally killed a bug, which kills me because I really hate killing anything. But so there's a nice little bug immortalized up in there somewhere. I then asked for anybody who wanted to send me eulogies that they had written for people's funerals. I went in and I redacted those eulogies to create poems out of the eulogy so that I could give them back something really beautiful from this very sad little piece of history that they had that had probably just been sitting on their computer for quite some time. So that led me to a brand new series. I decided, okay, I've really spoken my piece about death and grief. I've really said what I was going to say about that. So what's the next evolution? And this goes back to that raspberry picture that we saw called Fallen Fruit, where I wanted to create an experience around motherhood. Now, in particular, I wanted to create an experience around my version of motherhood, which is fostering. So from 2019 to 2023, I fostered 6 children, and that was how I decided I would be a mother. It was a very heartbreaking time in my life. It was a really beautiful time in my life. And I started to think, gosh, I'm so angry, and I'm so moved, and I'm so sad, and I'm so happy. I had all of these emotions. I thought, how do I make something out of that? What do I do with all of that? And what do I do that hasn't been done before? Like, what's the real heart of my experience? And it wasn't that I'm trying to force people to foster children. We're all in very different places. Who knows if that's right for you? It wasn't that. It was that I wanted, and I only learned this after I really sat on it for a long time. What I want you to know about my experience as a foster mother is that you can love without owning the things that you love. That you can say goodbye to the things you love, and it does not diminish that love at all. So if I could show that you can love without ownership over the things that you love, I believe that love is so much bigger and more beautiful that way. So I started creating this series called Broken Threads. And I didn't really know what I was doing exactly. I just knew I wanted to change up my style a little bit. I was getting a little bit bored. So I went into this house, I hired models, I brought assistants, I paid a lot of money, as I so often do right at the start of a project when I'm excited, and then none of it ended up working, which of course is always how it goes. And I usually have 2 or 3 false starts when I try to make a new body of work. So 2 or 3 times where it's bad, I decide that's not the way to go, I need to change up my idea or my visuals, something or other like that. This was another image that I shot in that house. I didn't really like it. It wasn't going the way that I wanted. I wasn't really showing anything that I wanted. I mean, the concept's there, you know, you're eating alone, there's nobody there with you anymore, but it just wasn't really hitting for me until this image where I created this picture using wax. By the way, if you're ever gonna wax somebody, highly recommend paraffin wax and not soy wax that you melt on the stove, okay? Don't do that. It was really bad. So I made this image, and it was really pivotal because I loved it. I loved it so much. And all I could think was of this whole time shooting this new series, that's the only thing that I wanna do. So I took that inspiration and I started the next iteration of this series where I created images with wax dripping over people. And I really loved the images, but I quickly fell out of love. It just wasn't sustaining me. It wasn't exactly what I wanted to say. I couldn't quite get it exactly how I wanted. So I gave up on that again. And then I said, okay, I'm just like having a bad time of this. I can't seem to communicate what I want to communicate. So I'm just going to turn to writing for a little bit. And so I started this little tiny series of just little poems that I wrote about my motherhood experience that I've paired with obscured pictures of my 6 kids. So this one is, it is possible to have children but no descendants. And then this one, I never feared the word goodbye until I realized one time would be the last. When my lips parted to say it, I heard hello and stay and don't go, and only realized then that goodbye also means I love you. And there are so many of these little poems that mean so much to me, like this one in particular. I want to tell you his name wasn't Jude. That was just the name I made up to protect him. It felt right each night singing him to sleep with the Beatles. Actually, his name started with an N. If you guessed it, I'd look at you and smile a small secret smile at hearing my child's name on someone else's tongue. But as it is, my children are nameless and faceless, and as it turns out, those are the least important things when I tell you how I loved them. And I wrote these poems thinking, I really somehow need to express what I am feeling. I felt so incredibly alone during this time, like nobody could understand what I was going through, and it just killed me. So as I continued this series, I realized that perhaps what I'm doing wrong is that I'm trying to be really serious about the way that I go about these images. And what if, actually, the best way to go about this is just to have fun, just like my kids did when they were in my house, and to really embrace that sense of play that only a child can. And so I pivoted, and I'm working on this series right now, and I promise you I'm not scrapping it again. And this is what it has become. So would you hit play on this? And again, no sound. We don't need sound. We just don't need that. Okay, great. So the very first image that I made, I decided to go out in the dead of winter. I live in Flagstaff, Arizona. It is extremely snowy there. I went out in my backyard here. I brought all of this stuff about 2 miles into the forest to this little pond that was frozen over. Very, very exciting, okay? Would you hit play on that video right there? Just that one there, because everybody really needs to see me blowing up this inflatable pool arm. Here I am blowing this up because I didn't think to blow things up ahead of time. No. I thought we will take everything into the snow and sit in the cold as it gets dark and then blow everything up manually. It was terrible. Okay, and then you can hit play on that one too. So here we are blowing everything up. And in this case, I am just trying to create a sense of childlike wonder, childlike play in my work, which was really new for me because actually I'm a pretty rigid, structured person. Like I tend to just know what I want and I go out there and I do it, and in this case, I am just playing. So I put my bathing suit on, okay? We've got our inflatable swans here. I have my little swim cap on. I tried to spray paint everything out there. Why I didn't do that ahead of time, I don't know. So I spray painted everything. It didn't really stick, but okay, we finally got there. And this was the image that I wanted to take. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried to fall through ice. Probably you have not. That's not a thing people do generally. But I was trying to break through the ice. I just wanted to get through there and be standing in a circle of ice. I could not do it. I was not strong enough. My little tiny baby foot was not strong enough to break through the ice. So I said, we're pivoting. I'm going to sit on the ice. I sat on the ice. We didn't have enough spray paint to cover all of the pool toys, so the neon colors are coming through. Okay, it wasn't going how we planned. It was also almost completely dark out. All right, this was the image that I ended up with from the day. It was not what I expected, but I thought, I'm just gonna run with it. I'm gonna keep that childlike sense of play. And then this is the image that I ended up with. And this is the first image in my brand new series that I'm creating about my experience with impermanence and love and loss. Now the next one here, I decided to take all of my kids' hundreds of toys out into the forest, and I piled them up here. And I thought, you know what would be really cathartic if I just light them on fire. I didn't light them on fire. I live in Arizona, okay? I know not to light things on fire. But that was the concept here. So that's my friend standing in for me so that I could get my focus and my framing. Here she is lighting it for me. And then this was the raw image that I came home with that I decided to work with. And then this was how it turned out in the end. So this new series is really an ode to my kids and my experience of this temporary form of motherhood where you know that you're not going to keep these children, you know that this isn't forever, but every day feels like it is. It's an indescribable feeling to have a child in your care that you know isn't staying, but your brain tricks you and says, no, this is mine. This is mine. And every day that they were with me for those 4 years that I fostered, I felt like my heart was being ripped out of my body because all I wanted was to keep them, and all I wanted was to be able to say, no, that's mine. That's mine. And when they left, I had to really examine what that looks like for parents of biological children to eventually also say goodbye to their kids when they leave home, or to have a child leave this earth, or to have a scenario where maybe you grow apart. There are so many ways that we lose the people that we love. And it's not specific to fostering, and it's not specific to my experience, even though I also experienced it. It is something completely universal. And so with my work, I want you to understand something about me, and I want to understand something about you, because all great work is a conversation between the artist and the audience, and I think that is how you make unforgettable images. Thank you so much. We are going to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke, for showing us how to bring dreams to life. Wonderful, wonderful. We've got time for some Q&A, so raise your hand.
Hi, Brooke.
Hi, Cristina.
That's
Mittermeier. She's very famous.
Oh, no, you're very famous. You are such an awesome artist, and I look up to your work so much because I think you're an endless fountain of creativity. And the question I have for you is, like, I'm in awe that every time I open my Instagram, there's a new body of work with a video and an explanation.
Yes.
I mean, this fountain of creativity. Can you tell us how it happens? I mean, cup of coffee in the morning.
I can tell you how it happens, and there's absolutely no caffeine involved. I can tell you that. I believe that if you're not curious and you're not constantly looking at the world in a way that allows you to examine things that are unknown to you, then you're kind of wasting your time. And I wake up every day excited to dig deeper into who I am and what the world is like. And so when I look at the world, I think, well, gosh, today I'm interested in this, and tomorrow I'll be interested in that. And it doesn't really matter what it is. I know that I can alchemize that into something creative. And I think that the difference is, I think a lot of people say, you know, I just don't have any ideas. I wake up and it's just not there. No, you have ideas, you just don't have good ideas. That's a big difference. That's important to say, because I also don't have good ideas, you know? Like, I wake up most days and my ideas are bad, and I've done it before and it's outlived its time, and I'm not being original and all of that, but I still do it. And I think that's the difference. And one of the best pieces of advice that I've ever had is, if you say anything with confidence, people will believe it. So I get online, I get up on this stage, and I tell you my art is great. And you're like, yeah, it's great. I mean, you didn't say that, but you should have. So, but truly though, that's what I think it is. I make bad art and I tell you it's good, and sometimes you believe me, and that's how a career is built. Yes, come.
No, any other questions? Anybody?
Hi, Brooke.
Hi.
I don't have a question, but I want to say that you had the most incredible presentation. I'm sorry that I'm crying.
Oh.
So many things resonated and spoke to me directly, and what you said about impermanence and legacy, I think that you have the most beautiful legacy ever.
Thank you. Oh God, now you're making me cry. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, Lynsey.
Hey, Brooke. Always have a question. I noticed in your notebook,
yes.
For some reason, this time I noticed that you have notes scribbled at the bottom of them. What are those for?
Nothing.
Okay.
Absolutely nothing. I was trying to do math. Literally nothing. I'm so sorry to give you such a disappointing answer.
I thought you were trying to like build a budget.
Nope. I wasn't doing anything. Wish I had a better answer for you. But I love that you asked that. I thought about blurring it because I was like, someone's gonna think I'm doing something crazy over here.
Hi.
Hi.
I love your work.
Thank you.
I mean, I came to the last build and thought it was great.
Oh, thanks.
And just seeing your dedication is amazing. So now I have a lot more appreciation for what you do.
Oh, thank you.
I need to know, how long were you out there in the freezing pond and trying to break through ice? I'm sorry. I mean, it's a silly question, but
it's not a silly question, actually, because so actually my photo shoots tend to be very quick. So if it's a normal, everyday, like general portfolio piece of work, super fast. I'm out there no more than 10 minutes at a time. Now for that one in particular, it was quite a bit longer, and I was really just fighting the setting sun, which had already gone down, and I knew I had a 2-mile hike in the dark back. But aside from that, gosh, I was probably out there for about 20 minutes on the ice, absolutely failing to do anything of use out there until I just changed it all up. Yes.
How is your art form displayed to the public? I realize you just did a visual showing, but do you do gallery showings? Oh, you do? Okay.
That's a great question. Yes, I do galleries,
I know you're putting everything into a
museums.
booklet.
Yes, I have a book called Reflection, and it's a book of my self-portraiture. So that's on my website. I also show my work in galleries all around. So I have a gallery here in New York City called the Joanne Artman Gallery, and we do a show once a year of my work, and she always has work in the back room. I have a gallery in Atlanta, one in New Orleans, and then one in Amsterdam as well. And then I do a lot of museum exhibitions in collaboration with universities. And so I'll bring my work around to universities and give an artist talk and show my work in university settings as well. So that's some of the ways that it gets displayed. Thank you for that question. Okay, I think that wraps us up. Thank you again so much.
Thank you. Another wonderful round of applause thing. And then one thing we didn't think about was the expo floor closes in 10 minutes. So we should.
Good to know. You
there
do
you
it.
go.
You do
exactly.
it. Uh-huh.
So Brooke is available to continue the conversation right on outside. Give her a few moments to just get unmiked, but she will be right on outside at the speaker meet and greet table, all right? And then, starting in about less than 10 minutes, you're definitely gonna want to put your seatbelts on because we got FroKnowsPhotos coming up next. it. Wow, I can't believe it's been like just, 36 clicks since we just welcomed you to Build. And while we are beginning to wrap things up, we are certainly not winding down. Anyone here heard of FroKnowsPhotos? Yeah. All right. Right? Now, I think you know that we're really gonna end with a bang of bold opinions, straight talk, and a whole lot of fun. So please welcome back to the second Bild Expo appearance, Jared Polin in FroKnowsPhoto's Uncensored 2. Yes.
Jared Polin, FroKnowsPhoto. Well, I'd like to say see ya, but that's usually when I leave. There's 3 types of people in this world. People who make things happen, people who let things happen, and those who wonder what the fuck happened, right? That was a letter that my dad wrote to me in my 20s when I was struggling to find direction. And he was trying to get something through to me to help me figure out what it is. Like, I was sitting around, but I had good work, but people weren't discovering me. I mean, we're talking in the early 2000s. It wasn't very easy. You put up a website, it's good, and then you're like, why isn't anybody hiring me? You don't know. But he was trying to instill this idea that I need to go and make stuff happen. I can't just sit around and expect it to happen. And I'm here to also say that there's no secrets to being successful. You just have to do the work. And that is a large premise of what I'm talking about today. And so at the time when I was struggling, I just didn't know what direction I was going. I didn't know where to go. I didn't know what to do. And I felt that I was going to become successful off of someone else's success. I was shooting with bands. And I thought, wow, if I'm that band's photographer, then somehow I'm going to end up being a success because they're a success. And that's not a great place to be, beholden to someone else and their work ethic. Not to say they didn't work hard, but I remember the lead singer of the band saying to me one day that one day he's going to buy a building in Philly, one of those old brick buildings that are going to be cool, like a big loft, and it's going to be his studio, but he's going to give me an office there. And I was like, that's awesome. Well, I'm happy to say I own 5 of them now, myself, because I have this self-belief that I can pretty much do anything. Now, before I get too far, I have my niece and nephew. They're up front, and their job is to count curses. Each of you, because it's $5 a curse, so it's $10 a curse, not counting the ones I already said. It's $10 every time I got to pay them, but that doesn't mean I'm, not gonna curse. So we'll definitely figure that out. So yeah, when my dad handed me that, he wasn't doing it to be mean. He was doing it to try and get me to go and actually do something, because that is what it's all about. If you sit around waiting for stuff to happen, nothing is ever going to happen. And that whole latching on to other people to be a success, I've tried that in the past. I want, whether it was wedding photography and having a business partner, whether it was like a music magazine and having someone else that's a partner, and me always feeling like, well, I'm gonna become a success because of them. And that's just not the case. Definitely not the case. So here's a few things that I wanna talk about today. Making shit happen. Book 2 stories. Anybody have my book yet? Anybody get it? We got a couple people up here. Thank you. There's not that many out there yet. We've got personal projects and working for free, which you hear a lot of people talk about. You shouldn't work for free, but I have different thoughts on that. What's the worst they can say? I love doing rapid fire Q&As at the end, so I like to leave time. So if you've got good questions, not shitty ones, then you can go ahead and think of those. And then, of course, there's a not clickbait thing of one more thing that I will say at the very end of this. So, I want to talk about how I ended up photographing Norah Jones for Rolling Stone. It was my very first assignment. But before I got an assignment, I called Rolling Stone because I'm like, I want to shoot for Rolling Stone. The truth of the matter is, and I hope the person isn't watching, that I saw a friend of mine at the time did like a freelance gig, and I'm like, I'm better than they are. That's what went through my head, and I'm like, I should be getting that job. So I called, I got the photo editor on the phone, and I'm like, my name's Jared, I live in Philly, I want to shoot concerts for you guys. And she's like, cool, we'll call you if we need you. And I was like, well, I didn't give you my phone number. How are you gonna get in touch with me? But she already hung up, so it didn't matter. So 6 months later, I decided to just, you know what, I'm gonna call again. That $10 thing, I was gonna say fuck right there, but I didn't. It cost me $10 every time. But I called back 6 months later, and there was a cheery voice on the other end of the line, and she was like, a new person was there. And I told her who I was. She's like, send me some of your work. I dialed up my AOL, I sent her some of my photos, because this is 2002, and sent her my work. Lo and behold, You've Got Mail comes in one day, and she's like, we need you to go photograph Norah Jones. Here's what we need. That's your assignment. It was one of the worst venues ever to shoot at. The Mann Center for Performing Arts in Philly doesn't have a photo pit, and so this is film. This is 800 speed film for anybody that cares. A funny note here is when this was scanned, you can actually see the right side of the frame from the frame before over there, because the guy that scanned it at the beginning didn't realize it was too dark to scan, but I left it this way because it lived on, and I thought that was cool. So I'm photographing Norah, but after the show, I wanted to get access. I wanted to get behind the scenes candid images, and I remember that the Rolling Stone, my photo editor said there's no chance you're gonna get backstage. They said absolutely not. So whatever, I don't listen because I don't like listening or being told no. So I had the tour manager's number. After the show, I called the tour manager and I said, hey, Jared, shooting for Rolling Stone, is there any chance I could get a pass to come downstairs to photograph Norah to do some candids? He's like, you know what, we'll send you up a pass, you can ask her yourself. They take me downstairs, here's Norah. Hey, Norah, I'd love to take some candids. What do you think? And she's like, I don't like photos. I'm like, can I do a few? And she's like, okay. She relented, and she's like, all right, you can do a few photos. So I'm back here. You've got Gillian Welch and her brother, people I never knew, but I only cared about getting Norah. I told her that I would be quick. I told her that it wouldn't take up too much of her time. I took like 8 or 10 frames. And then I told her I was done. She's like, you're done already? I was like, I told you I would be quick, and I walked out and I was done. You know, the moral there is you've got to ask, what is the worst thing that anybody's gonna say? I mean, how many times, Jay, how many times, my brother's here, how many times growing up did we hear, you gotta just ask? A lot. Mom and dad just said, what's the worst they can say is no. So I'm a big proponent of asking, and that's how I've gotten so many things, because you never know. And even if they say no, you don't give up, you just keep going back and pick up that phone again, and you do it again. So that's how I ended up getting access to this. And after I delivered the images, the photo editor, she called me and she goes, how did you do that? I'm like, I asked. There's no secrets. Again, there's no secrets to this stuff. I have this self-belief that I can do anything. Good or bad or indifferent, it's just a very strong self-belief. Some people will say it's arrogance. Some will say it's confidence. I say it's a bit of both, because it is a bit of both. You know, we got this guy. Well, it's 2004. Kanye West is coming to Philly. I heard about a show that was happening, and there was it wasn't public. It was gonna be like a college show, because this other guy who I had no idea who it was didn't have an album. No one knew his name. I waited in the rain for 3 hours backstage at the Electric Factory in Philly with no idea if I would be accepted in, because there was no pass, there was nothing. And so I'm waiting, umbrella, rain, strobe, stands, camera bag, finally I get the tour manager. I say, look, I'm freelancing for Rolling Stone. And I never lie to people about that, because it's freelancing. I don't say I'm working for Rolling Stone. I'm freelancing, which means there's a potential it might show up there. But you need an affiliation. You need something to say, right? And so I say it. I mean, it was pretty strong to be able to say that because it was true. And he's like, all right, you got 2 minutes set up in this room. So I go in, I'm setting up, I see Kanye coming in, he's got his entourage, I took a bunch of sample images and I'm ready to go. And then Kanye comes in, says whatever Kanye says, I don't know what he says. Double popped collar, all the gold, all the backpacks. And he goes, can my boy so-and-so get in on this photo? I'm like, I don't want to curse. I'm like, shit. Did you say do it? So I'm like, I'm not going to tell Kanye no, right? I'm not going to be like, no, you can't have this guy. I just want you. So I had about 47 seconds of photos, and I took 12 or 13 photos, and I was done, and we ended up with this. And this is just one of those things that it just, I don't know. Hey, guys, hold out. You should see the other pictures. They're in my book. I put all 12 of them so you can see the ones that weren't good, which is basically all of them, but the good one. And God bless you. And I remember the next day I called up someone's label and I was like, who's this other guy? And they're like, it's some guy named Johnny Legend. 2004 didn't have an album, but it just turns out to be one of those images that you look at and you're like, okay, I'm glad Kanye wanted to have this guy in the photo. So this is my friend Stefan Macchio. Stefan co-wrote Wrecking Ball. He's worked with Celine Dion. He's done the stuff for The Weeknd. My favorite he worked with was Avril Lavigne, but he didn't call me. I was very upset. I would have liked to have gone in there and photographed with her. He was part of a 6 Degree project, which I'll talk about, which is a personal project, which is coming up in a few slides. But I was out there in LA with him, and he goes, James Blunt is coming tomorrow. I was like, I love James Blunt. And if anybody remembers, was anybody here 2 years ago when I did this and made everybody cry? Thank you, Jeffrey. One of the songs I talked about was like Watching You Breathe, or Carry You Home, which the lines are watching you breathing for the last time, which was the thing that I played after my mom died, and I was just sharing my thoughts. And he let me know that James was coming, and I just wanted to photograph James. I've never photographed him before, and I never met him before, but I said to Stefan, I said, tomorrow, when James is opening for Ed Sheeran at the Staples Center, I will be on the stage shooting photos. Remember that self-belief thing? And I'm like, but he knew that I'd never met James. He's like, oh, okay, sure, whatever. So James comes in, candids. I don't really talk to him, just behind the scenes stuff. Part of the reason I was shooting out of these rooms is most of my book is shot with Nikon. 98.999% of that book is all Nikon because it was all Nikon DSLRs that I was using. But I wasn't shooting, you didn't have silent yet with the D4, or at least good silent. And so I just stayed outside of these rooms capturing these images. Just candids, which I love behind the scenes. And then James is getting ready to go. He's getting ready to leave. I hadn't talked to him all day. So he's sitting in the car with the door open for the Uber or his driver to get back to the Staples Center. And I go, James, can I leave with you right now? What do you think he said? That is correct. He said no. Was that Jace? Yeah, thank you, Jace. No, he said, let me check with my tour manager. Door shuts, he leaves. 5 minutes later, Stefan gets a text, and it's, you get there by 7. Well, this is LA, it's 5:30. I gotta go like 2 miles. I get there at like 6:57. The tour manager meets me upstairs, brings me down, and then there's James just tying his shoes backstage. And this is one of those things, again, where I asked. If I didn't ask him, I wouldn't have gotten this. And what did I say at the beginning, the day before? I said, I'm gonna be on stage photographing James Blunt, which hasn't happened yet. The behind the scenes stuff is what I love, because it gives you the access to what you don't normally see. So this is a very Spinal Tap thing. We started walking. I run ahead of them. I make a left, and the band yells, Jared, it's to the right. I'm like, darn. Not doing it. So then I go, the next corner, I go to the left. Jared, it's to the right. And that's why they're laughing at me. But that's funny. You can't get upset. I mean, you're part of the show. You're part of these guys having fun. And they're not making fun of you. They're laughing with you, and you're a part of the team. And then right before they go on stage, and then finally on stage. So to do this, you have to walk up on stage. And a lot of people are afraid to be seen. They tell you to wear black on stage. Wear black on stage? No. I wear purple, and I have big hair, and you can see me. You can actually watch a video that they posted, James Blunt's people posted, where you see me pop up behind an amp, and there's my hair, it's just popped up. But I don't worry about what people are gonna think. They're not looking at me. I mean, some people, you guys that are at these shows and watching will take pictures of me on stage, which is always fun to see. But I know that the picture's gonna live on a lot longer than any of the people that are there going, man, that guy ruined the show. Because I didn't ruin the show, but I got the shot. And so that, again, goes back to that belief that I can do anything. It's not true. I haven't bowled a 300 game yet in bowling. I'm trying hard and failing, but we're getting there. So yeah, I mean, there's a theme here, and it's getting out there and doing stuff and asking for access and asking for permission. And there's no secret, but there's no substitute for 20 years of experience. There's no substitute for experience, and that's not to scare anybody that's younger away from doing the hard work. I started shooting at 13. How old am I, Jules? 43. Close, I'm 44 now. I'm 44. I've been shooting a long time, and the key is starting. You start. Again, no secrets to this. The only way you get better is by doing. You don't get 20 years of experience by not putting in the 20 years, but you don't need 20, like I've been shooting all those years, still having that belief that I was great. Do I look back at some of that work and think it's not that good? I still think it's really good, but it's not as good as some of the stuff today. But it's just, you just have to put in the work. Another prime example, we've got the Foo Fighters backstage. So how this all came about is, well, connections are very important, right? Networking is extremely important, something I failed at when I first started because I thought that, you know, I shot for Rolling Stone, I photographed the Flyers. I don't need to work with anybody else. I'll just sit on my ass. That's not a curse. I sit on my butt in my brother's room after he moved out because that was my office, and that stuff is going to happen. Anyway, the connections help. Through a connection that I met on the road, because everybody on the road knows somebody else, Chris Shiflett, the guitar player for the Foo Fighters, had a new Fender Strat or a new Fender guitar that he designed coming out. And they needed someone to photograph him when he came through Philly. So I got the call, we set it up. I say to the management, their management, I'm like, I'd love to shoot candids behind the scenes because, right, we just ask for things. And what are they gonna say? He said, no one gets backstage. That's what my note said. He's like, no, absolutely not. No one, no access, no one's back there ever. I'm like, whatever. And I ended up emailing Chris because I had his email. And I was like, Chris, hey, I'm coming to photograph. I'd love to get there earlier in the day. Is it possible to come backstage to do some candids? And I left it at that. And then when I went to Will Call early to pick up my tickets and my pass, I opened it up. There's a note with an all-access pass that said, come back whenever you're ready. So managers, generally, I got an angry phone call after that, and they told me, that's not good. I was like, whatever, I already did it, it's done. So I find myself in, this is called the jam room. These guys play almost a concert before the show, just getting ready, 3-4 songs in a space smaller than the stage, and I'm just standing there next to Dave, who had that broken ankle at the time, right? So I'm right there. You got Taylor Hawkins playing drums. Dave staring me down, mean mugging. Dave rolling down to the stage with Pat Smear. You know, it's like you basically have all of Nirvana in the frame, and it's pretty amazing to stand in those rooms. I do recommend you all wear earplugs if you're ever shooting concerts, because it does get very loud. So it's very important that you do that. But the way this happened is I asked. Again, I asked to get the access. That guy. 2005 Jared. I'm wearing a shirt that says Fuzz Magazine. It was my attempt at making a print magazine in 2005, which was probably stupid. No, it actually was stupid because why didn't we go online? I don't know why we didn't go online. That would have been the best thing to do. But I had an affiliation. I made my own affiliation. I mean, how many people out here want to shoot shows? Anybody? Yes, no, somebody? Some people want to shoot shows. You have to have affiliations. You have to reach out to people and say, can I shoot for you? Can I photograph for you? Or start your own thing. Because a lot of these people, they're not going to give you access if you're a freelancer. They're not going to be like, okay, you're a freelancer, cool. What are you going to do with your photos? You need to have an affiliation. So this Fuzz magazine, it was an affiliation. And that gave me a lot of access at the time. A couple years later, another self-portrait. The way that this was captured, I'm holding a remote trigger. I have a camera where you guys are sitting. Tell Walt to jump, boom, trigger it, freeze it in action. And then we go to the next. One of my all-time favorite self-portraits, has a ton of work, all the way down to looking at Almost Famous in the DVD drive, because that was the movie that set my path from sports to go to music, because Almost Famous was there. All of the different passes, a Fuzz magazine sample issue that was all that ever came out, because that was a failure. But you can see me amongst my work, and in 2021, or sorry, not 2021, in 2012, this was my first loft, and you can see just the progression of the larger prints as my work got bigger and better. Let's go to Perry Farrell. This was my first real tour in 2007. And the way that this happened, this is a selfie in the bathroom, obviously, in the mirror. My friend, who was in a band called Silvertide, and they broke up, was playing guitar for Perry Farrell, Satellite Party. And he's like, they're looking for someone to come on the road to make content. I don't even know if they used the word content yet in 2007. It was like, they just want people to make video and photos. Because it was MySpace era and the beginning of Facebook. It just had, Facebook just opened up to everybody. And I get a phone call as I'm driving down to the show, and it's Perry on the phone, and he goes, hey, Jared, what are you doing for the next 6 weeks, man? I'm like, I don't know, Perry, what, touring with you? He's like, maybe. So then I meet Perry on the bus, show him some of my work, and he's like, I can pay you $750 a week plus $40 a day per diem, and we leave tonight. Okay. I drive home, tell my dad I'm going on the road for 6 weeks, drops me back off there for the show, and I end up on the road with Perry for 6 weeks. Connections, meeting people, putting in the work, that is the important stuff. You have to put in the work. You have to get the access. You have to get the trust. These artists and people have to trust you. And if you lose the trust, you're out. You're just out. So it's just, you don't want to screw over the artists. You don't want to screw over anybody, honestly, because it just leads to not getting calls and not getting the job. Behind the scenes, Perry, he's ironing his own stuff, right? This is the stuff that I've always wanted to get photos of. It's one thing to shoot things on stage. It's another thing to be able to have access to Perry or the artist. Perry doing yoga before the show. I love photos inside of photos. I love all of the stories inside of here, from the clothes rack to the clothes on the sofa, getting ready to see which one's he gonna pick for the show. All of the band's other stuff, all their suitcases, top down, straight. This is an homage to Neil Leifer, to be honest with you. Neil, one of the greatest photographers ever, has these just amazing photos top down. And that is, in my opinion, something that Neil would have done back in the day. And that was just one of those homages where it's like, that's what he would do. I I walked into the dressing room and this was happening. And they're like, I'm like, sorry. And they're like, oh no, stay. I was like, hold on, let me go get my fisheye. Because I wanted to get close. So I'm running, I get my fisheye, I get down low, and there we go. I mean, intimate moments, and they're there. They wanted everything captured. And I was there to capture them. There's more in the book. This is the cover of the book. You might think that it's a studio shot. It's not. This was in Vancouver, British Columbia. Outside of one of the dressing rooms, there was just like a floodlight. And I'm like, Perry, stand right here. He's smoking a joint because it was legal there, I think. I don't know. At least he said it was medical, so I guess. But I'm like, do this thing. And he did, and he puffs, and he blows the smoke, and he ends up like this. And I'm just firing those shots away. They're all in the book, and this is the keeper. It's just one of those things that just worked. It just worked. But one of my all-time favorites, this ran in Rolling Stone in the United States. It ran in Rolling Stone in Germany. We actually have video of this happening in 2007. You know, we had iPhones. iPhones didn't shoot video. So a guy I was working with, Ari, had the camcorder, and if the video plays on the next slide, you can see this actually happening. Like pre-social media stuff. Social media didn't even exist back then. And my job, by the way, on the road was to take photos and get Perry more MySpace spins. If anybody remembers MySpace spins, it was just, they would play the song and then he'd get more numbers. So I took it from 300 to 3,000 in the first week just because we gave people content. We gave them something to come back for every day. And so it worked. It was social media before social media was even a thing. Do I just press play or do you guys press play?
Okay, ready?
There we go.
Just tell me if the coast is clear.
Don't worry about the banana hammock.
Okay, let's go.
And watch the left side. That's me! It's a Bloomingdale's.
All right, you're good.
3 pictures. That's, yeah. Could you imagine the 1960s behind the scenes photos and videos? Or if they had photos, cell phones for all of that, that would have been kind of crazy. I have a couple of quotes here. My dad's watching at home. If you try to make everybody happy, you make nobody happy. Right? It's true. These are things that he told me when I started my YouTube. Like, you can't worry about it because it's better to have 50% of the people love you, 50% of the people hate you, than have 100% not give a darn. I gotta save $10. No. If you weren't twins, I would do it. It's good. Jeffrey doesn't want me cursing anymore, right? Oh, you want $10 now. And one of the things that I've gotten to a point at is people ask me if they can hire me. And I don't mean this in a bad way, but I have a thing about, like, I will not be beholden to someone else's expectations, which means it's very difficult to hire me for certain things. Because as soon as you get hired, there's sometimes this expectation that they're going to tell you what you need to do. But when you work with people that get it, professionals, B&H gets it, they let me do what I want to do, which is good. They just say, do your thing. But other people sometimes try to take the control away from you. And when you're an artist and when you're creating, you know what to do. You want to create your own stuff. You don't want someone telling you what to do. So I'm lucky enough to be at the point where I don't need to be beholden to someone else's expectations. I have this slide of Peter was talking at another event. We all know Peter, yeah, McKinnon? Unfortunately, couldn't make it this week or yesterday. We were both speaking at an event. And I said to myself, I'm going to sit and watch Peter and show my support, and I'm going to sit in the front row and listen. And then all these photographers were lining up to take pictures. And I was like, man, I hope someone gets a good shot. And then I'm like, wait a second. Well, I hope someone let me get my damn camera out. I go upstairs, I get my camera. I'm like, I can do it. This is what I do. Why would I not do it? Like, I don't like going to concerts if I can't shoot them. Because it's boring to me to stand there and watch a band be like, people are all in it. They're like falling over for how amazing they're feeling the music. I don't feel shit. Yeah, I don't feel much. So I knew that when Peter was over, when he was done speaking, I wanted to get up on the side of the stage, I wanted to walk behind him, and I wanted to get a shot. The shot that I envisioned was him right in the middle, people standing and clapping, and me up close. I had like a 12 to 24, or it was a 14 to 24 Sigma on there at the time, but my thought was, wait, what if people think that Jared's trying to steal the light? Right? What if they think that he just wants to get on stage because it's like it's all about me? But then my brain went to, well, no, I'm actually just a photographer right now. Yes, I'm FroKnowsPhoto, and yes, people know me, but I'm shooting this. And this is what I would do for anybody. Just like with the James Blunt photo, I went up and I did it because I know that they rather see a great photo than worry that the 400 people in the room are all like, oh, why is that guy getting up on stage? And so I get up on there and I take a couple of photos behind him and I walk off. Now, what I don't do is I don't do this thing. You know how when people leave, they get up to leave to pee, they're like, don't look at me. I'm like, I see you. Just walk with intent. I'm a big fan of doing things with intent. Just own it, just walk, just do it, right? Just own it. So the thing there was getting behind Peter, taking the photo, believing in myself, which I have that huge self-belief in doing anything, as I've already mentioned, and not letting other people do the things that you know you can do. And that's why I'm a big proponent of personal projects and working for free within reason. I'm not talking about people calling you and be like, I need you to shoot this, and it doesn't benefit you. It has to benefit you in some way. You have to get your foot in the door. And if that means doing something for someone and it can benefit you and lead to something else, that's good, within reason. You have to feel that one out yourself. But personal projects are the most important thing that I think you need to talk about or you need to think about. Because instead of sitting around and doing nothing and waiting for jobs to happen, give yourself assignments, give yourself jobs, give yourself things to do. Everybody knows someone that maybe doesn't own a restaurant, but I use restaurants as you own restaurants. Yes? How many of them? 7. He owns 7 restaurants. Everybody knows somebody. Now you all know a guy who owns 7 restaurants. You know someone who works at a restaurant. You know a chef. You know a server. Go in there and say, I want to shoot some portraits. I want to do some candids. I want to photograph the food. And what happens after you photograph the food? You usually get to eat it. Right? So now you're getting something. But you go in and you do this. So now you're like, they don't have to pay, so you're taking the pain out of it, and you're getting something. You're learning on the job. You're getting more portfolio stuff. Portfolios, you still need to have your portfolio, but you go and you photograph the servers, the chef, the proprietor, and then all of a sudden they're like, hey, we're having a party coming up. We need someone to go around shooting photos, and we'll pay you this amount of money. Or how much does it cost? Okay. Then the server's like, my kid's has a birthday party. Can you photograph that? All right. Now you're starting to make things happen. And that's what it's all about. You need to go and do those things instead of sitting around and being like, they're never going to let me do that. Just call and ask. Walk in and ask. You never know what's going to happen, right? If you never ask, you never get the yeses. And so don't be afraid to do it. One of my biggest personal projects is this one. It's called 6 Degrees. And the idea is that I spend the day in the life of interesting people, whether they're athletes, musicians, tech visionaries, sometimes regular people. And the thing is, they get to tell me where I go next, anywhere in the world. I tell them it doesn't cost you anything. I cover my travel. You get the photos to use online any way you see fit. and we go from there. So Steve Weatherford, who was the first guy I just asked, I'm like, let's do this. He connected me with Lewis Howes, who then connected me with this guy, Jason Flom, who was the founder of Lava Records, who connected me with a young artist that he signed named Maddie Noyes, who connected me with Stefan Macchio, who did I meet through Stefan, right? James Blunt, Skylar Gray, all of these people, everybody that he's ever worked with. And then we've got Charlie Walk at the end, who was a super big music executive as well. You never know who you're gonna meet through these people. I can pick up the phone and get to almost anybody within 2 calls at this point because I know these people. And they didn't have to pay anything for it. And Coach George Raveling, awesome guy. Met him through Ryan Holiday, who's written a bunch of New York Times bestsellers. I took photos of Coach, and Coach needed photos for the cover of his book. They put mine on the back cover of his book. Lewis Howes, who you saw earlier, was telling me while we were doing the shoot, and he's like, I have a book coming out, and I have this idea for a photo, and I turned my camera around, and I said, like this? He's like, yeah. And it ended up being the cover of his book. And then I ended up getting paid multiple times because they needed the US rights, the Canadian rights, the German rights, and then they just keep paying you money. And I was like, okay. But my intention wasn't to make money. My intention was, I want these connections, or I just want to go shoot, because you never know who you're going to meet. I almost ended up at a Diddy party once. It was Charlie Walk's fault. He was in LA, he was on a show that had Diddy, DJ Khaled, Meghan Trainor, and we got invited to a Diddy party. I was all like, I want to go to sleep, I've been up for 24 hours, but it's a Diddy party! I didn't know what that meant then. They canceled it, so we didn't have to go to the Diddy party, thankfully. I'm good now. Other personal stuff, we got Kyle Troop. He looks like me, kinda, just because of the hair. He's a bowler. Well, I wanted to photograph bowlers. I reached out to him, went and photographed him. Thought there was a show there. Thought there was a possibility to make some sort of reality show with bowlers. They didn't have any knowledge of, do we have a deal with someone to make a bowling show, like F1 style? And I started the process with a friend. I'm like, I think we should try something. We put up our own little money, not a lot of money. We went and we didn't ask for permission, because if you ask for permission, sometimes they're gonna tell you no. And I was just like, no one's telling me no, let's do it. Well, lo and behold, hopefully in December, the show comes out. It got bought. I can't tell you by who, that they haven't announced that, but it's one of those big, famous, not Netflix, but it's another big one. And just because of an idea, part of my project, photographing different people, you never know who you're gonna meet, you never know what's gonna happen. And it's just by getting out there and doing stuff. As I said at the beginning, there's no secrets to this. You just have to do it. You just have to get off your ass. Ass is not a curse. No, it isn't. It is not. You just have to do it. Another personal project. I got tired of shooting baseball photos at 120 frames a second because it gets boring. So why not buy a camera from 1948 and try to photograph like they did in the 1940s? So here we go. You got Bryce Harper on the bench. How did I get Bryce Harper photos? I asked him on the field before the game. Because if you don't ask, you're not getting it. He actually canceled on me twice. But he was nice enough to let me know, and then he came up to me before a game. He's like, we need to do this. How's tomorrow at 1? Like, I'll be there. I took 2 pictures. This is one of them. It's a slow process to shoot the 4x5. And it's just incredible to be able to, I'm not a film guy. I'm pretty anti-film for more, all intent and purposes. But being able to go there and create stuff with a camera from 1948 and a lens from World War II that's technically radioactive, because it's coated with radioactive material, as they told me. They said, just don't sleep with it. I was like, no, that's only Diddy parties. You just get out here and try to create like the photographers did back in the day. I have the ability to go and do this because I'm able to make money at my YouTube channel. I've stepped out and believed in myself to get out here and become a success. I got out of that mentality of I'm going to be dragged along with someone else and ride their coattails to doing it myself. I wanted to go out and be the one that was successful. That self-belief that I can do it. I failed a ton. Everybody fails a ton. I have a hard head. I get up and I do it again. You know, yes, can I have another? I mean, my brother never punched me in the face, but knocked me down, and I would keep getting back up. Yes, can I have another? So that was all back in the day. It's just, but the point is that I'm able to step out here because most photographers at the games, they're working for someone. They can't take that risk of trying something different. But because I tried something different, it makes you think different to shoot with something so old. It strips everything down back to the fundamentals and basics. Finding different angles, doing something unique. And this, and I'm gonna skip through because I definitely want to get to Q&A. Bryce Harper in the outfield in Chicago. I wasn't allowed on the field. I'm on the field. It doesn't matter. It so happened that I showed up at 11 in the morning and I was hanging out on the warning track, and my buddy's the team photographer who then got a call from security. And there's a guy on the field taking photos. Should we do something to him? He's like, no, that's Jared. Connections. I know the team photographers because they know what I do. It's just the doors open. You have to meet people. You have to put yourself, Shohei Ohtani. We've got video of this in Japan of me photographing, taking these photos. I went 4 for 5 with focus, by the way, in like a 3-minute span, which is kind of mind-boggling. That led to me doing a PGA event. This is Tony Finau. Anybody watch golf? Yeah. So I then got to do this type of event with my camera. I love this stuff. The white puffy clouds. So again, there's no secret to being successful. I just kind of like letting these pictures talk for themselves a little bit. The tilt shift, you got Rory McIlroy finishing with Tony Finau, tilted. You actually have Rory, it's probably hard to see on the screen, but he's in focus on the screen in the back. And then Rory goes through a line to sign autographs. Look at the little girl. I mean, this looks like it's straight out of the 40s. It's one of those types of photos. And I have a video that I'm gonna call like 11 minutes of chaos because I had a 4-head camera, an Insta360 on my head, and I have 11 minutes of me taking 6 photos. There's a lot of missed opportunities, like I'm winding the shutter, I'm ready to take the picture and someone moves and you have to start all over again. And that's me with the camera. Anybody know who that is? Yeah, of course you don't. Bret Michaels of Poison. The way that I got to Bret Michaels and Poison is their drummer named Ricky Rocket sent me a message. He's into photography. There's always a photographer in every band. There always is. So he's like, hey, we're coming to Philly. Do you want to shoot? I was like, yes. Introduces me to Bret. Bret's like, I might pull you up on stage, man, whatever. That's what he was. He's like, yeah, cool. I'm like, cool, yeah, no problem. And I end up with this shot. And you might think that this is posed. But I got the video of this. Let's watch this real quick.
This is a moment frozen in time. For as frozen as this moment seems, the reality is it was here and gone in 1/2500th of a second. Yep. It happens that fast. But the funny thing is, I almost wasn't in position to get the shot. You see, I was just about to walk off stage when I glanced back, saw Bret alone on the catwalk, and made the split-second decision to wait just a few seconds longer. Do I hear the 55,000 people screaming? No. I'm locked in. As soon as Bret started walking towards me, I got down in my shooting position, grabbed my focus, and reacted. Now this moment is forever frozen in time.
This has been a FroKnowsPhoto short. Please subscribe.
Yeah, ding. Thank you. I really wish I could film every single shoot that I do, and for a while I was doing that with the Sonys. Nikon is the best for that. I shoot Canon now, but I would love for Canon to unlock that ability. Canon, anybody? Canon Japan, yes, please. But I just love showing what happens. You see how fast this stuff happens. But again, it doesn't happen overnight. You make the connections. You get out there and you do stuff. There's no secret. Anybody that tells you there's secret, I don't want to curse again. Anybody that tells you that there's a secret to being successful is full of shit. You know how hard you have to work to be successful. It just doesn't happen by osmosis. So that's the moral of the story here. I know it's not as making people cry like last year. That's hard to top. But I hope that this resonated with you, and I hope that anybody who has an idea for a project just goes and does the project. Don't worry, don't ask the questions of what if it doesn't work? What if it does work? You never know where you end up. I struggled through my 20s. Terribly, I lived at home till I was like 31. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I helped take care of my grandmother for a bunch of those years with my dad. But a lot of it took time. And it took getting out there and actually putting in the hard work and believing in myself. No secrets. So that's where I'm going to leave that. Thank you guys very much. We got Q&A now.
Woo, woo, woo. Let's give it up. Closing it down with Fro.
Oh, people standing. Thank you.
And we have Kyle here for questions. If everyone has any questions, we've got time for a few questions.
If you got questions.
Oh.
We have another mic too. Anybody has a question, just get your hands up.
Where's my money?
How much do I owe you?
120.
Each? Yeah. No, it's not 120 each. 60. Here's 100. I got it. I'll give it to you later. God, this costs me money. Questions, where do we got? Go ahead.
After all this time, do you still feel the pressure like leading up to a big photo shoot? And if you do, how do you handle it? And if you don't anymore, what was kind of that breaking point that you got past where you don't feel that anymore?
Great question. I think if you don't feel the pressure, there's something wrong with you. Like right before I go on stage, I'm worried, right? I'm nervous until I get started. And when it comes to shooting shows or anything, I want to be able to repeat what I've done in the past and be able to capture those great moments. And so I do worry about it. But just like with the Bret Michaels thing, nothing's going through my mind other than getting the shot. Like I turn around, I look, I'm like, oh, this is gonna happen, let's do it. I don't worry that someone's gonna be like, oh, he's on stage too long or whatever, because I got the shot. And so that's what I care about. The way you get through it is you just do these things. You don't worry about what other people are gonna think about it. You just go and you get that moment and you capture it. The best way through it is to just do it. Good? Yes. Question.
Hey, Jared. Thanks for being here. You're incredible. I always watch your YouTube videos.
Thank you.
Very inspirational and informational. I had two questions. One, could I have a selfie?
Yeah.
And two, how would you inspire young up-and-coming content creators?
Content creators? I mean, it's the same thing I've been saying. You do the work. There is no secret to being successful. You have to just do it. Yes, you get breaks, but you have to be good to get lucky. You have to be in the positions to get lucky. You know, you got to be good to get lucky. Do the work every day. What is something that you want to do? If you want to be a content creator, what are you creating? What value are you giving other people? Don't listen to what other people have to say all the time. Take things that people say and pick and choose what works for you. But what works for me might not work for you. Like, I don't like listening to or looking at what other people are doing when it comes to YouTube and seeing how they're successful. Maybe they're successful on TikTok. I'm like, that's not me. But that doesn't mean I'm doing something wrong. Doesn't mean they're doing something wrong. They're right there, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to be able to replicate the same thing. So every day, put the work in. Come up with ideas, execute. When I first started my YouTube channel, every single day I woke up, made a video, had an idea, filmed it, edited it, put it out, did it again. If it didn't do well, tomorrow another video is happening. So just keep going. Come on up while we get questions. Go ahead. Go ahead, next question.
So I was wondering like how you got into working with the Phillies and like professional sports teams as...
That's a good question. Go ahead, selfie. Nailed it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Rule of thumb, when someone hands you a business card, I've learned you two-hand do this. And then front pocket's good, back pocket's bad. I've learned that. So the baseball one is interesting. I had no idea that Ken Griffey Jr. was following my Instagram. I sent him a message one day and said, Junior, if you ever want to talk about photography, here's my phone number. 10 minutes later, I get a phone call. Hello? Hey, it's Junior. Oh, hey, Junior, what's up? And then just, what do you need? What could I help you with? Talk to him like he's a human being, because he's a human being, all right? He just is one of the greatest baseball players of all time, calling me on the phone. All right, let's have a conversation. And then, we've been to Kenya. We went to Kenya on a trip, on a safari. And, when you know Junior, you have doors that open up. But that doesn't happen unless I put myself out there and become what I became, right? If I didn't believe in myself to go out on my own and to do the work, I don't meet Junior. But because I meet Junior, it opens up other doors. I open up doors for people now. Like, I'm like a super connector because I know so many people through the projects and the things that I've done. I can get to almost anybody. We can get to Bernie Sanders. Why not? But, right, like, and doing the Fund a Photographer, where I get to give out Canon gear to people, to kids that may never have that gear, being able to do that to inspire them to do that in the future. All I ask of them when I give them the gear is, you pay it forward when it's time to pay it forward. Just keep bettering the next generation that's coming up. How am I on time? I don't want to end.
I think we're gonna wrap things up with you right now. But folks, Jared's not leaving the house. He's not leaving the building. He's gonna be at the after party, and he's gonna be signing his books there. So you'll definitely want to continue the conversation. It'll be open for Q&A over there as well. So one last time, let's give a big round of applause to Fro.
Thank you. So am I still on? Am I still on?
You're still on?
I gave out some tickets to people throughout a couple days. Well, B&H was kind enough to purchase a bunch of my new books. And if you do have a ticket, go to the front of the line. There's about 200 and change of these books that we will be giving out at the pavilion, which is out to the right. And I'll be there I'm not going to sign the books because they're all wrapped up, and it's better to keep them wrapped up, but I have things to sign and to do a meet and greet and to talk. So there's only a limited number of those. So if you're in line and you're like, truly want one, you got to get over there, and they'll start a line, but do it nicely, and that's it. So thank you guys very much. Wait, I'm going to do my sign off. Jared Polin, FroKnowsPhoto.com. See ya.